Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 96. Su Yonghuang gave Li Qia a strange look and asked when she heard him trying to speak, "What are you talking about?" Li Qia closed his mouth and shook his head, "It's nothing." Earlier, he almost blurted out that she and her ancestral grandmother, Su Ru, was very similar. Not only because her eyes were just like Su Ru's, but because her self-sacrificing dedication was also the same. A 13-year-old little girl born in the Heaven's Edge Su clan becoming the sect master of the cleansing incense ancient sect. This was such a difficult matter. One has to know that the sect was in decline and the Heaven's Edge Su clan was countless times better than it was today. That year, when the cleansing incense ancient sect's imposing presence ruled over the 9 heavens and 10 earths, this type of brilliant prestige and power had nothing to do with the Su clan. They were only a hidden family in one corner of the world. But today, when the sect is now in decline, as the descendant of the Su clan, she was willing to step up in order to revitalize the cleansing incense ancient sect. A 13-year-old girl that was not welcomed by the elders of the sect still chose to come. This was all simply because the cleansing incense ancient sect was created in the hands of her ancestor, immortal Emperor Min Ren. Li Qia's heart couldn't help but heavily sigh. Remembering the past made his mind weary. This matter he was reluctant to mention. "I will make it clear with Elder Gu's group. Tomorrow, I will pass the seat to you." Su Yonghuang was direct and straightforward from her heart. Regarding the sect master position of the cleansing incense ancient sect, she didn't covet it. Tu Buyu stood silently behind her and only lightly sighed without saying anything. Li Qia smiled and shook his head, "You are wrong regarding this matter. You are the descendant of immortal Emperor Min Ren. There is no one more suitable than you for this position. Moreover, if you are the descendant of Min Ren, revitalizing the cleansing incense ancient sect, to be exact, is your responsibility, not mine. Don't you think so? So to speak, you are still the sect master and I am still the disciple. As for Elder Gu's group, I believe that sooner or later, they will start to trust you." Su Yonghuang stared at Li Qia for a while. In the end, she didn't say anything. She stood up and left, but without a doubt, she has agreed to stay. When Su Yonghuang was about to leave, Li Qia couldn't help but ask one question. "On the Dragon Head's raising day, does your Su clan still hold a great honoring ceremony?" Su Yonghuang, who was about to leave, heard this question and her body visibly shook. She turned around and gazed at Li Qia. "How did you know of this matter?" "I calculated with my fingers." Li Qia lamented with a sigh. Even though Su Yonghuang didn't answer, he already knew. The Dragon Head's raising day was the birthday of immortal Emperor Min Ren, but even the children of the Su clan didn't know this. Although Su Ru left Min Ren's camp in the end and went far away and never saw Min Ren again, she still was very much in love with him. This matter always left Li Qia ashamed because he persuaded Su Ru to follow Min Ren that year. Unfortunately, there was such a result in the end. Su Yonghuang turned around and left, but before exiting the door, Su Yonghuang suddenly turned around and said, "I don't know where you are from, but since you made me stay behind, do not forget one thing, you are my disciple." She then gently flew away. After Su Yonghuang's departure, Li Qia couldn't help but smile. At least, regarding this part, she was not like her ancestral grandmother, Su Ru. Tu Buyu kindly asked, "Older brother, may I leave as well?" This more than 1,000-year-old monster, kept on calling Li Qia older brother, time and time again, yet there wasn't even a hint of awkwardness. This was truly impressive. Li Qia gave him a stern glance and said, "You created such a mess of a situation and wanted me to fix it for you in the end. You, as my little brother, in the future will go where I point you to. If I say east, you wouldn't dare to go west, right?" Tu Buyu was not a bit angry, and he amiably smiled and said, "Older brother, you cannot blame me for this matter. The truth is that the group of the previous sect master brought on this messy situation. I am only a disciple and was merely an errand boy. Doing all of this was hard work." Li Qia glared at him, but he had no way of controlling this old fox. Tu Buyu had just left. Soon after, the group of Gu Taizhou couldn't wait any longer and ran inside. Seeing Li Qie, elder son immediately asked, "How was it? What did you negotiate about?" "What negotiation?" Li Qie slowly spoke. "The evil-infested ridge. We will carefully discuss it again." "The evil-infested ridge can wait." Elder Qian gravely said, "In my opinion, we should be talking about the sect master's seat. My opinion is that you should now take over and become the sect master of the cleansing incense ancient sect. At the moment of the Reformation, we will first stabilize the trust of the disciples and then build a stronger morale. I feel that this makes a lot of sense." Elder Wu added, "The sect master was always outside of the sect and does not have high prestige within the sect. She is not the person the public wants. Our grand reformation requires a stable morale. At this moment, if the sect master's seat was passed on to you, nothing could be better. You becoming the sect master is completely justified. Although the sect master will have to abdicate, she can still become an elder. We are just short of one at this moment." Elder Zhou also tried to persuade Li Qie and said, "There really isn't any other way. If the sect master was willing to abdicate, then let her become a supreme elder. Currently, our cleansing incense ancient sect doesn't have any supreme elders." This was not to say that the group of Elder Wu wanted to seize power. The current situation of the sect could be described as internally chaotic and externally surrounded by enemies. In order to reform and revitalize the sect, there absolutely must be someone that could perform miracles and lead them. Without a doubt, Li Qie was the most appropriate candidate. Even though Su Yonghuang had been the sect master for a long period, she was always outside. Her presence within the sect was very weak. Li Qie calmly looked at Gu Taizhou and asked, "What is Elder Gu's opinion?" Gu Taizhou looked at them for a moment, then he bitterly said, "What can I do? That year, I helped the sect master take the position. Now, wanting the sect master to abdicate is also me. Am I not always used as a blade? That year, master used me as a blade, and now, all of you are also using me as a blade. It truly feels like I'm always playing the bad guy's role. Brother Gu, there is no other way. Inside the sect, regarding prestige and status, only you could personally wield the blade." Elder son could only say this. Gu Taizhou was silent for a long time, but he eventually spoke with exasperation. "If it is truly for the sect, then I can only bear the infamy once again." Here, he looked at Li Qie and said, "Qie, what is your opinion on this? Let us do this, all of your elders should go back. Tomorrow, we will talk about this in the ancestral chamber." Li Qie continued, "Elders said before that we still have a portrait of the patriarch in the sect. Tomorrow, bring it there as well." Li Qie perplexed the elders for a moment. Eventually, they all nodded their heads and said their goodbyes. Only, first Elder Gu Taizhou was the last to leave. How was the ancient land? Gu Taizhou was concerned more than anyone else about the rise and fall of the sect. After Li Qie's return, he didn't get the chance to ask about this matter. Li Qie replied, "For the time being, it is difficult. We need more time. With our current situation, we can only let the ancient land matter slide. We need to deal with the evil-infested ridge first. This is extremely important to us." Gu Taizhou paused for a moment before he finally said, "However, the evil-infested ridge no longer belongs to our sect. One could say that the evil-infested ridge belongs to the whole world. Once it is opened, I'm afraid all of the famous sects in the Grand Middle Territory will come. At that time, will we still have the opportunity to enter the ridge?" As an elder, how could Gu Taizhou not want to recover the evil-infested ridge? However, the sect of today no longer had this power. In my perspective, the moment the ridge is opened, the Heavenly God sect, the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom will definitely come. And don't forget the different clans and powerful heritages, such as the Southern Heavenly Kingdom. Maybe, there is a chance that an invincible colossus such as the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom would also arrive. Gu Taizhou was not without anxiety. What do we have to compete against them? Rest assured, Elder. Li Qie calmly said, "This time, I will personally lead the troops and go to the evil-infested ridge. Since it belonged to our sect, recovering it would only be a matter of time. Regarding this trip to the ridge, anyone who blocks my path will be killed without mercy. Gu Taizhou knew that Li Qia was not being arrogant and mindless. However, he didn't exactly know Li Qia's secret cards to compete with the Jiangzhou clan, the Southern Heavenly Kingdom, and even the monstrous Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Very well, we have decided on going to the evil-infested ridge. The moment it opens, we of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect will absolutely enter. Finally, Gu Taizhou also agreed with Li Qia's approach. The next day, all 5 elders were gathered inside the ancestral chamber. There was also Li Qia, Su Yonghuang, and Tu Buyu. The gathering of all the people made the atmosphere feel heavy, so Li Qia was the first to speak. Today, we will talk about the sect master's position. Under such a situation, the group of elders Zhou was all silent. They were not eager to speak because forcing an abdication was not a glorious matter. Even though Su Yonghuang, as the sect master, was not something everyone welcomed, her sect master's seat was indeed legitimate. I know all of the elders and even the protectors and sectional leaders had some qualms towards the sect master. Li Qia slowly spoke. However, today, this is the time when the sect master needs to accept her ancestry. The acceptance of ancestry? The elders were stunned for a moment. They thought that it would be a discussion of the sect master's position as well as forcing Su Yonghuang to abdicate. Correct. This is the moment when the sect master should accept her ancestry. Li Qia stood up and solemnly said, "Our sect master, Su Yonghuang, is the descendant of the patriarch, immortal Emperor Min Ren." What? The news had just come out, but it shocked all of the elders. Chapter 97. This matter is impossible. This news was too shocking. To the elders, they didn't dare to believe it. Elder Wu stood up and said, "The patriarch never married his whole life. How could he have descendants?" Elder Qian couldn't help but exclaim, "Yes, this can't be a possibility." The sect's official record had never mentioned the patriarch's future descendants. This truth is absolute. Tu Buyu, who was standing behind Su Yonghuang, said, "Under the trust of the elders, I left the sect in order to find the patriarch's descendants." Although the sect's official record never wrote it down, within a few anecdotes and writings, certain clues were still left behind. Here, Tu Buyu looked at Elder Gu and continued, "Elder Gu, around 1,600 years ago, do you remember having the chance to meet Grandpa Lu? At that moment, you came with the previous sect master. At that time, it was not just Grandpa Lu, I was also present." Gu Taizhou stared at Tu Buyu. After a while, he suddenly stood up and emotionally exclaimed, "Yo, you were the team that year that helped Grandpa Lu stand up." Elder Gu still didn't forget. Tu Buyu nodded his head and said, "Correct, I was an honorary disciple of Grandpa Lu. At that moment, I carried a great responsibility, so my name was not recorded amongst the listings of the sect's disciples." Grandpa Lu? Which Grandpa Lu? The elders were all shaking because inside the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, there was only one person called Grandpa Lu. Gu Taizhou gently sighed. He finally sat down and said, "Grandpa Lu was the #1 bulwark of our Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, Ancestor Lu Sanjian." Ancestor Lu Sanjian. These words uttered from the mouth of Gu Taizhou greatly shook the expressions of the nearby elders. After Mu Shaodi, Lu Sanjian was the most famous in the sect as the #1 bulwark. That year when the Heavenly Gods sect fought against the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, Lu Sanjian was the one in power. Ancestor Lu is still alive? This news was incredibly shocking to the seated elders. Elder Qian was at a loss for words because if Ancestor Lu was still alive, this meant that the sect still had a character that could compete with the Heavenly God sect's ancestor. That was the last time I saw Grandpa Lu. Gu Taizhou shook his head and said, "At that moment, I didn't know that Grandpa Lu was indeed Ancestor Lu. I was still young back then and had never seen Grandpa Lu before. At that time, I followed Master to visit respectable Grandpa. However, at that moment, Grandpa Lu's situation was not very optimistic. His old wound was troubling him and needed help to even sit or stand. After that one time, I never met Grandpa Lu again. At this point, all of the elders were looking at Tu Buyu. Tu Buyu was a disciple of Lu Sanjian. Even though he was just an honorary one, his status at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect was still higher than the group of Elder Gu. The truth is, that was also the last time I had met Master. After that, I never saw respectable Grandpa again. Hearing this, the elders became dejected. Without a doubt, Ancestor Lu Sanjian was no longer in this world. Tu Buyu spoke. The fight 30,000 years ago, we suffered extremely heavy losses. Inadvertently, Grandpa Lu found out that the patriarch did have some descendants. I just so happened to become the disciple of Grandpa Lu, and under his grim situation, he ordered me to find the patriarch's descendants. Because the clues were extremely limited, I had always wandered outside. Due to my responsibility, I never spoke to anyone about this matter and was not in the disciples' listings. I only directly contacted the previous sect master. Elder Gu must have met me a couple of times. Gu Taizhou nodded his head. He thought that Tu Buyu was a messenger disciple, responsible for liaison with the outside. Also, because Tu Buyu was very young back then when he came back to the sect, he only knew Tu Buyu was a disciple, but he was not aware of Tu Buyu's particular responsibilities. Tu Buyu said to all of the elders present, in order to find the descendants of the patriarch, I traveled outside as a nomad for more than 1,000 years. Time did not betray a sincere heart. In the end, I finally found the patriarch's descendant. The elders looked at each other as Elder Zhou finally asked, how do we prove that the sect master is the descendant of the patriarch? Tu Buyu's identity was not a problem, but how could they prove that Su Yonghuang was a descendant of the patriarch? This matter was the most important thing, after all. The descendant of the ancestor and the acceptance of ancestry, I was told by the patriarch in my dreams. Finally, Li Chia said, which is why I requested for the elders to bring the portrait of the patriarch. The elders glanced at each other and finally, First Elder Gu Taizhou, very solemnly, took out an ancient crumbling wooden box. With both of his hands, he respectfully carried this wooden box. The empress was the godly General Su who had followed the patriarch her whole life. Her contributions towards the establishment of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect and the Cleansing Incense Ancient Kingdom was inerasable. After the patriarch shouldered the heaven's will, because she didn't want to hinder his step towards the apex and aspiration for immortality, the empress brought the descendants of the patriarch to a secluded location and left the patriarch. At this moment, Li Chia respectfully said, the world remained oblivious to this matter, and so did the sect. It was until last night when the patriarch told me in my dreams. That year, he failed to give Su Ru an official title. Su Ru exerted numerous efforts throughout her whole life and had to live in seclusion, away from the rest of the world, and in the end, she never asked for official titles nor merit rewards. As the Dark Crow that year, this matter was something that was aching in his heart. Today, he borrowed this scheme in order to give Su Ru a proper title. Even though it was already too late, at the very least, it could allow for Su Ru's descendant to accept her ancestry. Li Chia's words caused the elders to look at each other. In the end, Elder Gu seriously nodded his head and said, I have read about the historical past of the patriarch. That year, the patriarch's godly General Su was a peerless female general. She was the earliest to join the patriarch. When he was still young, she had already followed him. After the patriarch shouldered the heaven's will, all of the generals were given titles except for godly General Su. Afterward, there were not many documents about war god Su and her whereabouts were unknown. So it was because godly General Su was the empress. Li Chia slowly said, this matter is only words without evidence. Since the elders said that we have a portrait of the ancestor, we could immediately compare to see if the sect master is the descendant or not. The portrait was personally drawn by the patriarch, so it has hidden emperor power and immortal intent. The sect master could use her blood to test the family's blood bond. Hearing Li Chia's words, the elders were in astonishment. Why didn't they think about this? Finally, under the respectful care of Gu Taizhou, the ancient box was opened, a portrait was taken out. This portrait was extremely dated, the number of moons it had been passed under was unknown. The moment the portrait was unraveled, a loud noise occurred. The emperor's aura furiously flew out from the portrait. This aura only belonged to immortal emperors. One could see a middle-aged man within the portrait. Even though there were not many strokes and inks, the few lines alone were enough to outline his peerless invincibility. The emperor's aura was emitted like the waves from the portrait. Even though this emperor's aura had not suppressed anyone, at the moment, this aura was flowing in the air and it caused the souls to shiver. Others couldn't help but worship in awe. This was a fear and respect from the deepest part of the soul. Witnessing the appearance and feeling the aura of the patriarch, the elders held it with utmost devotion and reverence. They compared the face of the patriarch to that of Su Yonghuang. Su Yonghuang was an extremely beautiful woman. Without the portrait for a meticulous comparison, it was truly difficult to think about immortal Emperor Min Ren when seeing her. Li Qie was the one who saw Min Ren the most. He saw, with own eyes, the development of Min Ren. So, the first time he met Su Yonghuang, his mind was slightly moved because he immediately knew her origin. This, too similar, especially the eyebrows. The charm of these eyebrows, it is truly too similar to the ancestor. It's as if they are from the same mold. Carefully comparing, the elders were left incredibly aghast, especially the sword-like eyebrows of Su Yonghuang, they were identical to Min Ren's. This was also the thing that left the deepest impression for Li Qie. Su Yonghuang's eyes were similar to Su Ru, but the charm of the eyebrows was just like immortal Emperor Min Ren. At this moment, Li Qie slowly spoke, "Sect Master can drop her blood to accept the family bond. This is the portrait painted personally by the patriarch. He had told me in my dreams that if Sect Master is indeed his descendant, then she can obtain the acceptance of the Emperor power and immortal intent." Su Yonghuang peeked at Li Qie. In fact, she essentially didn't believe Li Qie regarding the dream instruction of the patriarch, but outside of this, what could make Li Qie so aware of the matters regarding Min Ren and the Heaven's Edge Su clan? Seeing the portrait of her ancestor, Su Yonghuang couldn't restrain her emotions any longer and her heart was excited. Her Su clan also had a portrait of Min Ren, but it was not drawn by Min Ren. Even though they were extremely similar, it didn't have the emperor's aura. This aura could only be drawn by immortal emperors. Finally, Su Yonghuang pricked her finger and a drop of blood fell onto the portrait. In a flash, this blood was absorbed by the portrait. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the emperor power and immortal intent ferociously exploded. There was a shadow coming out from the portrait. The moment this shadow came into being, it subjugated the 9 heavens and 10 worlds and swept through the gods and devils. This invincible shadow's frightening aura rushed into the world. Under this godly presence, the sun and the moon were without lights and the heaven and earth lost all of their brilliant colors. Within this second, countless grand characters of the Grand Middle Territory were alarmed when they felt this invincible emperor's aura that came and went in a flash. Emperor's aura, countless ancient beings opened their 2 eyes, but this emperor's aura disappeared too quickly, making it impossible for others to pinpoint. As for the cleansing incense ancient sect, as the aura swept by, all of the disciples were left lying under the suppression of the aura. Inside the ancestral chamber, the elders were lying down on the ground. Under this power, they could not be disrespectful. Chapter 98. At this time, the only one that wasn't affected was Li Qie. Li Qie watched this invincible shadow and didn't say anything. The invincible shadow stared at Su Yonghuang for a while, then looked at Li Qie for an even longer period. Finally, everything turned into a soft sigh. The invincible shadow dissipated into Emperor's power and immortal intent and went back inside the portrait. Feeling the ancestor's presence, Su Yonghuang became excited and emotional. This was the first time she was so close to her ancestor. A long time after the aura disappeared, the elders could finally stand up, still stricken with fear. This scene, to them, was truly too shattering. This was the patriarch's spirit coming back. Ah! The heavens will not destroy our cleansing incense ancient sect. Elder Zhou couldn't help but exclaim, the descendant of the patriarch is back and Li Qia has his protection, our sect will definitely rise. At this moment, the elders were excited with manly tears in their eyes. The patriarch's spirit showing up shone a sliver of hope for the declining sect. The emperor's power and immortal intent that turned into an invincible shadow. This was a summon by the blood of Su Yonghuang. The shadow personally looked at Su Yonghuang. Without a doubt, Su Yonghuang was a descendant of immortal Emperor Minren. However, his spirit didn't stop there. He personally looked at Su Yonghuang and this was proof of her identity. What was more important was that the patriarch stared silently at Li Qia for a long time. Without a doubt, this was because the patriarch highly valued Li Qia. He was the selected hero for the revitalization of the sect. Of course, the elders didn't know that the emperor's shadow of Minren silently stared at Li Qia for a different reason. Even though in this life, Li Qia was no longer the Dark Crow, his true fate and soul were still the same. The emperor's power and immortal intent naturally could recognize it. Finally, the elders bowed to Su Yonghuang. Led by Gu Taizhou, they said, we were foolish and didn't know that the sect master was the descendant of the patriarch. We have offended you before and we beg for forgiveness. Su Yonghuang slightly nodded and said, elders are too kind. That year, I was only a 13-year-old little girl. To be able to take the sect master's seat was due to the contributions of the elders, especially Elder Gu. That year, we were unfair towards you. Because the situation of the sect was not stable at that time, I couldn't publicly reveal my identity. The matters of that year is now all in the past. Everyone was just doing their best for the sect. Elder Gu recalled the past and said, today, with the return of the sect master and with Li Qia, who is protected by the patriarch, all of us are of one heart with the aim of revitalizing the cleansing incense ancient sect. Su Yonghuang nodded her head. As a descendant of an immortal emperor, her elegant and royal aura was completely natural. Li Qia happily smiled, today, we will discuss the second matter, which is the evil-infested ridge. The appearance of the patriarch's spirit made the elders excited. However, because Li Qia brought up the evil-infested ridge, the atmosphere became more serious. I have decided that this time, we will bring the younger generation of disciples into the evil-infested ridge. There will be 3 groups. The first will be the disciples of the cleansing Jade Peak. Even though their time in the sect was short and their cultivations are shallow, this is the best time to sharpen them. Another group will be led by Chu Daily. This group can be considered the elite force of our sect in the future, so they need to be trained even more. The last group, I think, would be from the second generation, consisting of disciples of a relatively young age and some sectional leaders. Here, Li Qia stared at all the seated elders and said, entering the evil-infested ridge, this time, is not only for us to harvest treasures, but also to devilishly hone our disciples. Elder Sun worriedly said, I'm afraid all of the big sects and nations of the Grand Middle Territory will come, how will we compete for the spots? Plus, the evil-infested ridge is extremely dangerous. With the power of our disciples, I'm afraid they will only go to accept their deaths. Spots. Li Qia smiled and nonchalantly said, our spots are not decided by others. When I say we can go, we can definitely go. Whoever blocks my path, kill without mercy. Li Qia's calm tone painted a bloody scenery. This invincible and domineering aura moved the elders. Even though Li Qia's cultivation was shallow, the elders did not think that he was arrogant. Li Qia was the chosen hero of the sect, who could block his peerless Grand Dao. Of course, the group of Elder Gu was too superstitious with the protection of the patriarch. From their perspectives, with the protection of an immortal emperor, who could block his path? Naturally, they didn't know that Li Qia simply didn't need the protection of the patriarch. At this moment, Su Yonghuang said, entering the evil-infested ridge. I, along with my disciples, will also come with you. A moment later, she summoned a group of disciples. These disciples were very young. The oldest was only around the age of a sectional leader. These disciples were the ones that Su Yonghuang took away that year. Plus, there were also a few sectional leaders. Good seeds. Seeing this group of disciples, Gu Taizhou couldn't help but loudly praise. These disciples were stronger than the elites of the sect and could even catch up to the protectors. What shocked the elders was that with just 10 years, Su Yonghuang turned these disciples into experts with the strength of protectors. Truly amazing. This group of disciples was cultivated using the Su clan's resources. She didn't ask for any treasures nor medicines from the cleansing incense ancient sect. War God Su's formation. Very good, this type of group is best suited for a large battlefield. Li Qia's eyes were much sharper than the elders. Observing these disciples, he immediately knew how they were groomed. When it came to training disciples, Li Qia was a grand master that no one could compare with. Su Yonghuang was surprised and stared at Li Qia. This group was the ace card for her to revitalize the sect, but Li Qia could see the truth within. With such a mysterious ability, Li Qia truly did not seem like a 14-year-old boy. War God Su's formation. Gu Taizhou was moved and said, I heard that under the patriarch that year, there was such a troop, they couldn't be stopped by anything. Could it be that this group was trained under the same method as that year? Correct. Su Yonghuang didn't say anything. Li Qia already nodded his head. This indeed has the characteristics of the war god Su's formation that year. Currently, the only flaw is that it is missing a formation array or a formation station. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. How do you know? Su Yonghuang's expression shifted. This group was personally taught by her. She naturally knew their flaws, but at this moment, Li Qia was able to see them. How could she not be surprised? Li Qia smiled and calmly said, I calculated with my fingers, and then I knew it with clarity in my mind. That year when Su Ru was leading this troop, it came from his hand. How could he not know the strengths and weaknesses of the war god Su's formation? Su Yonghuang angrily stared at Li Qia. Her gaze seemingly wanted to penetrate Li Qia, but no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't see through him. Seeing the cold atmosphere between the master and disciple, Gu Taizhou busily coughed and mediated. With this team coming along, nothing could be better. For safety reasons, I will also go and bring along the portrait of the patriarch, just in case. Li Qia smiled and said, this troop does not need to go. Even though it is lacking a formation array or a formation station, this troop is versed in both offense and defense. For now, order them to create a battle station in the cleansing incense ancient sect. They only just returned, so they should get used to the sect. In the future, when the storm comes, maybe they will need to uphold one direction by themselves. Fine. Seeing Li Qia's confidence, Su Yonghuang also agreed and nodded her head. Elder Gu definitely has to go, the disciples need your leadership. Then, Li Qia stared at Tu Buyu and said, this time, I'm afraid the sect will be empty. It needs sect master to stay behind and protect it. However, little brother Tu cannot be lazy. You need to exert your strength this time, so you will go along with Elder Gu. Tu Buyu's identity was very special. At the sect, as the honorary disciple of Lu Sanjian, his status was even higher than the group of Elder Gu. However, he unknowingly became the disciple of Su Yonghuang. This identity was complex and became a mess. Normally, the group of Elder Gu could not command Tu Buyu, but only Li Qia didn't care and still called him little brother. As long as it is your command. Tu Buyu graciously smiled. This situation silenced the elders. Tu Buyu's identity was too complex and caused them to be a bit embarrassed. Tu Buyu was both the disciple of Su Yonghuang and Lu Sanjian. In principle, this would make Su Yonghuang the same generation as Lu Sanjian. However, since Lu Sanjian was no longer here, no one had the status to fix these messy relations. Finally, Li Qia stretched his body and smilingly said, good, then it is decided. Everyone go prepare, the evil-infested ridge will be the first battlefield of our cleansing incense ancient sect. The phrase was uttered in such an ordinary manner, but when it came from Li Qia, it carried a heroic air that encompassed the whole sky, 10 parts domineering. The time was near for the opening of the evil-infested ridge. This news quickly spread throughout the Grand Middle Territory. Even the 100 cities in the east, chained earth in the south, desolate wasteland in the west, and limitless land in the north all had big sects that received this news. In fact, there were many big sects and powerful nations that had earlier calculated the date for the opening of the evil-infested ridge because it would open once every 100 years. The time was near 100 years, so the date was drawing close. Many sects and nations were adequately prepared, especially the powers within the Grand Middle Territory. They were very anxious about this event. For everyone, the opening of the ridge meant that there would be a huge amount of spirit medicines and dan herbs, godly ores and treasure metals, and even the magical runes of the heavenly beasts' grand Tao, longevity wheels of longevity spirits, longevity bloods. It meant that the season of harvest has arrived. Chapter 99. The evil-infested ridge was a land of treasures in the eyes of many powerful sects and nations. This place had an abundance of godly ores, a plethora of spirit medicines and dan herbs, and was accompanied by the roars of heavenly beasts and groups of longevity spirits. Even though in the legends, the evil-infested ridge was far away from the forbidden burials or ancient earths, it was still a rare ground with treasures and riches. No one could clearly speak of the exact origin of the evil-infested ridge. Some said that it was a natural ground. Some described it as a land that came from another world. Some also said that it was a place of the gods. 30,000 years ago, until their loss at the hands of the heavenly god sect, the evil-infested ridge belonged to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Even though they managed to keep their ancestral land, they couldn't hold on to the evil-infested ridge. That year, the ridge was the hunting ground for the cleansing incense ancient sect. No one dared to trespass. Even though there was an abundance of treasures that caused the mouths of others to become watery, no one dared to have any intentions against the sect. The defeat of the sect caused the evil-infested ridge to be a place without an owner. Even though the heavenly god sect was the victor, all of the grand sects and nations in the entire Grand Middle Territory were interested in the ridge. This was why the heavenly god sect didn't dare to own the ridge alone and had to share it with the rest of the world. Certain grand characters calculated at the opening of the evil-infested ridge would happen up to 1 year at the latest and within 3 months at the shortest. Thus, at this moment, all of the experienced big sects and nations clamored to send their disciples on their way to the evil-infested ridge, to see whether they would be fortunate enough to seize the treasures in the legends. As for the hosting country, the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom also sent their disciples earlier and camped at the entrance to the evil-infested ridge. Besides greeting the disciples from the grand sects and powerful nations from the 8 directions of the Grand Middle Territories, they were also responsible for determining whether certain sects and cultivators had the qualifications to enter. Even though the saying was that the evil-infested ridge was for the world to share, in reality, the sects that could enter the ridge were all grand sects and powerful nations, or a renowned tyrant of one direction. As for the small sects or ordinary cultivators, they wouldn't expect to qualify to enter the evil-infested ridge. The evil-infested ridge was actually not far from the cleansing incense ancient sect. At most, it was only 100,000 miles. If the old boundary of the cleansing incense ancient sect resembled a sea snail, then the current sect would be located at its tail and the evil-infested ridge would be at its mouth. They had to pass through the sect's ancient land. Calculating the date a little bit, the time until the opening drew closer. Li Qie wanted to leave early for the ridge and wait for the opening date. All of the chosen disciples were waiting. At this point, Niufen quickly transformed into a giant snail. Because there were many disciples going, Niufen's body became even larger, like a giant mountain. Looking at this enormous snail, all of the disciples were dumbfounded. During their time growing up, this was still their first time seeing such an enormous snail. Begin. With Li Qie's command, Niufen carried all of the disciples of the sect towards the evil-infested ridge up ahead. The disciples sitting on the snail enjoyed this fresh and exciting experience. There were around 1,000 disciples coming along with Li Qie this time. Outside of the 300 disciples from the cleansing Jade Peak, Chu Daily and Protector Mo also led a group along with 2 Buyu and First Elder Gu Taizho. The other 4 elders stayed behind to protect the sect. As Li Qia's maid, Li Shuangyan also came along. She was also a main part of Li Qia's power, so he had to bring her along. As for Nan Huiran, as Li Qia's errand boy, he naturally wanted to come along. Nan Huiran was completely loyal, so if there were any spoils, Li Qia wouldn't forget about his share. In reality, before the cleansing incense ancient sects group began their journey, there were people already stationed at the entrance of the evil-infested ridge. The entrance was a huge horizontal ridge. It was like a giant dragon lying on the earth, as if it was a separator between the heaven and earth. This entrance was in front of the ridge that ranged many million miles long. The moment one stood on top of the ridge to overlook all of the directions, it gave the feeling that the whole world was small in comparison. The door was at the highest peak in this region, extremely magnificent. Of course, this was only the entrance. The true evil-infested ridge was bigger than one ever could imagine. At the first checkpoint of the ridge, there was a team sent by the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. This vanguard was meant to welcome the disciples from the grand sects as the host, but they also determined who had the qualifications to enter. The vanguard group of the Heavenly God sect was personally led by Zhen Weiho. Zhen Weiho was a royal noble of the previous generation, just like Zi Shanho. What was worth mentioning was that Zhen Weiho's clan had a good relationship with the Dong clan. At the same time, Zhen Weiho's personal relationship with Dong Xinglong was very good. The moment the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom's troops were stationed at the ridge, many cultivators had heard of the news. Especially the cultivators without a sect and weaker ones, they had come early and watched from a far distance. These sectless cultivators, along with weaker ones, absolutely didn't have the qualifications to enter the evil-infested ridge. However, they still wanted to watch the situation and take advantage if the opportunity arose. Maybe they could even sneak inside the ridge. If not, they could use this chance to observe the grand characters of the big sects and strong nations for a little bit. There was even a chance to watch the auras of enlightened beings and ancient saints. This would then be a worthwhile trip. After the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom's vanguard had stationed at the entrance, these sectless cultivators knew to stay far away. They were not dumb enough to oppose a giant monster such as the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. Han Yuanho has arrived. Not long after Zhen Weiho finished his encampment, there was another royal noble who arrived by riding a dragon horse. This royal noble only had 3 to 5 followers, but he possessed a powerful primordial blood energy that caused weaker cultivators to lose their colors. Witnessing the arrival of Han Yuanho from afar, many cultivators spoke with admiration. Han Yuanho is quite hard to judge, was only bestowed the title royal noble for not more than 50 years, yet he already obtained the mortal king's special permission to have the qualification in entering the evil-infested ridge. Zhen Weiho, as the host, simply clasped his hands together to greet the arrival of Han Yuanho and didn't prepare any special arrangement for him. Han Yuanho, in front of Zhen Weiho, was also very careful and arranged everything himself. Then, there were many other royal nobles from the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, with the qualifications to enter the evil-infested ridge, who also arrived one after another. However, within their own groups, only one royal noble could actually enter. The Violet Cloud sect has arrived. As the day went on, there were many disciples from the big sects and powerful nations outside of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom that arrived. The Violet Cloud sect arrived from a rainbow in the sky, spanning across the ridge. After the disciples of the Violet Cloud sect had arrived, Zhen Weiho ordered some disciples to greet them. The disciples of the Violet Cloud sect were all extraordinary and had purple energy. A wise man would notice that the majority of these disciples had stepped into the heaven's primal realm. For the younger generation, to be able to reach the heaven's primal realm was an excellent achievement. Especially when 10 years ago, it was still during the difficult Tao era. With the lack of heaven's will and how the world's essence was dried up, it made cultivation extremely difficult. A person movingly said, "The Flying Dragon Lake has also arrived, very hot stuff." I heard that this time, the Flying Dragon Lake was personally led by its young master. Rumor has it that the young master of Flying Dragon was a giant python that cultivated into a demon, and there was even a chance for him to become Demon King in the future. The arrival of the flying dragon lake carried the roar of a dragon. One giant dragon spanned across the sky and carried 100 disciples. They were all extraordinarily talented. However, the disciples of the flying dragon lake were all demons versed in the Tao and had different appearances. Some had a human body but the head of a hawk, some had ox horns, and some at the back had human heads on a bird's body. Seeing the arrival of new countries along with big sects, a few inexperienced cultivators didn't know the reasons and curiously asked, "How come there are no ancient saints arriving?" An older cultivator said, "There is something you aren't aware of." The old legends had it that the evil-infested ridge was a place to train the disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect. It was meant to be a hellish training ground and only awarded to the younger generations, so only cultivators under the ancient saint realm could enter. Otherwise, any higher cultivators would be suppressed by immortal power. An even more experienced cultivator gently shook his head and explained, "Ancient saints will not easily appear at the moment. The difficult Tao era made everyone suffer for a long 30,000 years. The majority of grand characters above the enlightened being level were all accomplished before the last 30,000 years. Within these 30,000 years, no matter if they were ancient saints or heavenly kings, their cultivations were stuck at the same place, so new ancient saints within the last era could be counted on one's fingers. Therefore, all of the ancient saints from 30,000 years ago are either dead from old age, or they forcibly froze their lifespan and are reluctant to go outside. Legends had it that 30,000 years ago, the Black Dragon King suddenly became furious and fought against immortal Emperor Ta Kong, wanting to rob the heavens while that was shouldered by him. This battle was murderous to the point where the gods were crying and the devils were lamenting. In the end, the heavens will was ripped apart. After this, the world's energy dried up and this became the hardest 30,000 years for cultivators. During such hard times, many great characters that had reached enlightened being and ancient saint couldn't take another half step forward because of the dried up world's essence, so their cultivation remained at the same place. This era caused countless enlightened beings and ancient saints to die from old age. The ones that managed to escape this fate all froze their lifespan and went into mortal isolation and didn't dare to appear in the world. Ho is indeed a title, with all of these house appearing. Ho meaning noble or marquis and are given by the mortal king. Hun Yuan equals primordial. Mortal isolation equals a cultivation session that will determine whether you live or die. Also, this is an explanation of why the cleansing incense ancient sex elders are all stuck at royal noble and below, even if their aptitudes were limited. Chapter 100. This tough era had only ended 10 years ago. So many geniuses ended their path at the enlightened being realm. To be able to reach the ancient saint realm would mean that the person was a peerless talent. In these last 30,000 years, countless geniuses lamented being born into the wrong generation. Boom! Boom! A thunderous roar resounded in the sky. Suddenly, there was a group of cavalry riding the air. Their godly stallions underneath them moved like lightning as they trampled the empty space, traveling several hundred miles in just a second. This cavalry that came from the sky left behind streams of shadows due to their magnificent speed. Nay, after a long neigh, the cavalry, like a wave of torrential steel, suddenly stopped on top of the cliffs. There were almost 1,000 riders, but their formations were extremely organized. It was as natural as the flowing waters and floating clouds. This cavalry squad was clad in the same pure color of iron armor as if they had just returned from a battlefield. The squad's disciples were chilling with killing intent. The whole team was cold and heartless with a murderous aura that filled the sky and rendered others to be unable to breathe. Everyone held their breaths thinking about the heaven-frightening power that was able to groom such a powerful iron cavalry. This had to be a powerful sect or nation. The Jiangzhou clan, seeing this scene, many people were shocked at witnessing a true ancient lineage. Even the Violet Cloud sect master couldn't help but mutter, "This generation of the Jiangzhou clan is definitely ferocious with wave after wave of talents, ah." Seeing such an ancient clan, the arrogant group of geniuses of the Flying Dragon Lake also lost their colors and didn't dare to provoke such an ancient existence. A serpent demon lord of the dragon-flying lake was extremely dreadful and murmured, the Jiangzhou clan, an existence that is even older than the cleansing incense ancient sect. The iron cavalry of the Jiangzhou clan was led by a young man. He was cold and emotionless. He was encompassed in a godly aura and his body was akin to a jade mountain, yet he was still able to jump down from his godly stallion with ease. Jiangzhou Ho, this person is extremely unfathomable. He's only around 20 years old but is already a marquis. Even an official royal noble, such as Hun Yuan Ho, was moved when he saw this young man. Seeing the Jiangzhou clan's arrival, Zhen Weiho didn't dare to be careless and personally welcomed them. The Jiangzhou clan, so extremely ancient. It was not only older than the cleansing incense ancient sect but some even say that an extremely great virtuous monarch came from it and he was a strong enemy of immortal Emperor Min Ren when he was younger. There were even rumors that the young immortal Emperor Min Ren had lost to him before. Virtuous monarch Jiangzhou. An old demon lord of the flying dragon lake exclaimed, I heard that he was a rival of immortal Emperor Min Ren during their younger days, but unfortunately, he still lost in the hands of immortal Emperor Min Ren in the end and couldn't shoulder the heaven's will. The other cultivators who were listening became astonished from finally realizing how frightening the Jiangzhou clan was. When Min Ren was younger, he could be described as peerless amongst his generation. Even though his origin was humble, he had swept through countless powerful enemies when he was younger. He even trespassed into forbidden burials and fought inside the ancient earth. Oh, what kind of invincible youth he was. However, the ancestor of the Jiangzhou clan was able to defeat the young Min Ren. This existence couldn't be underestimated. Virtuous monarch Jiangzhou, at that era, was indeed a young genius renowned throughout the mortal emperor world. Jiangzhou Ho, his presence is right behind his ancestor, virtuous monarch Jiangzhou. An older cultivator from the Violet Cloud sect mumbled, I heard that the Jiangzhou clan has extremely high expectations of him and believe that he can definitely exceed his ancestor. The moment when the difficult Dao era had not yet ended, Jiangzhou Ho was already a great talent. Currently, there is a rumor that he has stepped into the royal noble realm. Many disciples from big sects and powerful nations came after the arrival of the Jiangzhou clan, but their prestige was lacking in comparison. The fact that the Jiangzhou clan still remained so relevant until now was indicative of their heavenly frightening power. The upper cliff of the ridge was filled with many cultivators that had started to set up their camp. Some had a treasure pavilion hovering in the sky with their disciples residing inside. Some had ancient giant ships as their temporary homes. There were also many cultivators on the ground that gathered in droves, just to discuss recent matters. However, cultivators that came to the evil-infested ridge were not just limited to these. In the sky, there would occasionally be cultivators that rode on their swords or eagles to arrive, and sometimes even a huge flying mountain would show up. There was a multitude of colorful and strange scenes. One could even say that people that arrived on the ground do not have the qualifications to enter the evil-infested ridge. In the end, for cultivators, reaching the heavens mandate realm would allow for one to use flying treasures to fly. After reaching the heavens primal realm, the cultivators could stomp on space to fly. A cultivator that isn't able to fly, this was enough to show how low their cultivation was. Cultivators or low-ranking sects like these essentially were not eligible to enter the ridge. Bang! 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 The moment when numerous cultivators were eagerly awaiting the arrival of bigger sects that came to join the party at the evil-infested ridge, the mountains and earth suddenly shook, as if there was an earth bull shaking its body. Many cultivators were scared to the point where they fled into the sky to avoid the tremors. A surprised cultivator wondered, what is happening? Is the evil-infested ridge wanting to open? However, very soon, many people found that it was not anything like that. At this moment, they saw a giant snail slowly crawl up the ridge. It was as big as a mountain. Seeing this giant snail, many people were dumbfounded. Many of them had not seen such a huge snail during their whole lives. What was even more surprising was that on top of the snail's back, there was a group of more than 1,000 people. Seeing how slow the snail was crawling up the ridge, many cultivators couldn't help but laugh. They had never seen such a funny matter before. Fuck, you guys have legs yet don't know how to walk. All of you sitting on the snail's back, are you not afraid of crushing it to death? A cultivator felt that this scene was too funny and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Another one loudly sneered towards the people sitting on the snail. Your snail is crawling so slowly, do you want everyone to help push you up? Otherwise, what year will you all actually crawl up here? This caused another wave of laughter and the spectators all felt that this scene was too irrational. Of course, it was Li Qia's group on the snail's back. With Niufan's speed, he could crawl up the ridge in a flash, but Li Qia was just enjoying the surrounding scenery as he was filled with nostalgia. Facing wave after wave of laughter, Tu Buyu and Gu Taizhou could calmly sit there, but people with thin skin, like Luo Fenghua, couldn't do anything but smile mirthlessly with a hint of embarrassment. Li Qia was also as calm as an ancient god and he leisurely sat at the same place while he enjoyed his travel. He essentially didn't care about the laughter of the crowd. Riding this snail towards the top of the ridge was like riding a godly stallion in his own courtyard, comfortable and relaxing. When the snail was climbing up the hill, many cultivators from the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom recognized the flag of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect and said, "It is the people from the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect." Seeing that it was the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, this caused many other cultivators to glance at each other in confusion. 30,000 years ago, this was a territory of this sect. During those years, who dared to gather at this place? Today, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect was declining. Not only could the world congregate at this spot, but the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, as the previous owner, had long lost the qualifications to enter the ridge. After the war 30,000 years ago, the Heavenly Gods sect did not allow the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect to be involved with the ridge. In reality, the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect no longer had the power to encroach near the ridge. However, the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect had arrived today and caused many cultivators to be perplexed. This meant that there would be a conflict between them and the Heavenly Gods sect, along with the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. A few lineages from within the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom were secretly alarmed because not long before this, the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect had executed Dong Xinglong and Jin Weiho. They even arrogantly destroyed the mortal king's will. This set off a huge storm and everyone thought that the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect didn't care for the face of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. However, the Nine Saint Demon Gate took a step and settled this matter. Still, this matter had not passed for too long yet the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect was now arriving at the ridge. Wasn't this making things difficult for the Heavenly God sect? Sitting on Niufan's back, Li Qia looked through the ancient stone entrance at the edge of the cliff and couldn't help but become emotional. Stop! At this time, a loud and deafening yell rang in the air. Zhen Weiho brought a team to block the path and angrily exclaimed, "Gu Taizhou, this path is blocked." At this moment, Zhen Weiho's anger reached the heavens and he didn't hold back his royal noble aura. It furiously rolled forward, wanting to suppress the disciples of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. Why is it blocked? Gu Taizhou stood up and glared at Zhen Weiho. Zhen Weiho glowered back at Gu Taizhou. Him and Dong Xinglong had a great personal relationship, but Dong Xinglong was executed by the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. How could he not be vengeful towards this sect? If it wasn't for the order from the mortal king, he would have claimed justice for Dong Xinglong. A tiny sect like your Cleansing Incense Ancient sect dares to come to this place? Zhen Weiho coldly scowled and contemptuously said, "Your Cleansing Incense Ancient sect does not have the qualifications to enter the evil-infested ridge." That's right, the evil-infested ridge no longer belongs to your sect. Roll back however far you came from and don't look for trouble. Men from the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom started to sneer. From start to finish, Li Qia never looked at Zhen Weiho. He only calmly said, "The places I want to go, there is still no one that could stop me. Elder Gu, make him roll." A rank within virtuous paragon. Chapter 101. Li Qia's words suddenly made the people on the ridge change their expressions. Marquis of Suppressive Might was a previous generation royal noble of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom and had a very high status. Plus, his cultivation was at the peak of royal nobles and caused others to be very wary. He and Marquis of Violet Mountain were equally famous within the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. Ignorant animal. Today, this hoe will take care of you. Marquis of Suppressive Might's expression greatly soured. As a royal noble, he had never been denounced by a younger generation. This matter greatly diminished his status. Under this anger, he directly struck towards Li Chia. A giant palm as large as a mountain, this move could completely crush Li Chia. A boom sound occurred, but Li Chia still sat on the snail, completely firm and immobile. He basically didn't even watch the strike. Gu Taizhou slid over to stop Marquis of Suppressive Might's giant palm. Marquis of Suppressive Might, if you want to fight, then I will just have to humor you. There is no need to make a move against juniors. Gu Taizhou coldly said. These words of Gu Taizhou immediately alarmed other people. He simply wasn't afraid of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. This was essentially a slap to their face. One has to remember that the declining Cleansing Incense ancient sect had always kept a low profile, let alone directly oppose the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. At this moment, Gu Taizhou, without a care, decided to fight Marquis of Suppressive Might just for a junior. Could this be the rising momentum of the Cleansing Incense ancient sect? Good, good, good. Gu Taizhou, this hoe wants to see the power of you and the Cleansing Incense ancient sect. Let it all out. Marquis of Suppressive Might chillingly glared at Li Chia and said, wait until this seat slays Gu Taizhou. Then, it still wouldn't be too late to slay you as well, little brat. Finished speaking, he flew up to the sky. Within a blink, Marquis of Suppressive Might and Gu Taizhou were both situated in a corner of the sky. Their blood energies filled the air as their life wheels rotated up and down with unlimited blood gushes that contained blood aura in waves. The aura of the royal nobles swept across 10,000 miles. In the face of the battle between two royal nobles, weaker cultivators shivered from the frightening aura of the royal nobles even when they were fighting in the sky. Marquis of Suppressive Might, with a magical pagoda in his right hand and Tao laws that emerged from his eyes, coldly stared at Gu Taizhou. Meanwhile, Gu Tieshou's gaze was sharp as his fate palace sat on top of his head and exuded an undying brilliance. His longevity treasure continuously channeled his always rolling blood like an unstoppable torrential flood. Kill! Marquis of Suppressive Might let out a deafening roar and his magical pagoda exploded. In a flash, the pagoda became as big as a mountain. The moment it opened, countless powerful energies, like gigantic waves, came out and were capable of breaking mountains. Open, Gu Taizhou cried out and widened his fate palace. One could only see a Kuan-Peng jumping and snapping its tail. With a bam, at this moment, the Kuan-Peng covered the ocean and its heavy tail swept the sea water, causing the powerful energy from the magical pagoda to be returned. Marquis of Suppressive Might was shocked and immediately commanded for his magical pagoda to withdraw the reversed energy flow. However, right at this moment, Gu Taizhou flew in the sky like a Kuan-Peng and immediately appeared in front of Marquis of Suppressive Might. A Kuan-Peng swooped down with its wings that covered the whole sky and flattened the mountain peaks and knocked away the cliffs. Kill! This imposing aura made Marquis of Suppressive Might's face ugly. He no longer held back his strength and used the magical pagoda to borrow the world's energy. It also had a suppressing downward force, like a rainbow that destroyed the empty space and crossed through the earth, that wanted to suppress the Kuan-Peng. In a short amount of time, the fight between Gu Taizhou and Marquis of Suppressive Might caused the earth to shatter and the sky to freeze in another corner of the heavens. Marquis of Suppressive Might had his magical pagoda unleashing chaos everywhere while Gu Taizhou didn't even summon his life treasure. He only used the Kuan-Peng's 6 variants to directly face the treasure of Marquis of Suppressive Might. This scene caused others to lose their colors. Whether it was Marquis of Primordial Origins of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom or the experienced cultivators of the Violet Cloud sect and even the demons of the Flying Dragon Lake, they were not capable of doing such a task. As for the other cultivators, they were breathless under the suppression of the killing intent. Peerless Emperor Merit Law, ah. Seeing how Gu Taizhou was able to fight to this extent without using a life treasure and only rely on the Kuan Peng's 6 variants, it caused Marquis of Primordial Origins to murmur with a pale expression. The cultivators present that were aware of the worldly matters were amazed. For instance, the turtle monarch of the Flying Dragon Lake admiringly spoke, the Kuan Peng's 6 variants ah. It is the peerless emperor merit law of immortal emperor Min Ren and copies the invincible Kuan Peng's transformations. Even the Jiangzhou clan's Marquis of the Eastern River, seeing the Kuan Peng's 6 variants, thought about utilizing different methods to seize this merit law from the cleansing incense ancient sect. His eyes became cold and emitted chilling and frightening intentions. To him and the Jiangzhou clan, this particular emperor merit law had a special meaning. Immortal Emperor Min Ren's merit laws were a type of pain to the Jiangzhou clan. Their ancestor, virtuous monarch Jiangzhou, was an untouchable mighty giant and the most gifted of talents during that era. Even Min Ren had lost to him before. However, in the end, immortal Emperor Min Ren had the last laugh. The merit laws created by their ancestor were no match for the merit laws created by Min Ren. Shouldering the heaven's will, Min Ren ultimately created immortal merit laws. This meant that no matter whether it was an ancient method or a virtuous paragon merit law, in the end, they were all inferior to Min Ren's merit laws by one step. Seeing the invincibility of the Kuan Peng's 6 variants, it caused Marquis of the Eastern River's eyes to become terrible. If they were able to seize the cleansing incense ancient sect's emperor merit law, then the power of the Jiangzhou clan would be raised to a new height. Within this short amount of time, many people wanted to destroy the cleansing incense ancient sect in order to seize their merit laws. Their greed caused them to salivate while they secretly planned. This was the reason why previously, Gu Taizhou rarely took action, as well as being hesitant when using his emperor merit law. This type of existence truly incited the greed from other people. But at this moment, the situation had changed. Li Qiye didn't look at the battlefield too much and commanded Niu Fen to go towards the stone entrance on top of the ridge. Stop, this isn't a place that the cleansing incense ancient sect can enter. Quickly leave. Otherwise, your cleansing incense ancient sect will meet a sect-destroying disaster. The disciple of Marquis of Suppressive Might yelled and blocked the path of Niu Fen. A sect-destroying disaster? Li Qiye, who sat on top of the snail, coldly glared at the people from the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom and said, anyone who wants to attack the cleansing incense ancient sect, I will always welcome them. The more the better. Otherwise, if it wasn't too clamorous, it wouldn't be as fun. Now, get the fuck out. Truly big words. Since when did the cleansing incense ancient sect have such an arrogant disciple? Do you dare to challenge the whole world? Li Qiye's words made many people look at each other. You are courting death. Li Qiye's arrogant attitude angered the people of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, and life treasures immediately struck towards Li Qiye on top of the snail. Boom! However, Niu Fen's giant body stopped. More than 100 fighters, who blocked Li Qiye's path, were knocked away. The moment they were up in the air, a tentacle suddenly flew forward and dragged all of the flying fighters into its mouth, eating these 100 fighters like a hungry tiger. This demonic being, seeing Niu Fen swallow so many fighters in just one bite, made many people shiver as they felt a chill from their backs. The snail of the cleansing incense ancient sect gave rise to such a shocking result. Even Su Pei's face was pale, with cold sweat in her palms, as she asked, it can also eat people? It is a ferocious beast whose life was given by the heavens. What is so strange about eating people? Li Qiye calmly answered as he sat on the snail. It was as if nothing had happened. The cleansing incense ancient sect felt a cold shiver of fear in their hearts. Niu Fen was just like an uninteresting old man, dried and skinny. The disciples thought he was just a demon snail, but at the moment, after seeing Niu Fen eat more than 100 fighters, they were shaken down to their core. This was not a regular demon but an extremely fierce existence. If Li Qiye wasn't here, they wouldn't dare sit calmly on Niu Fen's back. Of course, the disciples didn't know that the heavenly ancestral snail was a terrible existence in the ancient era. However, later on, they were almost killed to the point of extinction, so the world rarely saw them. At this moment, the snail slowly crawled to the stone door. The powerful fighters of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom were shivering in fear and kept on backing up. They didn't dare to stop its path since this snail was such a frightening existence. Li Qie jumped down when the snail had arrived. 2 giant stone doors were next to the ridge. At this moment, the doors were tightly shut. These doors were built on top of a heavenly pedestal, as if this used to be a ceremonial altar. Whether they were part of an altar or simple stone doors, at this moment, they couldn't maintain their original appearance. The stone foundation was not complete and the doors were scarred with weapon marks. It was apparent that someone had tried to attack this monolith. The truth was that not many people were happy with the evil-infested ridge only opening once every 100 years. There were many people who wanted to pierce through the doors. Unfortunately, no one had ever been successful, not even virtuous paragons. Li Qie gently touched the stone doors. The evil-infested ridge had experienced many ancient stories. In reality, immortal Emperor Min Ren was not the first to enter the ridge. When Li Qie was still the Dark Crow, Min Ren was not the only person he brought inside. However, in the end, they expended countless efforts and turned the evil-infested ridge into the property of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Do you know who was the actual first to open this place in the far distant era? Li Qie finally removed his hands and asked Li Shuangyan, who was standing next to him. Chapter 102, Li Shuangyan gave him a cold look and didn't say anything. She was familiar with this expression. Everything was already under Li Qie's control whenever he showed this expression. Many people paid attention to Li Qie when he looked at the stone door, and there was also attention towards Li Shuangyan, who was next to him. She attracted even more gazes from the younger disciples. Who is that boy? Li Qie's arrival was reprimanded by Marquis of Suppressive Might, but afterwards, he still spoke conceited nonsense. At this moment, he even had a peerless beauty like Li Shuangyan by his side. It would be too difficult to not attract the attention of the people. Even people of the older generation were perplexed and thought that Li Qie's origin must be heavenly frightening. I heard that he is the prime disciple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect from 2 years ago. He's not very exceptional and is only a disciple with a mortal physique, mortal life, and mortal fate. Rumor has it that he was only eligible to become the prime disciple because he found the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect's ancient order. There were a few sects close to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect and discovered some information regarding Li Qie. Hearing this caused many people to glance at each other. He was a disciple with only a mortal physique and mortal fate, yet he was still being so arrogant. Was he tired of living? The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect truly has no talents. This type of disciple is considered a treasure. Seeing Li Shuangyan next to Li Qie caused the hearts of many to be uncomfortable, especially the younger ones. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect only values him because he has the backing of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. As a royal noble of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, Marquis of Primordial Origins somewhat knew the inside story, and he said, "It is said that the progenitor of the 9 Saint Demon Gate established an ancestral rule. If the prime disciple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect was male and the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate was female, then the descendant would have to marry the prime disciple so that the 2 sects would be in-laws. Isn't this a bouquet of flowers stuck into a pile of cow manure?" A few young ones that heard this news became indignant and felt injustice for Li Shuangyan. Goddess Li's beauty is peerless. She is also the grand beauty of our Grand Middle Territory. Rumor has it that she has a Saint Fate Palace along with a peerless aptitude. She's definitely a young genius. For an amazing character like Goddess Li, even throughout the whole Grand Middle Territory, there are only so few people who could be a good match for her. There was a talent from Old Ox Country who proposed a marriage to the 9 Saint Demon Gate, but he was refused. And now, such a peerless character like Goddess Li is betrothed to a bag of straw? This is so unfair. The young cultivators gritted their teeth in an indignant and infuriated manner. It was as if everyone in the world was displeased with this matter. That's right, it's so unfortunate for Goddess Li. A character like her shouldn't be in this situation. At the Grand Middle Territory, countless people adored Li Shuangyan. In the hearts of countless cultivators, Li Shuangyan was their goddess. Today, she was betrothed to such a bag of straws. How could they not be feeling indignant? In a short amount of time, many angry glares, that were seemingly capable of killing him, fell upon Li Chia. Li Chia's great fortune caused others to be hateful. It turns out to be a loser that is only relying on a woman to be arrogant. A genius like Marquis of the Eastern River also contemptuously glared at Li Chia. Li Chia, this type of person, he is not worthy to be Marquis of the Eastern River's opponent. The moment Li Chia returned his hands, he looked at the battlefield and saw that Gu Taizhou and Marquis of Suppressive Might were unable to determine a victor. He shook his head and said, "Elder Gu, the Kunpeng's 6 variants does not rely on its offensive power but its space-traversing property. You still don't understand its profound principles, so you cannot exert its true power. For the Kunpeng's 6 variants, power isn't important. The importance lies in its ability to escape the confinements of space. Gather the power of space, then naturally release it." Gu Taizhou, using the Kunpeng's 6 variants, was powerful and continuously broke the offense of Marquis of Suppressive Might, but the true treasure of Marquis of Suppressive Might was not just for show. His attack was relentless and became increasingly murderous. Li Chia's words moved Gu Taizhou. A fate merit law was not only the foundation of the Tao, but it was also a technique to protect the fate palace and punish one's enemies. Therefore, Gu Taizhou didn't even need a life treasure and directly used the Kunpeng's 6 variants to, once again, suppress Marquis of Suppressive Might. Moreover, he became more comfortable as the battle went on. Gu Taizhou felt a bit proud. Before, he could only hide his strength and couldn't battle and kill. He definitely couldn't meet an opponent at the same level. However, now, he was using the Kunpeng's 6 variants so meticulously that it caused Gu Taizhou to feel extremely satisfied. Now, Gu Tieshou's heart was shaken. Until a moment ago, he had only used the Kunpeng's 6 variants for 2 purposes. The first was to cultivate his Tao foundation and refine his true fate, while the second was to punish the enemies and protect his body. At this moment, Li Chia's words broke through his limited understanding. "Roll." The phrase woke up someone from his dream. Gu Taizhou roared and the Kunpeng landed at the top of his head. At this moment, the Kunpeng was only as big as a fist. It swung its tail at an extremely alarming pace, and there was an immediate feeling of space and power that began to pile up 1,000 times. Within a flash of light, Gu Taizhou released a punch. This was the Black Tiger Crawling Heart, the most ordinary technique in the cleansing incense ancient sect. However, this punch carried along the 1,000 rhythms from the Kunpeng and a power of the endless Grand Tao. This punch looked like an ordinary punch, but the blood energy's future waves encompassed the other older waves and cascaded into many layers. With his life will rolling, it flooded out like an entire sea of blood. Bang, 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 in a flash, the space under this one punch cracked like a mirror and finally, a boom sound emerged. The punch heavily struck the treasure pagoda of Marquis of Suppressive Might. Marquis of Suppressive Might's treasure pagoda was a true treasure. At this moment, it risked its life to borrow the world's energy. The world's energy turned into a spring as it was channeled into the pagoda, but it was not enough to block this one punch. This one punch knocked the treasure pagoda, along with Marquis of Suppressive Might, more than 1,000 miles away. Bang, 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 the remaining aftershock of the punch slammed the ground and a few mountains were shattered into dust. Under the power of this punch, many people lost their colors. The ones with shallow cultivation shivered in fear and their legs went weak. This is the true power of an emperor's merit law. Seeing this one punch collapse the world, the turtle monarch from the flying dragon lake became pale. This was an incomprehensible matter, using one fist to blow away a life treasure. However, Gu Taizhou was able to do it. Emperor merit laws were truly frightening. It was no wonder why immortal emperors could shoulder the heaven's will. Gu Taizhou couldn't calm his excitement right now. He finally understood the profound principles of this emperor merit law. Even though Li Chia had instructed him before, he always viewed the Kunpeng's 6 variants as a killing technique. It seemed like he, in the past, couldn't utilize the true power of the merit law that was created by the patriarch. Kill. At this time, Marquis of Suppressive Might jumped and screamed. He didn't have any noticeable injuries because he had his own true treasure to protect his body. At this moment, he no longer used his treasure pagoda. From his roar came a godly saber, slashing straight forward across 1,000 miles. It cut through the mountains and rivers. This blade carried the presence of an ancient saint. It was as if an ancient saint's long arms had maneuvered to conduct this one-hit kill. An ancient saint life treasure. A cultivator surprisingly exclaimed as he saw this blade cross the sky. The presence of an ancient saint caused others to be in a daze. Earth transformation, Gu Taizhou loudly screamed. Suddenly, his whole body felt as if it was carrying a heavy weight while the rolling blood energy became condensed. The waves of blood became increasingly impactful with monstrous power. At this moment, Gu Taizhou still only punched once, and it was still the black tiger crawling heart, fist, but it carried the condensed power of the earth. It was no longer a regular punch from Gu Taizhou. Clank, something impossible to imagine happened. Gu Taizhou used this fist to knock away the ancient saint saber. This was enough to determine who was superior. Heaven transformation. After releasing this fist, Gu Tieshou's speed suddenly exceeded one's imaginations. He instantly drew near Marquis of Suppressive Might and used the most common fist to collapse Marquis of Suppressive Might's chest. The snapping sound of broken bones resounded. Blood gushed out, like a spring, from Marquis of Suppressive Might's mouth as he was knocked far away again. This time, he was truly wounded, and it was not a light injury. Injuring the enemy made Gu Taizhou ecstatic. Before, when he fought against another royal noble, he was at a huge disadvantage under the ancient saint's formation. However, at the moment, he could injure Marquis of Suppressive Might who carried a life treasure. This made him understand that this was the true power of the Emperor Merit Law. The Kunpeng's 6 variants, Heaven Transformation, Earth Transformation, Dark Space Transformation, Tsunami Transformation, Sea Transformation, Galaxy Transformation. Gu Taizhou finally understood that the Kunpeng's 6 variants was not just a simple technique. Now this is the Kunpeng's 6 variants. Otherwise, it would be too unworthy of the effort immortal Emperor Min Ren put in to create this law. Li Qie watched Gu Tieshou's moment of enlightenment and nodded his head approvingly. One has to know that the Kunpeng's 6 variants was the strongest Emperor Merit Law from immortal Emperor Min Ren. In order to create this merit law that year, under the Dark Crow's instruction, little brat Min Ren took a great risk to observe a Kunpeng. This scene shook everyone's gazes. Marquis of the Eastern River's eyes became serious and was filled with a cold and frightening sensation. At this moment, the Kunpeng's 6 variants was too tempting for him. If he could steal the Kunpeng's 6 variants and successfully cultivate it, he could look down on the entire contemporary younger generation. It is time to finish this. Marquis of Suppressive Might vomited blood from anger and crazily screamed. At this moment, he spit out a godly umbrella. The moment this godly umbrella came out, there was an immediate sound of ghosts wailing and gods screaming. The sky even started to pour a rain of blood. The family heirloom of Marquis of Suppressive Might, the heavenly sovereign blood umbrella. Seeing this godly umbrella open, countless people were left aghast. This was a heavenly sovereign true treasure, a heavenly's will true treasure. It was very terrifying. Even a small drop of blood from this rain was enough to refine an enlightened being. The one who will be finished is you. Seeing the opponent bring out a heavenly sovereign true treasure, Gu Tieshou's expression sank. At this moment, Gu Taizhou took out his weapon. A boom rang out and the moment this one weapon came to being. If the enemies continue to exist, then I will no longer exist. At this moment, weaker cultivators bellowed without stop with their legs weak as they directly fell to the ground. A virtuous paragon life treasure. Seeing this one weapon coming down from the heavens, the expressions of Marquis of Primordial Origins' group greatly changed and bursted into horror. A virtuous paragon life treasure. Even though a true treasure was far stronger than a life treasure, a virtuous paragon was much stronger than a heavenly sovereign. The moment this one weapon struck down, a deafening bang filled the air. Marquis of Suppressive Might, along with his umbrella, was knocked flying away as his blood flowed like the rain. The sound of bones shattering continuously resounded. Chapter 103. A virtuous paragon life treasure was an item that could cause many people to shiver. A virtuous paragon, no matter which era, was an existence that could cause the rain to fall and wind to blow in an entire corner of the world. They could even trample the 8 Desolaces. However, to become a virtuous paragon was not such an easy matter. In any given generation, a virtuous paragon was enough to establish a sect, or even establish a profound heritage. Even though the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect had lost its emperor weapons, it still had 3 or 5 virtuous paragon life treasures. These were the last hidden cards of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. To many great sects and powerful nations, virtuous paragon life treasures and true treasures were the national treasures or sect-protecting existences. The Cleansing Incense Ancient sect still had 3 or 5 virtuous paragon life treasures left. This was called a thin camel is still greater than a fat horse. Before, when Li Qie only said one word, he then immediately cut the imperial word and destroyed the mortal king's will. Towards this legendary character with a mortal physique, mortal life, and mortal fate, the prime disciple of the 3rd generation of the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect, he was a bit dreadful. Marquis of Violet Mountain, as a previous generation royal noble, had seen many waves and winds. He had a good eye for judging other people, as well as the ability to guess people's thoughts. There were many cultivators and sects here who were surprised because, after the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect lost their ancient kingdom, it no longer had the chance to participate in the evil-infested ridge. However, at this moment, the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom was especially compromising for the sect to enter the ridge. Could it be that the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect of today had truly revived? There were royal nobles that knew the inside stories, so they sighed. It seems like the 9 Saint Demon Gate has decided to support the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. At this moment, Gu Taizhou also glanced at Li Qie. Currently, whether or not to kill, it was up to a single phrase from Li Qie. As for Marquis of Suppressive Might, he was a fish on a platter and couldn't do anything but accept his fate. His Majesty said that this time, for the journey into the evil-infested ridge, all of the sects and royal nobles of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom have to be harmonious, and work together, hand in hand, to seize the treasures. Seeing Gu Taizhou glancing at Li Qie, Marquis of Violet Mountain was smart enough to say a few words that were advantageous for the Cleansing Incense Ancient sect. As for the harmonious and hand-in-hand comment, the mortal king did not say. However, outsiders had no way to know. At this moment, Marquis of Violet Mountain didn't want to escalate this matter. Last time, he could only bring the heads of Dong Xinglong and Marquis of Fierce Warfare back. If something also went wrong this time and he had to bring back the head of Marquis of Suppressive Might, then he would have nothing to say to the mortal king. This matter forced him to throw away the face of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. If everyone was just confused, then let us forget about this misunderstanding. Li Qie leisurely smiled. He was very comfortable and at ease, like he was standing in his own garden. Gu Taizhou didn't say another word and put away the virtuous paragon life treasure, then he silently went back to his place. As for Marquis of Violet Mountain, he could only bitterly smile. He could only swallow the bitterness of this situation. Under these circumstances, his intuition told him that the most frightening thing was not the number 1 expert, Gu Taizhou, but this Li Qie, who seemingly had a shallow cultivation. Marquis of Violet Mountain didn't have any other choice. Unless there was an enlightened being or an ancient saint that came, named heroes and royal nobles were not capable to reversing this situation. His instinct was telling him that if he dared to make a move, this young person in front of him would eat him alive. This was a demon who would eat humans without spitting out the bones. Marquis of Suppressive Might was mortally wounded and more than 100 experts were eaten alive, yet only one word, misunderstanding, was enough to let the whole thing go. To Marquis of Violet Mountain, as a royal noble, even in his whole life, this was harder to swallow than a fly. However, if he didn't deal with it like this, then not only Marquis of Suppressive Might, but maybe even his own head would be brought back by another person. Many cultivators glanced at each other and felt that the cleansing incense ancient sect was too arrogant this time. Could it be that the backing behind the sect was this frightening? Bang, 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 when the cultivators were still staring at each other, a thunderous sound appeared. It was like an army of 10,000 stallions riding and the sounds of heavy battle drums beating. At this time, many people lifted their heads up to observe this phenomenon. They could only see ancient chariots, crushing the empty space. They came like a wave of steel, leaving behind mottled marks on the golden wheels. There were not many chariots, there were only around 10. However, these chariots sounded just like 10,000 riders. The chariots were made from godly gold and rushed forward, causing others to think about a powerful division made from thousands of wolves and tigers. The chariots didn't land on the ground, they stopped in the air above the ridge. Each and every ancient chariot emitted a powerful aura and was scarred with battle marks. This was not a decorative carriage but a chariot of the battlefield. Before, the Jiangzhou clan used 1,000 stallions to arrive with a surging momentum. However, compared to these 10 chariots, the presence was much greater than the Jiangzhou clan. The Nantian clan, seeing the banners on the chariots, a person exclaimed, "They are the ancient chariots from the southern heavenly nation. Which prince has arrived?" Seeing the aura of the chariots, the old expert of the Violet Cloud sect lost his colors as he murmured, "To travel with more than 10 chariots, only a prince would have this standard." Hearing the words, Nantian clan, many cultivators lost their colors. Although Marquis of the Eastern River was from the Jiangzhou clan and it was an ancient family, but in front of the Nantian clan, the Jiangzhou clan wouldn't dare to call themselves an ancient family. The Nantian clan was much older than the Jiangzhou clan. The Nantian clan dated back to the Desolate Expansion era. During that era, heavenly beasts and longevity spirits were rampaging about, but the Nantian clan still towered in one direction. They overcame all obstacles and treacheries during the desolate time of the world. Chapter 104. Even a weak clan that had survived from the Desolate Expansion era had had an immortal emperor, such as Immortal Emperor Fei Yang. His whole life, Fei Yang proudly wandered over the 9 worlds. What was even more extraordinary was that the Nantian clan ruled over the southern heavenly nation for more than 1,000,000 years without falling. Think about it for a moment, between the Desolate Expansion era to the Emperor's era, there were countless years with countless ups and downs. Many heritages came crashing down into smoke and disappeared from the river of time. However, the Nantian clan was able to dominate an entire sphere and rule over a vast nation, standing strong without falling. Think about how frightening this clan had been. The Jiangzhou clan might have existed for many years, but compared to the Nantian clan, they were far too lacking. Plus, the Jiangzhou clan also didn't rule over a persistently powerful nation like the Nantian clan. The Nantian clan established their nation a long time ago, and it was called the Southern Heavenly Nation. It had an immortal emperor, Fei Yang, and had enough power to be considered an ancient kingdom. However, even though others referred to it as the Southern Heavenly Ancient Kingdom, they themselves called it the Southern Heavenly Kingdom. As for why, not a single person knew. This was why people assumed that it was because the Nantian clan was modest. At this point, a leading young teen came down from the chariot. He had the presence of a dragon and tiger. Wearing a golden silk crown with a 4-clawed dragon engraving robe, he was handsome and arrogant. As he walked, step by step, he was no different from a dragon and phoenix amongst the human race. In fact, all of the strong experts in the ancient chariots had a similar presence. Despite their attempt of suppressing their own auras, people were still shivering. The person who came down from this chariot was the eminent genius of the Southern Heavenly Kingdom. The Southern Heavenly Regional Monarch, Nantian Hao, a hero not limited by his age. The Southern Heavenly Ancient Kingdom has 2 great heroes, truly worthy of being an ancient nation. Seeing this young man, the turtle monarch of the Flying Dragon Lake, with his vast knowledge, emotionally revealed the identity of the young man. Hearing the name, Nantianhao, many cultivators were shocked. Even the ones who weren't convinced also lost their colors. There was a saying within the southern heavenly kingdom. In the court, there was young King Nantian. Outside of the government, there was Nantianhao. Li Qia's words caused many people standing on the ridge to glance at each other. This boy was truly too arrogant. He didn't notice how gigantic a monster the southern heavenly kingdom was. He just opened his mouth yet already offended the southern heavenly kingdom. If this boy was an absolutely brilliant genius with a heaven-frightening origin, then so be it. However, this boy's blood energy and cultivation were both ordinary. Just a glance was enough to tell that he was someone who feeds off of a woman. No one could believe that he would still be so arrogant. These words caused Nantianhao and the expert on the chariot to become angry. The expert jumped down from the chariot and coldly yelled, "This thing doesn't comprehend life from death. The regional monarch asking you is already a great honor. Shuangyan, slap him." Li Qia didn't even give him a glance as he commanded Li Shuangyan. Pa. The expert from the southern heavenly kingdom had just jumped down and wasn't even fully situated, but his two cheeks were already slapped by Li Shuangyan more than 10 times. Even though this person was a new rising star of the kingdom, compared to a true genius like Li Shuangyan, he was far too lacking. "I'll risk it all against you." The expert roared, but Li Shuangyan immediately exerted her royal noble aura and pointed one finger towards him. With a bang, this expert was knocked away and couldn't stand up in a short amount of time. Li Shuangyan's gaze emitted a chilling air as her royal noble aura billowed. She not only covered the sky with her momentum, that was like a patrolling king, causing 10,000 laws to retreat, but the heavenly Grand Tao also didn't dare to approach her. Such momentum and grand cultivation caused many younger experts to lose their colors. To reach royal noble at such a young age, this was a matter that would make others dreadful. What was even more frightening was that even the laws and heavenly Tao were running away. This left others in horror. Could it be that she is a grand completion pure jade saint physique? The old informed turtle from the flying dragon lake became palely aghast. If this was a grand completion saint physique, then it was a very scary matter. At this moment, not mentioning Marquis of the Eastern River who was a young talent, but even an experienced royal noble like Marquis of Primordial Origins was also alarmed. A young royal noble truly caused others to be fearful. Li Shuangyan's cultivation was the void imperfection immortal physique. The void imperfection physique was also known for not having any stains or corruption. When this physique was completed, all of the laws and heavens had to retreat. This was an extremely frightening physique. The void imperfection immortal physique that Li Shuangyan was currently practicing was the ultimate ancient physique in this world. Imagine for a moment how terrifying this physique was. It was not something that the pure jade saint physique could compare to. At this moment, Li Shuangyan's void imperfection physique was very far from grand completion, but it still caused a frightening scene where 10,000 laws had to retreat. "Boy, do you dare to fight me once or not?" At this moment, Nantianhao's expression was extremely ugly. He pushed all of his fiery anger on Li Qia. His aura surged as his gaze became severe. A sharp cold air surrounded Li Qia. Li Qia finally glanced at Nantianhao and calmly said, "Your southern heavenly kingdom holding its tail and behaving with integrity was the correct decision. Your ancestors called themselves a kingdom and didn't dare to proclaim themselves as an ancient kingdom. At the very least, this was 3 parts wise. Today, you are so arrogant. Do you truly think that you are an ancient nation? Do you truly think that you are of immortal emperor lineage?" Immortal Emperor Fei Yang had never announced that he was a member of the Nantian clan. Li Qia's words caused the people at the ridge to become silent. With regards to public defiance, with regards to overbearing arrogance, no one here was comparable to this guy. This thing that can't comprehend life from death. You dare to talk big and disgrace the southern heavenly kingdom. I will certainly exterminate your 9 familial relations. Exterminate my 9 families? At this moment, Li Qia bursted out in laughter and slowly said, "You're only a kingdom yet you still dare to say that you would exterminate my 9 families? You are painting too much gold on your face. The spectators on the ridge were silent. They had seen many arrogant people, but arrogance to this level was truly invincible. He didn't even put the southern heavenly kingdom in his eyes. This was either an immortal emperor or a crazy madman. You truly have a big tone. Did a mad impetuous disciple appear in the cleansing incense ancient sect? At this moment, a voice rang. A young man stepped forward, followed by many old men. Even though these old men suppressed their pressure, it still caused others to be moved. The young man wore a yellow robe and still maintained his overwhelming aura. The youth had an imposing appearance. With bright eyes and sharp brows, he exuded an extraordinary presence, like a crane in a flock of chicken. The arrival of this young man caused the royal nobles of the heavenly jewel kingdom to come and greet him. Even someone from the previous generation, like Marquis of Violet Mountain, also had to try his best to be respectful in front of this young man. Dao Child Xingtian, seeing this young man, the sect masters of the heavenly jewel kingdom's great heritages couldn't help but change their expressions. Chapter 105, Dao Child Xingtian, the genius of the Grand Middle Territory. At 15 years old, he was already ruling over one part of the heavenly jewel kingdom. With the power to order 1,000,000 troops, he had made many illustrious contributions for the kingdom. The elegant demeanor of Dao Child Xingtian would be outstanding no matter where he went, like a crane amongst the chickens. Dao Child Xingtian was the descendant of the heavenly god sect. There were some that believed he was a noble of the heavenly jewel kingdom, and that he was a prince. The origin of Dao Child Xingtian was quite mysterious. His cultivation was very heaven-defying. There were early rumors that believed he was already a royal noble. Even though he was not bestowed a title, but he had the status of a royal noble, and were even respected by many of them. Dao Child Xingtian's arrival, with his heroic presence and natural royal aura, garnered the attention of the many people present. Even though he rarely appeared, and likewise with the gray-robed old man next to him, they forced others to notice them. Dao Child Xingtian arrived at the ridge and his gaze focused into a celestial light that was seemingly able to pierce through the void. At this point, Dao Child Xingtian glared at Li Chia and said, "A junior of the physique accumulation realm. Do you think that with the backing of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, you could do whatever you feel like? The new golden era has begun. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere, with wave after wave of geniuses appearing. You are only a junior, simply a floating piece of dirt." Even though many grand characters noticed that Li Chia's cultivation was shallow, they couldn't pinpoint the exact level. At the moment when Dao Child Xingtian was able to discern that Li Chia was only of the physique accumulation realm, it caused many to glance at each other. For the aggregation of the cultivators here, the physique accumulation realm was not enough to be put on the table. To be able to stand in this place, at the very least, they had to be at purified rebirth or heaven's primal. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers? Wave after wave of geniuses appearing? Li Chia perched his lips and nonchalantly spoke with a meticulous pronunciation, "Dragons and tigers are only mounts beneath my crotch. No matter the type of genius, they are nothing in front of me. In my presence, geniuses are only dry bones for me to step on as I reach the apex. The grand Tao lasts for ages, only my will is invincible. How many coins are these geniuses worth?" "You truly have an impetuous and arrogant tone," Li Chia saying such thing made others perplexed. One couldn't help but say, "Such crazy and foolish words, you actually dare to say such phrases?" Many cultivators looked at him with disdain. This was indeed bragging straight to the heaven, saying, "How many coins are these geniuses worth?" Even a peerless genius wouldn't dare to say such a thing. "The grand Tao lasts for ages, only my will is invincible." At this time, a clear and beautiful voice appeared. She praisingly exclaimed, "Well said. Geniuses aren't anything special, they were only born with good bones and physiques." Suddenly, these words appeared, confusing the nearby cultivators. At such a key moment, saying these words. Wasn't this making things difficult for Dao Child Xingtian? Unknowingly, a horse carriage appeared in the sky. This horse carriage was not anything special and it didn't garner any particular attention. The driver was an old man who wore a felt hat. However, seeing the words on the horse carriage, they were surprised. A cultivator exclaimed, "The Jewel Pillar Sacred School." The Jewel Pillar Sacred School. Many people's expressions changed after hearing the name of this sect. In the name of this sect was the word pillar, meaning body, and also meaning physique. The Jewel Pillar Sacred School was renowned throughout the Grand Middle Territory, and even the whole mortal emperor world. Even though they never had an immortal emperor, they had many of the best physiques. There was a rumor that stated that this school had the most physiques, that it was number 1 in the Grand Middle Territory. Some even said that they possessed an immortal physique. Legends had it that the Jewel Pillar Sacred School had many virtuous paragons who almost achieved grand completion for their immortal physiques. Thus, people believed that the school had immortal physique merit laws. Seeing this horse carriage, Xingtian Dao was not angry. Instead, he handsomely smiled and said, "Baojiao, you coming to the evil-infested ridge, are you trying to help your husband or are you trying to make me feel vexed?" Dao Child Xingtian's words caused many people to guess the correct identity of the person in the carriage. A surprised person exclaimed, "It is the princess of the Jade Valley country." I heard that the princess of the Jade Valley country and Dao Child Xingtian had a marriage arrangement. Several years ago, the Jade Valley country proposed to the Heavenly God sect. As a result, they married their princess to Dao Child Xingtian. A cultivator spoke softly. Dao Child Xingtian, with unparalleled talents, is the one and only of his kind in the current generation. Many descendants and princesses want to marry him. The Jewel Pillar Sacred School wanting to establish an in-laws relationship with the Heavenly God sect is a normal matter. The school, of course, wants to have Dao Child Xingtian. A cultivator who knew the inside stories explained. "You are too full of yourself. Who did you say was your fiancé?" A cold voice rang from the carriage. Without a doubt, the woman inside the horse carriage was not happy with Dao Child Xingtian's words. Dao Child Xingtian smiled and said, "Baojiao, the great matter of marriage was arranged by our parents. If the Jewel Pillar Sacred School wants you to marry me, you should be a gentle wife and a good mother." Roll. At this moment, the princess inside the carriage suddenly became angry and made a move. A shot like a rainbow immediately headed straight for Dao Child Xingtian. However, Dao Child Xingtian was still calm. He simply waved his hand and his royal aura spread out like an entrapment of this world. This hand was gigantic and easily blocked the offensive move of his opponent. However, this woman inside the carriage was very fierce. The moment she had made her move, she unleashed another 10 powerful and domineering strikes. The blood energy of one wave was higher than the previous one. However, under the bashing of this woman, Dao Child Xingtian nonchalantly blocked them all. One could only hear the sound of his sword energy as he used his finger as a substitute for the sword. Each edge was filled with profound truths and was able to easily dissolve the power of the enemy. Pop! Finally, the sword energy of Dao Child Xingtian rose vertically. With one sword encompassing all existences, it easily suppressed the woman. Without a doubt, this woman was not a match for Dao Child Xingtian. The moment the woman stood still, people could finally see her appearance. Witnessing her features, many people went into a daze and were overwhelmed. The woman in front of them was around 23 years old. With extreme beauty, her blue hair was like a waterfall and had tall brows and eyes like a red phoenix. Her oval face was blessed with crimson luscious lips. This woman was seductive while she also carried a gentle feel like the water. One frown, one smile, one glance was already enough to charm all human souls with her seductive beauty. Her figure was even more fascinating, it was enough to turn your spirit and soul upside down. Even though this woman was wearing a silk gown, one could still see the milky breasts that could shake others straight to the core. The milky breasts towered like the high peaks, very full and round. Even her baggy clothes were not enough to hide their appearance as they seemed to be trying to break free. Her figure was poised and elegant and had a very thin waist while her thrilling bottom was mind-blowing. It perched upward, round and plump. Even her large dress was not enough to hide the supreme valley. What made even more people to lose their minds were her slender and long jade-like thighs. They seemed to be roundly crafted in a meticulous manner. One part bigger was too fat, but one part smaller was too thin. The woman before them, her features were not peerless in this world, but she was definitely a charming existence that caused others to be emotional. She was absolutely a femme fatale that made all men want to embrace her. Seeing this woman, everyone was frighteningly marveled. This was truly too entrancing. Alluring features along with a devilish figure, this was absolutely an extraordinarily beautiful woman in any man's eyes. Biyao, you have just ascended to named hero, you are still too far from being my opponent. Dao Child Xingtian smiled. He greedily glanced over, then said, don't force me. Be a good girl and follow me. Get the hell out. But this woman's temper was very hot and she yelled, you should stop your daydreaming. It seems like this husband has to personally subdue you. At this moment, Dao Child Xingtian became serious and reached towards the woman. Roll, the woman roared and counterattacked Xingtian Dao. The woman was a princess of the Jade Valley country. Chen Baojiao was betrothed to Dao Child Xingtian. Even though she was very opposed to this marriage, she had no power to resist. Chen Baojiao's appearance made Li Qie stare at her non-stop. Finally, he nodded his head and said, excellent, truly excellent. This girl, I absolutely must have. Seeing Li Qie stare at Chen Baojiao, Li Shuangyan, standing beside him, became angry and glared at him, you're truly lewd. You don't need to make it so obvious. Seeing Li Shuangyan's angry expression, Li Qie replied, Shuangyan, you are looking at this matter in such a shallow manner. I am praising her as a good seed, not about her beauty. Beauties, in my eyes, are only a container made out of skin. Even if it was a beautiful woman akin to a fairy, should she be without potential, I wouldn't keep her by my side to waste my resources. Li Shuangyan gave him a stern look and felt a little strange inside. This boy was only around 14 or 15 and was younger than anyone else here, yet he still commended women as if he was a highly seasoned old man. Bang, bang, bang. At this point, the fight between Dao Child Xingtian and Chen Baojiao was reaching its end. Even though Chen Baojiao's talents were very good, there was still a huge gap between her and Dao Child Xingtian. If it wasn't for Dao Child Xingtian going easy on her, she would have lost a long time ago. Many people were envious of Dao Child Xingtian as they observed the fight. Some were also jealous, but they had to admit that only a heaven's proud son, such as Dao Child Xingtian, was worthy of Chen Baojiao. Baojiao, follow me back. At this moment, Dao Child Xingtian opened his palm. Chen Baojiao was no longer a match. His palm was like a spider web catching a butterfly. Seeing this scene, the old man controlling the horse carriage for Chen Baojiao had a serious expression, but he still remained seated. Chapter 106, Make a Move and Hit Him. At this moment, Li Qie smilingly said. Clank clank. Right when Li Qie's words came out, Li Shuangyan immediately took action. With one sword flying forward, even the stars lost their colors. Dao Child Xingtian's expression greatly changed and he had to rapidly retreat. This sudden change of events shocked everyone. No one expected for Li Shuangyan to suddenly make a move. Goddess Li also wants to be involved? Dao Child Xingtian looked over at Li Shuangyan, then he laughed and said, could it be that Goddess Li is jealous? If this is the case, I don't mind marrying two beauties. Who would compete for a bastard? Shuangyan, kill him for me. Li Qie gave Dao Child Xingtian a completely annoyed look. You truly don't know life from death. Dao Child Xingtian, with a ferocious gaze, reached over towards Li Qie's direction. Clank. Li Qie didn't need to make a move. Li Shuangyan already threw out a sword energy and immediately cut towards the hand of Dao Child Xingtian. Against this sword energy, Dao Child Xingtian didn't dare to be careless. He immediately withdrew this hand while he clenched his other hand, and a life treasure immediately wedged at Li Shuangyan. Seeing this scene, people didn't know why Li Shuangyan had to listen to such a mediocre person. One had to remember, Li Shuangyan was the heaven's proud daughter, and she was also a genius royal noble. No wonder why this person, who feeds off women, is so arrogant. He has a woman as his backing. Marquis of the Eastern River contemptuously exclaimed. Even though these were words of disdain, they carried a hint of jealousy. Young lady, come with me. At this moment, while looking at Shen Baojiao, Li Chia rode his snail into the air and slowly said, as the old saying goes, follow me and I will let you eat delicious food and drink fine liquor. Li Shuangyan's steps were as natural as the flowing water and floating clouds. These steps exceeded the countless magical runes of Tao Child Xingtian. These magical runes could grind out the void, but Li Shuangyan was like the blooming lotus, nothing could stain her. As such, the countless magical runes had no effect on her. The void imperfection physique, a supreme immortal physique. Her immortal physique was already number one. Poof! Li Shuangyan's heaven-piercing sword stabbed the chest of Tao Child Xingtian. When his life was hanging by a thread, a zheng sound occurred and the armor on his body blocked the sword. However, despite this being the case, this sword was still too sudden. Tao Child Xingtian's body was struck away for more than 100 miles by the sword's power. When he finally stopped, his face was deathly pale. Such a frightening physique, could it be that Goddess Li is really a saint physique at grand completion? Seeing this scene, the turtle monarch of the flying dragon lake lost his colors. He continued to murmur, to be untouched by all Daos, this is the pure jade physique at grand completion? At this point, everyone was left aghast. Even the gray-robe old man, who was following Tao Child Xingtian, was no exception. To be untouched by all Daos was a very frightening matter to all cultivators. Meeting such an opponent was absolutely like meeting death. Li Shuangyan was also moved by her improvement. At this moment, she truly understood how heaven-defying the immortal physique Li Chia taught her was. Even if there were void imperfection physique merit laws in this world, they couldn't compare to the supreme immortal physique of Li Chia. This was the number one immortal physique. Shuangyan, your attack is too weak. Li Chia shook his head and said, in the future, you need to learn some killing techniques. One sword should have been enough to kill Tao Child Xingtian. Unfortunately, Li Shuangyan was not gifted in the art of killing. She had spent more time drowning in the art of formations, but she also didn't have a suitable killing formation. At this moment, Tao Child Xingtian's expression was very ugly. He had become a royal noble not long ago. He thought highly of himself and believed that he could be the number one person in the Grand Middle Territory. He didn't expect to lose in the hands of Li Shuangyan. The Crystal Jade King physique, it truly is great. Tao Child Xingtian coldly said, Goddess Li, today, I will show you what is considered a grand killing technique. Boom! After a loud explosion, a wild scene appeared behind him. At this moment, with ferocious killing intent from countless desolate beasts, Tao Child Xingtian was like a fierce beast coming into life. All existences within 100,000 miles were shivering. His life will surfaced and his longevity treasure started to channel all of his blood energy. His royal noble aura also appeared, as if he was the king of all royal nobles. Watch out, there is a fierce weapon hidden on his body. Feeling the ancient fierce beast's presence, Gu Taizhou was worried. He stepped forward and reminded Li Shuangyan. Elder Gu, if you want to fight, I will humor you. At this moment, the gray-robed old man, who was with Tao Child Xingtian, came out. This old man exuded a powerful presence. With vague momentum, he was like an enlightened being growing wings into an immortal. Others felt as if they were looking at the heavens and had to lift their heads up to see. Imperial Advisor C2, seeing this person, Gu Tieshou's expression greatly changed and his eyes became serious. Enlightened being C2. The Imperial Advisor of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, an enlightened being, ah. Seeing the face of this gray-robed old man, many people greatly changed their expressions. including the experts from the Violet Cloud sect and the Flying Dragon Lake. Enlightened beings were above royal nobles. If royal nobles reigned over humans, then enlightened beings suppressed the royal nobles. Like the stars in the sky, they were worshipped by all. Becoming an enlightened being during the difficult Tao era was extremely amazing. One could even say that although royal nobles and enlightened beings were only one realm part, the gap was like the heaven and earth. Chapter 107. At this moment, the entire scene was silent. Seeing the situation today, royal nobles were no longer enough. If an enlightened being was to enter the evil-infested ridge, then this would not be a positive thing for many grand sections. Plus, only cultivators under the ancient saint realm could enter the ridge, so this meant that enlightened beings were the strongest. Enlightened being, so what? Ferocious weapon, so what? Not worth a single coin. Li Chia elegantly waved his hand and said, Elder Gu, take out the item and destroy everything. I am talking about grand matters with the young lady, don't delay my business. Hearing Li Chia's words, even though Gu Taizhou hesitated for a moment, he still took out the painting of the ancestor. The moment the portrait came out, the emperor's aura appeared. The ancestral painting was flowing on top of Gu Taizhou. At this moment, it encompassed all living beings and ruled over the heavens. At this very second, even the gods had to prostrate before its might. Emperor's aura, everyone was frightened and caused loud commotion. The ones with weaker cultivation couldn't help but kneel straight down on the ground. Emperor's aura. Right, is this an emperor treasure? Under the pressure of the emperor's aura, even virtuous paragons couldn't reach the apex. The portrait of immortal Emperor Minran, a sect master from a grand sect, lost his colors and murmured, a personal portrait painted by the immortal emperor himself. Even though this is not an immortal emperor life treasure, it was personally painted by him. Inside lies endless thoughts and efforts from the immortal emperor, so its emperor's aura is still incredibly startling. The old turtle of the Flying Dragon Lake muttered. Both Marquis of the Eastern River and Nantian Hao were in astonishment. Looking at the supreme immortal features of immortal Emperor Minran, Marquis of the Eastern River appeared to be unsettled. One could only look up to an immortal emperor, but what was even more shameful to the Jiangzhou clan was that Minran was the one who ultimately defeated their virtuous monarch Jiangzhou and took away his chance to carry the heaven's will. As for Nantian Hao's chilling expression, the Nantian clan claimed to be the descendants of immortal Emperor Fei Yang, but like Li Chia had said before, after carrying the heaven's will, immortal Emperor Fei Yang never came back to the Nantian clan. Seeing the unparalleled portrait of an immortal emperor, many cultivators had to prostrate themselves. Even masters like the old man from the Violet Cloud sect bowed his head from the distance. This was a sign of respect towards the supreme immortal emperor. The immortal emperor's portrait, at this moment, enlightened being C2, as the national teacher of the heavenly jewel kingdom, also took a step back from amazement. For emperor's possessions, even though they were not as precious as an immortal emperor life treasure, they were more readily obtainable compared to the life treasures. It was also easier to activate, unlike the life treasure that needed blood energy to channel. Although an emperor's possession would be worn out, many became useless after one use, but once it was activated, even a virtuous paragon would be in trouble. At this time, enlightened being C2, Dao Child Xingtian, and many royal nobles' expressions became ugly and had to retreat to the back. As for the spectators, they didn't even dare to come close. Everyone would be crushed once the emperor's possession was activated. This atmosphere caused many people to be breathless, who would dare to be reckless under the presence of the emperor's aura. This was the secret power of an immortal emperor's lineage and the reason why people were always cautious of them. This was also why these lineages could stand strong for millions of years without disappearing. Using an emperor's possession to bully other people, what kind of skill is this? If your cleansing incense ancient sect is capable, then use your own power to fight us instead. Dao Child Xingtian took a deep breath and said. Li Chia glared at him and replied, I just love using emperor's possessions to bully others. You got a problem? If you have a problem, then come and bite me. If your heavenly god sect is so great, then find something to stop the Emperor's aura. If you could stop my Emperor's aura, then that would be called skill. If you can't do it, then call your ancestor and watch whether I will annihilate him or he will annihilate me. Of course, at this moment, Li Qie hoped that the heavenly god sect's ancestor would appear because right outside of the cleansing incense ancient sect, he had too many methods to use to murder. Dao child Xingtian vomited blood from anger and wished that he could strangle Li Qie to death, but under the presence of the Emperor's aura, he couldn't do anything. In this moment, in the eyes of Xingtian Dao, Li Qie was even more disgusting than a lowly cockroach acting arrogant. Elder Gu, amiability makes one prosperous, amiability makes one prosperous. Enlightened being C2's expression was not any better, but he had no choice but to smile as he said, everyone is just trying to coexist in this world. If one can't see others while looking down, one just needs to look up. Everyone should take a step back and notice the high sky and vast ocean. Why the need to talk about killing each other? As an enlightened being and the national teacher of the heavenly jewel kingdom, he was always in a powerful position, but today, this little brat, at the age of 15, was looking down on him. How could he not be angry? So? Not convinced? If you aren't convinced, then come and bite me. Li Qie sat properly on the snail's back and calmly said, if everyone has revealed their faces, then there is nothing to talk about. If you want to fight, then fight. I will take on all of you. Not only enlightened being C2, even Marquis of Violet Mountain and Marquis of Primordial Origins were amazed. This little son of a bitch was not joking, he was actually serious. They finally realized that they had teased a little demon. This brat essentially didn't know how high the sky and how vast the earth was. The heavenly god sect and the heavenly jewel kingdom were just names to him. He didn't even care about how his actions would bring about a calamity to the cleansing incense ancient sect. It wouldn't be an issue if this little bastard was just arrogant, but what was damnable was that this arrogant brat could command the person holding the emperor's possession. This was the most terrifying thing. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. The stone doors suddenly opened, emitting many lights. The layers of lights intertwined together and turned into endless magical incantations to form a portal. Why did the evil-infested ridge open before the date? The stone door's sudden opening caused Li Qie's expression to become serious. When he buried himself underground, he had tried to communicate with the earth and the Emperor's foundation in order to check the heaven-defying existence of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Even though he couldn't find the answer he was looking for, he was able to calculate the opening date of the evil-infested ridge. However, the ridge was opened before the time of his prediction, and knowing its origin, Li Qie knew that this was not an auspicious sign. The evil-infested ridge has opened, the evil-infested ridge has opened. Someone loudly shouted. At this time, the spectators regained their wits and rushed inside. We shall go. The grand characters of the big sects brought their disciples inside. Suddenly, they disappeared inside the evil-infested ridge. We will also go. Other people rapidly rushed into the stone monoliths. Hurry up. In a short period of time, the ridge became chaotic. Many people pushed each other to get inside. Originally, people needed the qualifications before going in, however, because Marquis of Suppressive Might was gravely injured to the point where he couldn't stand up and the other Heavenly Jewel Kingdom's members were suppressed by the Emperor's aura and were afraid to offend Li Qie, they could only watch the small sects and weak characters rush inside. They were truly hesitant to provoke Li Qie because he could kill all of the royal nobles of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, and that would be a great loss. At this moment, Gu Taizhou glanced at Li Qie. Li Qie observed the stone door and finally said, "Go, we shall enter." The early opening of the evil-infested ridge made Li Qie perplexed. He no longer cared about Xingtian Dao or enlightened being C. Tuesday. Young lady, would you be interested in going with us? Before leaving, Li Qie looked at Chen Baojiao and asked. One has to know that Chen Baojiao was the fiancé of Dao child Xingtian. At this moment, Li Qie was teasing his fiancé in front of everyone, so Dao child Xingtian was extremely angry. Little man, who said we wanted to go with you? Chen Baojiao glared at him, and then she went inside before Li Qie. Her old servant quickly followed with his horse carriage. The group of Li Qie immediately went into the stone doors and were transported into the evil-infested ridge. After this god of misery went inside, Marquis of Violet Mountain and enlightened being C2 took deep sighs of relief. At this moment, they just wanted to curse the little bastard Li Qie 1,000 times. This little bastard was a natural little demon king. Humph! Dao Child Xingtian gritted his teeth and his visible killing intent penetrated the air. First, we need to take a step back and ask His Majesty for an immortal emperor life treasure. Then, the cleansing incense ancient sect wouldn't carelessly harm us either. Enlightened being C2 consoled Dao Child Xingtian and said, we can let the little bastard have his little moment. We should deal with the evil-infested ridge first. That day when Marquis of Violet Mountain couldn't stop the cleansing incense ancient sect from killing Dong Xinglong, even with the imperial decree, and the mortal king's will was destroyed, the mortal king went to seek his ancestor in anger. Chapter 108. There was an unknown reason that caused the ancestor of the heavenly god sect to not leave his mountain. This made the mortal king of the heavenly jewel kingdom change his mind and ask for an immortal emperor life treasure instead. Even though the heavenly jewel kingdom had many royal nobles, as many experts as the trees in a forest, and its mortal king was a supreme mortal king, they were still wary of the possessions containing the aura of an immortal emperor. An enlightened being, ancient saint, or even a heavenly king without an emperor's possession would not necessarily be able to stop the aura of an emperor's possession. Xingtian Dao released an outrageous and awe-inspiring brilliance as he coldly said, the cleansing incense ancient sect, one day, I will personally annihilate it. Without killing this little animal with my own hands, I cannot let go of this hatred in my heart. It was not just Xingtian Dao who became crazy from anger, even enlightened being C2 was holding it back. However, they didn't have any other options when the other party had an emperor's possession. The other royal nobles of the kingdom also didn't want to think too much, so, in a flash, all of them entered the evil-infested ridge. After entering the stone doors, everyone was transported to the evil-infested ridge. The moment they went inside, an ancient desolate presence struck their faces. Outside of the ridge was the territory of the cleansing incense ancient sect. After the great change, the mountains were faded and the rivers ran dry, the sect had declined. However, after coming into the evil-infested ridge, everything was completely different. The mountains were lively with long vibrant rivers and the mountain ranges were monstrous. Taking a glance of the entire surroundings, this place was no different from a primitive era that was void of all human presence. In this place, the jagged mountains were intertwining up and down, like giant sleeping dragons. In this place, the roots were like dragons and giant trees were like umbrellas, covering the entire sky. The faint voices of the tigers and dragons were deep in the earth. Each of their ferocious roars stirred the souls of the people. It was as if this place was guarded by invincible beasts, as if the forest was infested with ruthless longevity spirits, causing others to have frightening chills. Everyone felt the rich world's energy in this place. It exceeded the natural energy of the immortal sects and ancient grounds of nations. The world's energy was as dense as the mist, only an immortal emperor's lineage could be comparable. After the first group, wave after wave of cultivators went inside. They were all emotional from this place's rich world energy. If they could cultivate here, then their improvements would be much greater than outside. The evil-infested ridge, setting foot into this place, even Li Qie had to softly sigh. There were many legends in the Grand Middle Territory about the evil-infested ridge. Some said that this was the central area of the cleansing incense ancient sect, so not only was this place was filled with world's energy, but it had even more heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. In this place, the trees were the spirit medicines and the earth was gold. This was why immortal Emperor Min Ren used his supreme art to cut off this place from the rest of the world and created its own heaven and earth inside. There was also another legend that the evil-infested ridge was not born in this place. It belonged to an outside world where the gods used to reside. Afterward, immortal Emperor Min Ren carried it back to the cleansing incense ancient sect and made it into their private property. A different one stated that the evil-infested ridge was an evil ground. There used to be godly invincible devils in this place, but they were killed by immortal Emperor Min Ren later. There were too many legends about this place, no one knew which were true and which were false. Don't go in too deep. We should only go 1,000 miles inside. Watch out for heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. A grand character reminded his disciples. Many sects knew their own strengths. Even though there were many treasures that would blind the eyes, it was extremely dangerous. The deeper the area, the stronger the heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. They could reach the point where they could easily slay royal nobles. The truth was, within the last 30,000 years, the amount of sects that had entered the evil-infested ridge was not few. However, there were so many royal nobles that died in this place. Even enlightened beings shared their last moments here. So later on, the experienced sects didn't dare to take risks, especially at locations that were deemed as dangerous. No one knew just how deep the evil-infested ridge was. There were many locations that were left untouched by humans. We're going. Li Chia told everyone. He commanded Gu Taizhou to open the portrait of immortal Emperor Minren. Anyone who stepped inside this land would immediately feel like they were observed by ferocious beasts from the jungle. However, the moment this portrait was opened and exuded its emperor's aura, all of the heavenly beasts and longevity spirits ran away and didn't dare to stay around. One had to know that this piece of heaven and earth was sealed by immortal Emperor Minren. No one could provoke his aura in this place. Sitting on the snail, the cleansing incense ancient sect was the first to head deeper into the evil-infested ridge. An immortal emperor's lineage is truly great. With the portrait up above, all of the heavenly beasts and longevity spirits avoided them. Many people were envious that the fierce beasts were not drawing close to the cleansing incense ancient sect. It's only a portrait, not even an immortal emperor life treasure. Of course, there were some people with bitterness in their hearts, such as Marquis of the Eastern River, Nan Tianhao, and Shang Tiandao. The more arrogant Li Chia was, the more uncomfortable they were. Hearing these words, Li Chia turned around and looked at everyone, then he said, "Yeah, so what if it is only a portrait? Not convinced? Come and bite me then." Many people were vomiting blood from anger because of Li Chia's provocation, especially Nan Tianhao and Xing Tiandao, who had grievances with him. My hand is feeling a bit weak. You absolutely must not secretly follow behind us. If I am not careful when holding this portrait, I might slam it into everyone. That would be so embarrassing. Li Chia leisurely said while he gazed at the group of Nan Tianhao and Xing Tiandao. Such a blatant provocation made the group of Xing Tiandao lose their colors. Even Li Shuangyan had to glare at him once. This guy was extraordinarily arrogant. Li Chia wanted this result. Since the sect forced itself into the ridge, the Heavenly God sect and Heavenly Jewel Kingdom were definitely not happy. He wanted to show off the Emperor's portrait, just so that they would think twice before acting. At the very least, this would allow for the disciples of the sect to calmly hone their skills inside the ridge for a short amount of time, lest they have to watch their backs the whole time. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, under the glares of many, Li Chia, along with the disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect, disappeared into the depths of the forest while riding the snail. What people didn't expect was that even though the snail appeared to be bulky, its speed was as fast as lightning and wouldn't lose to flying treasures. Niufen carried everyone and, under the command of Li Chia, went lightning fast into the danger area of the evil-infested ridge. Even the ordinary grand sects would not easily penetrate this area. Where is this place? Seeing Li Chia with a clear goal, Li Shuangyan was perplexed. If Li Chia wasn't so young, she would have thought that he had come here before. Down south. Li Qi answered while watching the far horizon as he was sitting on the snail. We have entered the dangerous area. If we keep going further, we would reach the no man's land. Gu Taizhou looked around and worriedly said, we will be meeting with heavenly beasts and longevity spirits over 1,000,000 years old. 1,000,000-year-old heavenly beasts? Hearing these words, the cleansing incense ancient sect's disciples took a deep breath and lamented, I heard that 1,000,000-year-old heavenly beasts could even swallow a heavenly sovereign alive. Are we not going towards our death? Big sister, with oldest brother here. 1,000,000-year-old heavenly beasts, so what? Luo Fenghua, sitting on the snail, confidently said, with oldest brother here, we can avert all dangers. Luo Fenghua's words silenced everyone. The younger generation especially worshipped Li Qia blindly. One had to know that Li Qia was only at the physique accumulation realm. Even the third-generation disciples had a higher cultivation than him. Niu Fen flew with extreme speed towards an unknown location. In reality, they had trespassed the territory of many heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. Maybe these monsters were watching them secretly, but because they noticed the portrait of Min Ren, they didn't dare to come closer. Min Ren was an invincible existence in this place, every being had to avoid him at all cost. After quickly rushing southward, Niu Fen slowed down and gravely said, we have entered the territory of 1,000,000-year-old heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. Sure enough, at this moment, the aura of a fierce beast as vast as the sea permeated the air. Everyone felt as if their souls were strangulated, and it was sucking their essences away from their bodies. This is a longevity spirit. Li Shuangyan was also shocked and prepared her life treasure. All gods, withdraw at the moment. Li Qia took the portrait from the hand of Elder Gu and loudly roared. At this moment, the emperor's aura bursted out and began to vigorously flourish. Each of the magical runes intertwining together created the mysterious word, withdraw, that floated on top of Li Qia's head. The mantra of the emperor's aura was peerless. One has to know that the words of immortal emperors were made from jade and gold. The appearance of mysterious word, withdraw, caused the frightening presence to immediately disappear like the receding tide. At this moment, even 1,000,000-year-old longevity spirits had to run. No matter how old they were, in front of the profound words of immortal Emperor Min Ren, all had to hide. Chapter 109. How are you able to communicate with the Emperor's aura of the ancestor and turn it into profound mantras? Seeing Li Qia's usage of the Emperor's possession, not to mention Gu Taizhou, but even Tu Buyu was surprised. Immortal Emperor Min Ren's portrait had always been inside the cleansing incense ancient sect. Even though the group of Gu Taizhou could activate the Emperor's aura, they couldn't directly communicate with it like Li Qia had just done. This was an impossible thing. The Emperor's aura, to a certain degree, was the will of the immortal Emperor. This was not the same as communicating with mere mortals. However, Li Qia easily communicated with it. This was such an incredible matter. In fact, for Li Qia, this was not a surprising action. He was too familiar with immortal Emperor Min Ren's Tao philosophy. How could he not understand the Emperor's aura of Min Ren? Plus, when the portrait saw Su Yonghuang last time, it was not only simply just recognizing Su Yonghuang. Therefore, it was not a difficult matter for Li Qia to communicate with the Emperor's aura. Li Qia smiled and didn't say anything. How could outsiders know the internal secret? Niu Fen ran along the way, like a madman, into the area without any human's presence and, because the power of heavenly beasts and longevity spirits were scared of immortal Emperor Min Ren's profound mantra, none of them dared to come close. Finally, they hadn't went too far before they made it to their destination, only to see a giant tree that covered the sky. This tree was incredibly huge and beyond human imagination. Its base penetrated the horizon while the dragon-like branches broadened to all directions. This giant tree was like a giant umbrella that encompassed the mountains thousands of miles away. This gigantic tree shocked everyone. Just a single tiny branch was as big as a small mountain. What was even more amazing was that one could see a waterfall on top of the tree. How was this still a tree? At 1,000,000 zhang high, it blocked out the sky. For all of the disciples, and even Gu Taizhou, it was the first time seeing such a huge tree. When everyone entered the area covered by the shade of the tree, they felt that their spirits relaxed. It was as if their worries were gone and their bodies loosened and were no longer heavy. Earlier, Niufen brought everyone to the dangerous area. Even though the fierce beasts didn't come closer, everyone still trembled from their terrifying presence. However, at this moment, under the dome of the tree's shadow, everyone finally felt at peace, as if they were at home. It seemed that the powerful beasts didn't dare to approach the radius of this tree. This was no different from a sanctuary within the evil-infested ridge. There was no distortion from fierce beasts or ferocious birds. Entering this land, Niufen stopped advancing noisily and silently went straight to the root of the tree. Here, the scene was even more serene and gave peace to the spectators. It was a safe haven. Even the young deers were eating grass in a carefree manner while white cranes took leisure strolls near the river and elegantly washed their godly feathers. The 1,000,000 miles surrounding this area was the dangerous zone of the evil-infested ridge. The inside and outside of this location was completely different. One step was a stairway to heaven while the other was a road to hell. In a blink, everyone was under the root of the tree. There were grasses and shining medicinal plants. With flying birds singing peacefully, it was as if there were no dangers or the presence of war in this place. There was such a place in the evil-infested ridge? In a short amount of time, everyone was in a daze, including Gu Taizhou. One has to remember that no one dared to set foot inside this area of the evil-infested ridge. Trespassing was the same as death. However, here, at the deepest part, there was such a holy ground, rendering others to be astonished. How did you know about this place? Li Shuangyan stared at Li Qiye in amazement and asked with a perplexed manner. Li Qiye laughed and answered, calculated with my fingers. Then, he immediately jumped down from Niufen. The other fascinated disciples also jumped down from the snail. Then, Niufen shivered and turned into an old man. When everyone was still in a daze, Li Qiye went to the front of this giant tree that covered their sights ahead. Do you know the summoning formation? At this moment, Li Qiye asked Li Shuangyan. Li Shuangyan didn't know why he asked, but she nodded and said, yes, but to summon from such a dangerous area, I do not have the capability. An ordinary level of skill is fine. Carve on this tree trunk. Li Qiye commanded Li Shuangyan. Li Shuangyan didn't understand the reason, but she followed Li Qiye's instruction and engraved an ordinary summoning formation on the tree at a short distance away. Li Qiye converged his spirit and went next to the tree. At this moment, Li Shuangyan was moved. She had rarely seen Li Qiye so solemn. Li Qiye normally wouldn't even put royal nobles or enlightened beings into his sight, but he appeared to be especially serious at this moment. Standing in front of the godly tree, with both hands forming the word 10, he then sat on the ground in a lotus pose and continuously whispered. No one could understand him. You all need to carry these leaves with you at all times, never lose them. When you are of training, never leave this holy land by more than 500 miles. Within this radius, whenever you are in danger, you will immediately be summoned back to this place. This is a holy land protected by the Kasha lotus tree. No heavenly beasts and longevity spirits would dare to venture into this place. In this place, there are many spirit pills and medicinal plants with magical and godly metals. However, remember this, no matter what the treasure is, always follow this one principle. If you see 3, take 1. If you see 5, take 2. This is a law made of steel, and will be personally overseen by Elder Gu. The ones who violate this law will suffer heavy punishments. Li Qiye solemnly told the disciples. Gu Taizhou was also a protector of the sect. He memorized Li Qiye's words because Li Qiye was so serious for a reason. Keep in mind that outside of regular cultivation, you can all hunt the heavenly beasts and longevity spirits within the radius of 500 miles. The majority of these beasts would be around 10,000 to 100,000 years old. The higher-ranked beasts would not dare to come close. However, you absolutely cannot leave this radius, or you would be seeking your own death. Li Qiye reminded. Every disciple memorized the words of Li Qiye. Even under the leadership of Protector Mo, Su Pei, and Chu Daily, they still wouldn't dare to violate Li Qiye's law of steel. After taking care of the disciples, he divided them to prepare their camps for daily living. Li Qie then gathered Gu Taizhou, Protector Mo, Li Shuangyan, Tu Buyu, and Niu Fen. He looked at them and said, "As long as the disciples do not leave the area I specified, there will not be any great danger with their training. From now on, Elder Gu will be leading the group. You have to leave?" Gu Taizhou looked at Li Qie and surprisingly asked. Li Qie simply nodded his head and told Tu Buyu and Niu Fen, "You two also do not need to hide anything any longer. When it is the right time, go ahead and take action. Otherwise, if anything actually happened, I will deal with you too. Since you have commanded, this little brother wouldn't dare to disobey." Tu Buyu kindly said with a smile. "I still want to follow young noble." Of course Niu Ren was willing to go with Li Qie. "No need." Li Qie shook his head and said, "Other than just protecting the disciples, I also have something else for you to do. I will ask Princess Li to go with you." Gu Taizhou was very worried about Li Qie because his cultivation was still very shallow. If there was a powerful royal noble, such as Li Shuangyan, with him, he would be more at ease. "I'm just doing a few things." Li Qie rejected. Hearing this, Li Shuangyan didn't say anything else. She knew that Li Qie didn't want anyone to follow him. After taking care of everyone, they all left. Li Qie specifically called for Niu Fen and said, "Today, I will pass to you the seventh solution." Seventh solution? Hearing this, Niu Fen was ecstatic and unable to control his emotion. Even though he had the sixth solution, he couldn't understand the seventh solution. Li Qie slowly spoke, "As long as you exert all of your heart, one day, I will pass on the entire 18 solutions to you. You probably already understood that as long as you work your hardest, one of these days, you could become a second calamity god." Chapter 110, Yo, you have seen our ancestor? Hearing Li Qie's words, Niu Fen became shocked and his vision became clouded. He looked at Li Qie with complete astonishment and remembered that there was only one existence in this world who understood the 18 solutions of his race. Since Li Qie understood the 18 solutions entirely, this implied that he had seen the existence in the legend. This is not important. Li Qie said, "As long as you provide your best service, then one day, you will be a god. As long as it is young noble's command, Niu Fen will definitely go through water and tread on fire." Niu Fen bent down on his knees and performed a ceremony. Li Qie nodded his head and said, "Now listen carefully, I don't want to say it again. Don't throw away the prestige of your tribe." Niu Fen gathered his spirits and carefully listened to each of Li Qie's words. After passing on the seventh solution, Li Qie prepared to leave. He didn't want to stay here long. However, with Li Qie's current cultivation, Gu Taizhou was still worried. During the moment of departure, Gu Taizhou handed the immortal emperor's portrait to Li Qie and formally said, "Bring this item with you, it will protect you." From Gu Tieshou's perspective, Li Qie was too important to the cleansing incense ancient sect. If something were to happen to him, then it would be such a great loss to the sect and was not something they would be able to withstand. Li Qie shook his head and smiled, "Elder Gu, I am not a flower vase to decorate the interior. Rains and winds are normal occurrences to a cultivator. Plus, since I am daring to go alone, I have my confidence. In my opinion, the Heavenly Gods sect has not given up. You should still be careful. With this portrait, at the very least, you could still slaughter them once or twice." Li Qie finished speaking and gave the portrait back to Gu Taizhou. Seeing Li Qie's determination, Gu Taizhou quietly accepted the portrait and reminded him one last time, "Be careful, and quickly return. Be at ease, elder. This time, I am going to hellishly train my cultivation. Short will be 3 months, long will be 1 year." Li Qie said. Then Li Shuangyan, Gu Taizhou, and Niu Fen, one by one, came to say goodbye. Even the quiet Tu Buyu also came. As for Nanhuiren, the self-proclaimed henchman of Li Qie, he didn't come because he knew Li Qie wouldn't bring him along anyway. Li Qie looked at the quiet Tu Buyu and said, you want to follow the path of the patriarch. To be frank, you won't be able to do it. You have started way too late. Plus, you don't have the luck and hellish training of the patriarch. However, you can cultivate the God of War manual and will be a virtuous paragon in the future. And not just any virtuous paragon, but one with extremely powerful offensive power. No virtuous paragons would be able to compete with you. The God of War manual was an extremely unfathomable ancient merit law. It could be considered a scripture. That year, when he taught this merit law to immortal Emperor Min Ren, in the end, he became an invincible immortal emperor. Thank you for your guidance, big brother. From now on, this little brother will focus on this merit law. Tu Buyu bowed and smiled. Tu Buyu, always referring to himself as little brother, caused the group of Gu Taizhou to feel weird. He could be even older than Gu Taizhou, but he kept referring to himself as little brother in front of Li Qie. Longevity laws, fate merits, and technique forms, these are the three types of cultivators' merit laws. A technique form, to a large extent, referred to the pure offense and defense Dao methods. To be more exact, they were the techniques used in battles. In reality, many fate merits also have techniques for offense and defense, but not all merit laws used it to build the Dao foundation. This was the biggest difference between a technique form and a fate merit. Technique forms couldn't be used to refine the true fate, they were simply battle techniques. Eventually, Li Qie said farewell to the group of Gu Taizhou and left this safe holy ground. Li Qie left and headed towards the west. He had his own purpose for leaving. Outside of using this time to cultivate, he also wanted to deal with some personal affairs. Li Qie wanted to hone his own skills but didn't want other people to be by his side. First, he didn't want others to see the real potential of his hell-suppressing immortal physique. Second, he also had some hidden cards that shouldn't be revealed to others. However, Li Qie had only just left the holy ground, less than 100 miles away, before he met a heavenly beast. Even though this was not far from the Kasha lotus tree, there were still a few heavenly beasts nearby. Of course, the 1,000,000-year-old heavenly beasts wouldn't dare to come close. At this moment, this heavenly beast was blocking Li Qie. It resembled a rhinoceros, but was 3 times bigger and had a horn as sharp as a sword. It exhaled hot fiery air at an exceedingly high temperature. If someone were to be sprayed by it, it wouldn't be just a simple wound. A sword rhinoceros. Seeing this heavenly beast blocking his path, he leisurely said, "Just a 1,000-year-old heavenly beast, yet you still dared to come out. Be smart and step aside, or I will slay you and take your beast marrow and Dao bones." Boom, boom, boom. However, the 1,000-year-old sword rhinoceros used its thick legs to dig into the ground behind it. It took a few steps back, preparing to charge ahead. You want to compare pure impact power with me? Seeing how the sword rhinoceros didn't want to back up, Li Qie smiled and rushed straight forward. Bang! After extending the distance, the sword rhinoceros charged forward with extreme speed and power. Without a doubt, this impact could shatter a small peak. The sword rhinoceros was a heavy type of rhino, plus its power and impulsive speed was extremely fast. Its offense was very simple and direct. Once trapped inside its attack range, its horn would pierce through the body or trample the prey into meat paste. The impact power of the sword rhinoceros was amazing, but Li Qie's was even more frightening. When he stomped on the ground, the earth immediately shook. His simple activation of the hell-suppressing immortal physique was already millions of gene. Bang! Finally, Li Qie and the sword rhinoceros collided. The body of the sword rhinoceros immediately flew away with its blood spurting out like heavy rain. Under this impact, the sword rhinoceros didn't even have the chance to bellow before its entire body was broken. Ultimately, the heavy sword rhinoceros fell down to the ground. It was no longer able to move and its body painted the ground red. A 1,000-year-old sword rhinoceros wasn't something a provisional palace cultivator, like Li Qie, could stop. Even an inner longevity cultivator wouldn't be able to. Unfortunately, it met Li Qie. Comparing bodies with me? Li Qie came closer and smiled. Such an impact was not worthy of mentioning to Li Qie. The hell-suppressing godly physique, it could even suppress hell itself. Immortals and devils wouldn't be able to avoid it. Just imagine, to have the qualifications to be one of the 12 immortal physiques, how frightening must the hell-suppressing godly physique be? Even though Li Qie's immortal physique was not completed, he still cultivated a supreme immortal physique in this world. One could only imagine the power. Li Qie opened the beast's body and took the beast marrow and bones. To a cultivator, even though heavenly beasts were frightening, they were also rare and precious. The beast marrows could be used to refine physique pastes, and the Dao bones were needless to say. A flawless Dao bone could be used to create life treasures, and these life treasures would be able to keep the power of the heavenly beasts. For example, the Dao bones of a sword rhinoceros. Once refined into a treasure, it would have the strength of the sword rhinoceros. After collecting the beast marrow and Dao bones, Li Qie went on his way. However, he couldn't go far before being surrounded by more heavenly beasts. As he was slowly getting farther to the west, there were more heavenly beasts nearby. Earth wolves were heavenly beasts traveling in packs, very brutal and aggressive. Unless the wolf monarch gets killed, they would become even more bloodthirsty as the fight went on. The rustling sounds increased and more earth wolves showed up and surrounded Li Qie. 300-year-old heavenly beasts, not worth my energy. Worthless things, you even want me to take your beast marrow and Dao bones. Surrounded by the wolves, Li Qie was still calm and spoke. Roar! The response to Li Qie was the howls of a 500-year-old earth wolf. It immediately rushed and, with a bite, aimed for the neck of Li Qie. These wolves were more than just a simple pack. Their claws were like swords, fangs like sabers, and with firm and resolute furs, they were extremely hard to injure. Poof! Li Qie didn't bother giving it a glance. His invisible dual blades came out and each swing instantly cut the earth wolf's neck. Blood began to flow like a spring. It didn't even have the chance to scream. This blade was fast, ruthlessly, and accurate. Li Qie had experienced millions of years of ups and downs. What type of heavenly beasts and longevity spirits had he not seen? What strengths and weaknesses of these beasts were he unaware of? Rar, smelling the fresh blood, the earth wolves became angry and a group of them pounced at Li Qie. Fine, I will use all of you to practice my speed. Li Qie uttered a long roar and his fate palace emerged. The Kunpeng jumped up. At this moment, Li Qie turned into a long shadow and shuttled amongst the wolves with an incredible speed. The heaven transformation within the 6 variants turned into extreme speed and freely flew in the sky. At the maximum velocity with the most profound technique, this speed could become as fast as a real Kunpeng. However, the fastest speed in this world was certainly not the Kunpeng, but one of the 12 immortal physiques, the soaring immortal physique. Its velocity had surpassed the realm of speed, but under the limitation of speed itself, the Kunpeng could be considered number 1 with its heaven transformation. Poof! Each blade equated to one dead wolf. Under the heaven transformation, Li Qie's movement was faintly mysterious, and the wolves were no longer able to keep up. However, as the stench of blood permeated the air, more and more earth wolves arrived. Suddenly, there were thousands of them. Chapter 111, 8 Gale Blades. At this moment, Li Qie uttered a long sound and yelled, "Have a taste of little brat Min Ren's favorite technique." Finished with these words, the shadow of the invisible dual blades became faster and 8 blade edges swept all of the directions. Suddenly, there was a visceral rain of blood. Li Qie rampaged amidst the wolves and killed them in the most vivid manner. Not long after, there were mountains of corpses while blood flowed like the rivers. The stench of the blood pierced the nose, causing a nauseous feeling. Li Qie unleashed 7 blades after 7 steps, and the blades' edges skyrocketed. The invisible dual blades were extremely formidable. Even though they were made from mortal steel, after aggregating the essence of immortal Emperor Min Ren, they were no less than any life treasure. Over a short amount of time, Li Qie had killed so many wolves that he had lost count. Roar! Finally, the Earth Wolf Monarch, at 3,000 years of age, let out a sad bellow. A blade immediately cut through its neck. The head of the wolf monarch was like golden metal. Its nails were sharp like cold steel, and its fangs could even tear through armor with a lightning-like speed. However, under the presence of the invisible dual blades, its neck could only be instantly slashed. When its head fell to the floor, Li Qie, with his two hands crossed behind his back, suddenly unleashed a backhanded blade, like a butterfly playing with the flowers, directly through his ribs. Fresh blood shot up and the figure behind Li Qie froze. The dual blades edged the figure into two halves. This was not a wolf, but a strange monster. It had the body of a badger, with two wings protruding from its ribs. There was an old tree branch on top of its head. This monster was either a four-footed beast or a longevity spirit. Where there are earth wolves, there will be blood-sucking wretched plant spirits. Unfortunately, I had noticed you earlier. Li Qie sheathed his blades and leisurely smiled while looking at the fallen monster. This monster had its eye wide open because it was readying a sneak attack. However, it had no chance to make a move before it was struck by Li Qie. It thought that it could kill Li Qie with a surprise attack, but Li Qie was faster. Longevity spirits were fierce existences that were well known, just like heavenly beasts, in this world. However, longevity spirits were even more frightening than heavenly beasts. Heavenly beasts and longevity spirits were two entirely different races. The heavenly beasts in the legends that came into being at the very beginning, during the era of the gods, were known as some of the most ancient creatures. The most horrifying thing about heavenly beasts was that they possessed an extremely strong body that was able to stop life treasures and true treasures. Their claws were able to even tear through life treasures and godly armors. As for longevity spirits, there were two different claims to their origin. One believed that it was a type of monster raised by the world. The other claim assumed that they were demons with the blood of immortal devils. However, as for what the lineages of the immortal devils were, no one knew for sure. Regardless, most people believed in the second claim and considered longevity spirits to be an evil creature. Same lifespan. Heavenly beasts and longevity spirits were close in power, but to cultivators, longevity spirits were more frightening. The reason was very simple. For a heavenly beast, when there were people invading its territory, it would appear and fight, and would even eat the humans. However, longevity spirits were different. When people were in the wilderness, they could have been unknowingly targeted by a longevity spirit. Once targeted, it would be very difficult to escape. Longevity spirits were like the ghosts in the dark. They would often come and go without casting a single shadow. They didn't possess tough and unrivaled bodies like the heavenly beasts, nor did they have their sharp claws, but the longevity spirits could borrow the power of the heaven and earth and use the grand Tao to kill the enemy. Once a longevity spirit took action, it would normally be a one-hit kill. They wouldn't make a move unless they were certain, and then, they would also suck the blood dry from their prey. Thus, there was a saying amongst cultivators: meeting a heavenly beast, there is a chance for survival; meeting a longevity spirit, unless it is dead, you will be dead. Even so, longevity spirits were still as valuable as heavenly beasts. The longevity blood of the spirits were the main medicinal ingredient of blood medicines. Also, the life rings of these spirits were used by cultivators to create longevity treasures. There was one special thing about longevity spirits. They were like the trees, and they had life rings. 1 year would be equivalent to 1 ring. Seeing the bodies of the wolves scattered on the ground, Li Qie couldn't help but shake his head with a helpless feeling. With so many bodies, it would take such a long time to gather the marrows and bones from them, but there was no other choice. At the moment, the sect's foundation was still shallow and lacking in resources. The new disciples absolutely needed these marrows and bones. Li Qie killed many beasts and spirits on his way towards the west. The beasts and spirits became stronger. In the beginning, he was able to come out unscathed, but later on, using all of his means to kill the powerful monsters, he became wounded in many places. Despite this being the case, Li Qie became more ferocious and bloodthirsty the more he fought. Inadvertently, his body carried a ferocious presence and had a murderous aura. This aura became even more corporeal. Li Qie's gaze caused others to feel as if there was a ferocious beast watching them, giving rise to goosebumps. Cruel and unmerciful fighting was the best test for Li Qie, the best type of devilish training. Struggling in such a dangerous place was the best way for Li Qie to regain the sensation of that year, when he plotted against the entire world, a feeling of flying freely high in the sky and diving deep into the sea. Kill! Li Qie roared and the dark space transformation appeared. The world no longer had a spatial gap. He immediately appeared before a longevity spirit and slashed it from behind. This sinister bird plant was 50,000 years old. From under his blade, it suddenly disappeared. Li Qie knew this was a bad sign and he felt pain from behind his back. Even at his maximum speed, he was still slashed by the Tao runes of the sinister bird plant, and his blood began to spurt from the gash. A 50,000-year-old longevity spirit was a frightening existence. Even cultivators at the named hero level would be weary of them. The winner between the two would not be clear. Li Qie's shadow instantly flashed and his body jumped up high. The moment his shadow reappeared, he was already 1,000 zhang away. He disappeared and reappeared again and again. The Kunpeng's 6 variants, dark space transformation, space belonged to my will. Li Qie had mastered the profound truths of the Kunpeng's 6 variants, but his cultivation was still shallow. Otherwise, with the dark space transformation, he could easily travel 1,000 miles with a single step. The sinister bird plant also chased after Li Qie, who suddenly escaped. It flashed and disappeared towards Li Qie's direction. Li Qie ran into the thick forest and finally ended up at a peak. The speed of the sinister bird plant was also frightening and it kept on chasing Li Qie down. However, after reaching this peak, Li Qie's flashing figure disappeared completely. Once locked onto a prey, the sinister bird plant would never let it go, so it immediately hovered in the air to find Li Qie. But suddenly, Li Qie appeared behind it with the dark space transformation. There was no distance between the two. The sinister bird plant flashed, wanting to escape. This was the reason why longevity spirits were so annoying to deal with. They were like ghosts and wouldn't fight directly. After missing a strike, they would hide and wait for another opportunity. It is too late, sinister bird, this old man is fed up with you. Li Qie roared. He pointed his finger to the sky and yelled, "Have a taste of a heaven's will secret law." Boom! With one finger defying the heavens, Li Qie's chest suddenly became as bright as the sky. The sinister bird plant lost its color as a powerful aura came down from the sky. The finger of Li Qie, in a flash, became the heaven's will. Who dared not to follow the will of the heavens? This finger became the heaven's will, with accompanying brilliances. One finger carried the power of the 10,000 Daos. No, the spirit bellowed, wanting to escape, but it had no chance. As a longevity spirit, it could channel the Grand Tao, but under the heaven's will, it couldn't communicate with the Grand Tao. Under the heaven's will, how could the fireflies compare to the brilliance of the moon? Chi blood exploded along with floating feathers. Under this one finger, the sinister bird plant became scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. Heaven's will secret laws were extremely frightening. All emperor merit laws, no matter how powerful, would pale in comparison. The heavens will alone ruled all of the 10,000 Daos. Under the Tao of the heaven, the power of the 10,000 Daos seemed insignificant. This was why, whenever cultivators were fighting against their enemies, their worst fear was to meet a heavens will secret law. This was the highest achievement of an immortal emperor after shouldering the heavens will. Nothing could exceed the heavens will secret law. This little brat Min Ren's heavens will secret law is really amazing. Li Qie murmured. He then covered the opening of his wound. The pain was so terrible that even Li Qie had to grit his teeth to withstand the sensation. Li Qie borrowed the daylight sky merit law in order to help the cleansing incense ancient sect find the daylight sky immortal secret, but he also practiced it when it was convenient. Of course, he knew about the terrifying power of the Heavens Will secret law, but he tried his best not to use it. This Heavens Will secret law would cause others to drool. The sect wouldn't want to let others know about it at this moment, otherwise, many extremely powerful sects and nations would become envious with greed. Li Qia also didn't want to rely on the Heavens Will secret law too much. He had many other means. When it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't use it. After killing the sinister bird plant, Li Qia disappeared and continued westbound. Far in the ravine and inside a deep cave, Li Qia hunkered down inside and channeled the revolving crescent sun merit law. He also activated his blood to form the Kuan Peng 6 variants, while devouring the energy of the heaven and earth. Chapter 112. The essence of the world was too dense here. In such a short period of time, the world's energy quickly flew into Li Qia like a river, into his master palace where the essence was absorbed by his true fate. Li Qia kept on going west while cultivating and moving at the same time. Outside of killing heavenly beasts and longevity spirits, he also used this place's essence to increase his cultivation. At this moment, Li Qia finaled created his second fate palace. As a vice palace, it was even bigger than the master palace. The second fate palace does not have the true fate, but when the true fate was absorbing the world's essence, it could also move the world's essence into the second fate palace. After opening a new fate palace, it would need to be supplied with the world's energy. Without energy, it wouldn't be able to have a gushing spring or an igniting fire and a breaking ground. There were 5 levels in the provisional palace realm. From lowest to highest, they are 1 starting palace, 2 gushing springs, 3 igniting fires, 4 breaking grounds, and 5 rising pillars. The 1 starting palace was the formation of a new fate palace in the Ni Gong meridian. 2 gushing springs was about establishing a route with the spring of life. 3 igniting fires was about increasing the fire of life, allowing one's essence to be as powerful as the flames. Another difference between the master and vice palace was that the master palace naturally had a spring of life, a cauldron of life, a tree of life, and a pillar of life. Only after cultivation could the vice palaces also have these things. At this moment, inside the vice palace, the fire essence was burning and the spring of life was filled with water, along with a brilliant tree of life. Boom! At this time, in the second fate palace, there was a loud bang. The pillar of life suddenly rose up and the Grand Tao's runes continuously floated about, filling up the palace with the world's essence. Li Qia had successfully broken through to the 5 rising pillars level. After this step was the inner longevity realm. In fact, using the amazing property of the revolving crescent sun merit law, Li Qia could have broken through this level much earlier, but because of the sex matters, his cultivation speed was delayed for quite some time. After entering the evil-infested ridge, the world's energy here was so dense that it greatly helped Li Qia's cultivation speed. Bang, 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 the world was extremely bright at this moment. In the depths of the evil-infested ridge, in the desolate mountain ranges, there seemed to be 2 giants fighting. The 2 fought until the earth was cracked and the heaven was frozen, crushing the rivers and shattering the mountains. Right now, Li Qia's body was struck flying away through 5 mountains. His entire body was covered with blood. However, his opponent was not any better. It was damaged by Li Qia's health-suppressing godly physique. Its entire rib cage was crushed and its gigantic body continued to retreat backwards, destroying many mountains. Li Qia got up from the rubble and spat out some blood. His eyes became bright, and as he channeled the hell-suppressing godly physique, his bones began to shake. All of the broken bones, along with his muscles, connected together once more. Li Qia's opponent was a giant ape, towering at 1,000 zhang high. It was big enough to destroy a mountain with 1 punch and traverse a river with 1 step. The sky-shouldering ape, a heavenly beast at 200,000 years of age. Even a royal noble would not dare to provoke one and would have to take the long way around. However, Li Qia just had to go and fight it. At this moment, Li Qia had met his match. Compared to longevity spirits, Li Qia preferred heavenly beasts. Because they relied on direct confrontation, it would be easier to activate the hidden potential of the hell-suppressing godly physique. Only in a life and death crisis would he be able to refine the maximum potential of this physique. Both sides did not use any techniques nor merit laws, they were only confronting with the pure force of the collisions of their physical bodies. The person with the last laugh would not be the one with the higher cultivation or refined techniques, but the one with the strongest body. Come again. Li Qie crazily screamed again. He was like a mad ox, rushing forward. Each of his steps crushed the earth, detonating the ground that became littered with debris. To a heavenly beast like the sky-shouldering ape, Li Qie's attitude was provocative and he was challenging its honor. It was a giant monster that used its body to destroy the enemy. With one foot, it could destroy a mountain. If it became crazy, it could destroy a mountain 10,000 zhang high with one blow. However, a human, the size of an ant, dared to compete in physiques with it. This was so insulting. So, the sky-shouldering ape roared and also rushed forward, emitting loud boom, boom, freezing the sky and shattering the earth. With the last bang, Li Qie jumped on top of a mountain. He used the hell-suppressing godly physique to destroy this mountain and used the momentum to propel himself forward while channeling his physique to its maximum limit. Boom, the two sides collided. Like two mountains ramming into each other, they destroyed the nearby peaks. Blood sprayed like a spring in the air. Both sides flew more than 1,000 miles away. Li Qie crashed through an entire mountain while the sky-shouldering ape also shattered a few peaks. Li Qie was covered in blood, and there were cracks all over his body. The hell-suppressing godly physique was hard and heavy, to break it was more prohibitive than reaching the heavens. However, at this moment, Li Qie really had met his match. The physique competition between the two was still undecided. Li Qie's body was almost cracked, but the sky-shouldering ape was not any better. Kill, the war was far from over. Li Qie crazily rushed forward, again, with a loud battle cry. As for the sky-shouldering ape, it was not willing to lose to an ant, so it also started its offense on Li Qie. Boom, 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 in a short amount of time, they exchanged many blows. If spectators were to see this, their eyes would drop to the floor due to this spectacular sight. One man and one ape, fighting each other in this desolate mountain, they collided without breaks. Not using any techniques nor laws nor treasures, only body against body. If people were to see how heaven-defying Li Qie was with his matchless body, they would quickly lose all colors. He was only at the inner longevity realm, yet his physique was equal to royal nobles, or even enlightened beings. This was such a terrifying physique. If it wasn't a grand completion saint physique, then at the very least, it would still be a grand completion king physique. One has to be aware that a grand completion king physique could easily crush royal nobles and enlightened beings, an extremely frightening physique. Bang, this battle went on for a whole day. Finally, the two giants fell down to the ground, splitting the rivers and crushing the earth. The blood of the sky-shouldering ape painted this ground crimson. As for Li Qie, he was also on his deathbed. At this moment, his entire body was torn apart, but he was still brilliantly smiling. This absolute physical competition, he was the last man smiling, a supreme immortal physique, it was number one in this world. Even though Li Qie had many methods to kill the sky-shouldering ape, such as schemes, but that would take away the fun from the challenge. To Li Qie, only a tough fight like this was the real challenge. Li Qie had to fully lay there for 1 whole month before he finally finished healing his injuries. Within this process, countless amounts of blood energy poured up and down, like a spring, to recover his wounds. After 1 month, Li Qie extracted the beast marrow and Dao bones of the sky-shouldering ape and continued to head west. When Li Qie was honing his own cultivation, the liveliness had just begun in the evil-infested ridge. The truth was that, since the evil-infested ridge opened early and was outside of everyone's expectations, many sects and nations missed the chance to enter this time around. From the beginning, the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom, as the host, had already started removing the small sects and sectless cultivators that were trying to come in during the chaos. The smart ones would leave, otherwise, they would die to the hands of the royal nobles from the heavenly jewel kingdom, and their corpses would remain in this ridge. Of course, to some of these people, the evil-infested ridge was filled with temptations. Even when they knew that they would be completely annihilated by the heavenly jewel kingdom, they still hid in different places inside and hoped to be lucky that their entire force wouldn't be annihilated. As the host, the heavenly jewel kingdom maintained order. Only the grand sects, powerful nations, or extreme experts were allowed to enter the ridge. They had set out and embarked on a journey to find the treasures within. Due to the fact that only cultivators under the ancient saint realm could enter the ridge, it meant that enlightened beings were the most powerful cultivators inside, and that they could dominate one direction. However, against the dangers of the evil-infested ridge, enlightened beings were not enough. One had to know that, not mentioning million-year heavenly beasts and longevity spirits, when meeting just 300,000 years old heavenly beasts and longevity spirits, even enlightened beings had to retreat. Against these ancient beasts, even ancient saints could only be eaten alive. In fact, after the recent end of the difficult Tao era, not many enlightened beings came out because very few people broke through to the enlightened being level during the difficult Tao era. During the last 30,000 years, many enlightened beings disappeared into the earth for so long and wouldn't easily come out. Inside the ridge, there were not that many enlightened beings, only the grand sects and powerful nations had some. The main forces were made up of named heroes and royal nobles. Many of the ancient sects and nations were leaving this great opportunity to their younger generation. This was why many sects formed powerful alliances. It was in order to face the dangers inside the evil-infested ridge. Of course, there were some powerful existences that had capable units and didn't form alliances with others. They only used their own strength to enter the ridge, such as the Heavenly Southern Kingdom, the Jiangzhou clan, the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. Chapter 113. In the last 30,000 years, some people divided the areas inside the ridge into many regions, and each region was around 3,000 to 5,000 miles long. Of course, these distances were calculated starting from their door that they had just come from. The first starting zone within the 5,000-mile radius was considered the common area. Even though there were heavenly beasts and longevity spirits in this place, they were all under 10,000 years old. To the powerful sects and nations, this area was safe for people to freely move about. From 5,000 to 8,000 miles away, it was called the harvest area. This area was suitable for the disciples of these sects to find treasures and kill heavenly beasts and longevity spirits for their beast marrow, Tao bones, longevity blood, and life rings. Plus, the dangers were not great inside this area. Thus, to the powerful sects, this region belonged to them for their disciples. Around the 9,000 to 15,000 mile radius lies the challenge area. Only royal nobles would dare to come inside. There were many 100,000-year-old beasts in this place. Ordinary disciples would only be courting death if they enter. This area was the zone for the named heroes and royal nobles since the items here were more suitable for them and they usually yielded superlative results. 20,000 miles away was the dangerous areas. Only enlightened beings would dare to go and dig for treasures and kill beasts in this zone. After 20,000 miles was the extremely dangerous area. How dangerous it would be was dependent on one's luck. If one was unlucky, then they would be met with 500,000-year-old beasts. If one's fortune was decent, then they would be met with 300,000-year-old beasts. Naturally, these areas gave birth to great treasures and metals, along with medicinal plants. The corpses of these beasts were of extremely high value and would make others become mouth-watery, as well. After 30,000 miles. No one dared to be involved with this area. There were some that considered this to be a no-man's land. There was a chance to meet with 1,000,000-year-old beasts inside this area. Going inside was simply courting death. Even enlightened beings wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of these monstrous beasts. 500 disciples from the heart-seeking mountain met a 200,000-year-old heavenly beast. They were all slaughtered in the battle. The disciples of the Red River Valley accidentally went into a flame cave and were trapped to death, inside. In the end, only the valley master was able to escape. The rest of the disciples were burned to ashes. However, the dangers in the ridge were not limited to just heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. There were dangerous grounds that could devour humans as well. At this point, the entire ridge became a grand feast. Whether it was for cultivators or for the heavenly beasts and longevity spirits, both sides began to sweep through each other and the culling had begun. The stench of blood lingered in this world. Even though there was good news each day, there were also nightmarish stories spread around. However, the sects and nations that were powerful enough were victorious in all of their battles. Nothing could stop them as they swept through an entire direction. Their rich harvest made the eyes of others red with envy, such as the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom or the Heavenly Southern Kingdom. Marquis of the Eastern River slayed a 200,000-year-old heavenly beast. In a few short days, there was a piece of news that caused everyone to change their expressions and shudder. A 200,000-year-old heavenly beast? Even a royal noble couldn't beat one. How did Marquis of the Eastern River kill it? There was someone who was skeptical, and asked. Marquis of the Eastern River had 1,000 riders that formed the 6 Wise Monarchs formation. They trapped the heavenly beast for 3 days and 3 nights before finally killing it. An eyewitness explained. When met with a 200,000-year-old heavenly beast, even royal nobles would be fearful and would even retreat, yet the young Marquis of the Eastern River was able to slay it. Truly incredible. The 6 Wise Monarchs formation. A person who knew of this grand formation took a deep breath. The 6 Wise Monarchs formation was the grand formation of the Jiangzhou clan, used to protect itself. It was created by virtuous monarch Jiangzhou, and it had slain heavenly kings and virtuous paragons. Someone was amazed of Marquis of the Eastern River's strength and emotionally said, even though Marquis of the Eastern River was only bestowed the title of Ho by the country, he has 1 foot in the realm of royal noble and already has the power of a royal noble. People were convinced of Marquis of the Eastern River and were also envious of the fact that he could seize the beast marrow and Dao bones of a 200,000 years old heavenly beast. These were extremely great and valuable items. Nantian Hao fortunately went inside an ancient cave and seized a verdant copper, a part of the 6 runes Saint Copper. The power of Marquis of the Eastern River made others astonished, but the luck of Nantian Hao was also fortuitous. In just a few short days, these news were spread far and wide. Verdant copper, 6 runes, ah. This is a good item, even millions of refined crystals wouldn't be able to buy it. One person who heard this news was both envious and jealous and said, the challenge area indeed has many great treasures. It even had a 6 runes Saint Copper. Hearing this good news, many cultivators took a risk and ventured into the challenge area. Of course, for many of these cultivators, this was welcoming their deaths. Grand Dao life metals were born naturally into this world and had innate Dao runes. Only the ones with Dao runes would be formally called Grand Dao life metals. Each of them contained the Dao runes from the ancient eras. These Dao runes were called Grand Dao metal runes or Grand Dao life metals. To life treasures, these metals were indeed too precious. For example, when a Grand Dao life metal had the Dao runes of fire, one could refine it using the violet fire merit or heavy flame law to smelt it and turn it into a Grand Dao metal rune. Using the appropriate merit laws with the same element when refining these metals would yield a life treasure with double the power. Chapter 114. Of course, the power of these Dao runes couldn't be activated by everyone. Only experts above the royal noble realm would be able to truly utilize the power of the Grand Dao life runes. 1 Grand Dao life metal could contain 1 Grand Dao life rune, or even 2 or 3. In short, the more runes there were, the more precious the metal was. It could be said that metals that contained more than 3 Dao runes would be something that couldn't be bought with even 1,000,000 refined crystals. Cultivators named metals having 4 to 5 runes as King Iron. Ones that had 6 to 7 runes were called Saint Coppers, and ones that had 8 to 9 were called Immortal Gold. A 6 runes verdant copper was something that would cause people's eyes to become reddened with greed. Its value was much higher than the beast marrow and Dao bones obtained by Marquis of the Eastern River. It was no wonder why people couldn't help but venture into the challenge area after hearing the news. Xingtian Dao used his own strength to kill a 150,000-year-old longevity spirit, and he came out unscathed. But there was an even more shocking message that came from the Heavenly God sect. Using his own strength to kill such a longevity spirit. Hearing this news, many people took a deep chilling breath. Longevity spirits were much more dangerous than heavenly beasts. Being targeted by one would make people feel like there was a gigantic mountain lurking behind them. Killing one was simply unimaginable. This is a true royal noble, he's much stronger than Marquis of the Eastern River. Even the unconvinced people had to admit that Xingtian Dao was way too formidable. A royal noble at such a young age, this was an enviable matter. Plus, under the today's situation, Xingtian Dao appeared to be even more powerful than a veteran royal noble. An ordinary royal noble couldn't compare to him, and same with the other geniuses in the Grand Middle Territory. Xingtian Dao, born with a saint fate, exceedingly high talents, and extreme intelligence, he easily understood the Grand Dao and laws. A sect master enviously exclaimed and continued, having such a descendant, it would be a certainty that the Heavenly God sect would continue to grow. I'm afraid Xingtian Dao wouldn't just be a mortal king. In the future, he might even exceed the Heavenly God sect's ancestor. Having such a disciple was an enviable thing. The sect will surely become prosperous. I'm afraid Goddess Li is even stronger than Xingtian Dao, and even more heaven-defying as well. Since Xingtian Dao was so excellent, it reminded others of another genius, Li Shuangyan. One has to remember that earlier, Xingtian Dao suffered under the hands of Li Shuangyan. Goddess Li is truly heaven-defying. Rumor has it that she doesn't just have a king physique, but also a saint fate. When it came to Li Shuangyan, many cultivators were moved and couldn't help but sing praises. I also know that Goddess Li has an even higher potential than Xingtian Dao. At the end of the day, she has a king physique. In the future, she would definitely become a virtuous paragon without difficulty. Her fans couldn't stop praising. There was a debate regarding fate palaces and physiques. Some felt that the physique was more important than the fate palace, while others took the opposite view. Cultivators on the side of the first principle felt that physiques were capable of ranking up. A king physique could become a saint physique, or even the invincible immortal physique. However, a fate palace couldn't do it. One was stuck with the innate fate palace and couldn't rank it up through cultivation. As for the second principle, they considered the fate palace to be the foundation of cultivation. Even though a Xiantian physique had a clear advantage, but once you reach the later stages in cultivation, in order to understand profound merit laws and create a personalized Grand Dao, one would need the aptitude and talents. This was why people thought that a fate palace was more important than a physique. Regarding fate palaces, Goddess Li is no worse than Xingtian Dao, but Goddess Li is also a natural-born king physique. A predecessor from the last generation said, if we're strictly speaking about potential, then no one could be better than Goddess Li. However, Goddess Li has joined the cleansing incense ancient sect while Xingtian Dao has the guidance of the legendary ancestor from the heavenly god sect. With such a wise teacher, how could he not become invincible? When it came to the heavenly god sect's ancestor, everyone became silent. Even the arrogant ones turned respectful because the ancestor was the follower of immortal Emperor Ta Kong. This is all because of the damned ancestral law of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. A young cultivator felt it was unfair and said, "Who is Goddess Li?" She is a fairy visiting the mortal world, but it just so happened that she was betrothed to the cleansing incense ancient sect. And this prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, how could he deserve someone like Goddess Li? Li Shuangyan was the goddess in the eyes of the younger generation. With so many fans, it would only be natural that when this matter came up, countless people would hate Li Chia to the bones. That's right. A flower amidst a pile of cow manure. Li Chia is not only a bag of straws, but also an idiot. Isn't he only relying on the power of the immortal emperor? Just the little power left behind by immortal Emperor Minren, ah? Yet he still dared to be arrogant to the high heavens. One of these days, he won't even realize why he was killed. Many people truly despised Li Qie. Especially when they saw that Li Qie was only relying on a woman to be arrogant, many people took this to their hearts. Besides having the fortunate fate of becoming the prime disciple, then the great fortune to marry Li Shuangyan, what was good about him? Just the thought of the straw bag being so lucky made many young ones grit their teeth from both envy and hatred. A gigolo relying on a woman, what kind of talent is this? While people were talking about the injustice towards Li Shuangyan, or when people were gossiping about her, there was suddenly a piece of news spreading throughout the evil-infested ridge. There is someone entering the dangerous area. He's going in alone. The news arrived and shocked the entire evil-infested ridge. Going alone into the dangerous area? People were shocked to hear this news. Entering alone, this was such courage. Someone asked, is it the imperial advisor of the heavenly jewel kingdom, enlightened being C2? One had to know that the dangerous area would terrorize others to the extreme. Without luck, one would meet a 300,000-year-old heavenly beast or longevity spirit. Meeting a heavenly beast was borderline acceptable, but being targeted by a longevity spirit would likely result in death. No, enlightened being C2 had not made a move. It is Heavenly Prince Qingxian. Someone who knew the inside story said. There were people from the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom here? Many people were stunned to hear this information. No matter whether it was a grand sect or a powerful nation, upon hearing the arrival of the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, none dared to be presumptuous. The Jiangzhou clan, the heavenly southern kingdom, or even the heavenly god sect, with its ancestor, wouldn't dare to provoke the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. The Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, this was an absolute and influential existence in the Grand Middle Territory. Even though it couldn't claim to be number one, it was still an intimidating giant. The Azure mysterious ancient kingdom, a true ancient kingdom. One kingdom with two immortal emperors, Hearing the giant's arrival, everyone lost their wits. The Azure mysterious ancient kingdom had produced two immortal emperors, Immortal Emperor Qingxian and Immortal Emperor Sandao. With two immortal emperors, this was a supremely frightening existence. Such a monstrous existence couldn't be shaken. Unless a matchless existence, such as the War God Temple, appeared, no one would dare to compete for the hegemony status against the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Someone exclaimed after regaining their wits, Heavenly Prince Qingxian, a character from the legends, The old turtle monarch from the Flying Dragon Lake frighteningly lost his colors and spoke. Legends told that even though Heavenly Prince Qingxian was only 20 years old, he cultivated two emperor merit laws from two immortal emperors at the same time. This is truly an unfathomable existence. One person with peerless emperor merit laws, who could stop him in the entire Grand Middle Territory. Many people chose to be silent with regards to the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom and Heavenly Prince Qingxian because they were existences that were too powerful for them to comment on. Not only them, but even the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom and Heavenly Southern Kingdom were not comparable. One ancient kingdom with two immortal emperors, there was not a second existence in the entire Grand Middle Territory like them. There was a saying in the Grand Middle Territory, in ancient times, there was the War God Temple, in the present, there is the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. This phrase alone was indicative of its powerful status. Many sects believe that, unless the War God Temple come into being, the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom would be the ruler of the Grand Middle Territory. Over the years, many believed that only the transcendent War God Temple could compare to the Azure mysterious ancient kingdom. The War God Temple was the origin ground of the human race. Many people even said that the most primordial merit laws that humans practiced came from the War God Temple. There were winds and clouds rampaging in all directions inside the evil-infested ridge. Li Qie was massacring everywhere and was covered in blood. He especially intended to stimulate the potential of his hell-suppressing godly physique, so he always provoked the heavenly beasts. Li Qie's physique became more and more terrifying as its potential was being drawn out. To Li Qie, heavenly beasts were the best things for hellish training, but Li Qie truly hated the longevity spirits. Being targeted by them was too troublesome. When met with one, if you rush forward, they would retreat. If you retreat, it would start the offense. One wouldn't be able to sit down in peace. In the last 10 days, Li Qie was targeted by a 300,000-year-old longevity spirit. From the outset, it landed a mortal blow on Li Qie. Unfortunately, it was a blow to Li Qie, who possessed the hardened hell-suppressing godly physique. Thus, its blow couldn't kill Li Qie, and Li Qie immediately ran away afterwards. Chapter 115. After successfully escaping, Li Qie utilized the dark cover of the evil-infested ridge to counter this 300,000-year-old longevity spirit. Unfortunately, this spirit was also very cunning. After being wounded twice by Li Qie, it became a lot more cautious and no longer took careless actions. However, it didn't run away and kept on following Li Qie. This was the reason why Li Qie despised longevity spirits. Heavenly beasts would fight until the collapse of one party, but longevity spirits would always hide and sneak attack without ever giving up. Oh, a sad scream rang after the longevity spirit, who was hiding in a mire, was killed in one decisive blow. There was suddenly an arm that appeared from the mire. The hell-suppressing godly physique, one hand as heavy as 10,000 mountains. Even if this spirit was stronger, it wouldn't be able to bear the weight of this one hand. It pierced through the head and chest of this spirit with an unblockable strike. Motherfucker, unkillable ghosts. Even if you are a ghost, you would still fall into the trap of your grandpa. Finally, Li Qie climbed out of the mire. In order to deal with this spirit, he spent a lot of effort and created a trap before finally tricking the spirit and dealt a deadly blow. When it came to calculations and scheming, although longevity spirits were gifted in these arts, they were not comparable to Li Qie. One had to know that when he was the Dark Crow that year, he plotted against the entire world. After obtaining the longevity blood and life ring, Li Qie became stiff and slowly turned around. At this moment, he gazed intensely at one direction and felt a chilling presence. 1,000,000-year-old longevity spirit. At this moment, Li Qie realized that he was targeted by a 1,000,000-year-old longevity spirit. It was still more than 10,000 miles away from him, but even from such a far distance, it was able to lock onto Li Qie and considered him as its prey. A 1,000,000-year-old longevity spirit, not to mention Li Qie's shallow cultivation, even if he was an ancient saint, he would still die at the hands of this monster. Treating me as prey? Li Qie laughed and murmured, "That year, little brat Shueshi left many things here that remained unused. Today, I will let you see the schemes of your grandpa. Let us see who will be trapping who." Li Qie finally headed west. This spirit was still watching Li Qie, but wasn't Li Qie trying to trap this beast? Many people always thought that longevity spirits were smarter than heavenly beasts. A 1,000,000-year-old longevity spirit would have an extremely frightening intelligence. It tracked Li Qie but didn't make a move. Regarding a weak human that dared to travel alone in the no-man's land, it smelled the scent of danger, so it didn't make a move and remained vigilant. While on this road, Li Qie's path became mysterious. He started to twist and turn, and not just move in a straight line westward. Meanwhile, the spirit was still watching. After a long time, seeing that Li Qie didn't have any hidden cards, it finally couldn't wait any longer as it took action. Fluff, longevity spirits always killed with one move. A blow from a 1,000,000-year-old spirit, not mentioning Li Qie, even an ancient saint would have to die. However, Li Qie disappeared as the blow was coming. No one knew how he did it while being watched by this spirit's spiritual sense, but Li Qie actually disappeared. From the sky, there was suddenly a bloody light and a bloody spear pierced straight downward. This spear that traversed the sky, not to mention this spirit, but even a virtuous paragon would shiver in fear. Hudash, the 1,000,000-year-old longevity spirit bellowed. This spear penetrated the top of its head. Under this one murderous spear, no matter how powerful one was, death would be the only result. However, the moment when it was about to die, it saw Li Qie standing still without moving. He essentially never left his position. Plotting against me? You should know that this is my territory. Li Qie smiled and said. At this moment, he reminisced and murmured, that year, it seemed like little brat Xuexi expended a lot of effort to prepare inside of this place. Originally, this place was meant to slay that evil being, but he only ended up using a small part of it. Today, they would only be used for things such as this. With Li Qie saying, little brat Xuexi, he was referring to immortal Emperor Xuexi during the ancient Ming era. During that era, the evil-infested ridge was not the private property of the cleansing incense ancient sect. It was a small world, a holy land per se, but there was an evil existence in this place. At that moment, immortal Emperor Xuexi had not carried the heaven's will. Li Qie brought him around to increase his understanding of the heaven's will, and they went inside the evil-infested ridge. At that time, they wanted to slay the evil existence. One had to know that even then, immortal Emperor Xuexi could have been considered unbeatable, but that evil existence saw that he didn't carry the heaven's will and challenged him. Because they wanted to eliminate and destroy the evil existence completely, immortal Emperor Xuexi prepared countless methods in this world to form an inescapable net. At that time, Li Qie and immortal Emperor Xuexi both didn't allow for this evil existence to remain, not even one hair, because it was simply too nefarious. However, they didn't expect for there to be an accident during that moment. Therefore, there were many methods left behind by Xuexi that were unused in this place. But today, Li Qie ended up using some of these preparations. After killing the 1 million-year-old longevity spirit, there was a great harvest for Li Qie. The longevity blood and life ring of this spirit would even be coveted by heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings. After taking these things, Li Qie wore the life ring around his body and continued to go west. No other beasts dared to come close to Li Qie after seeing the life ring on his body. Even a 1 million-year-old longevity spirit was killed. All of the other beings were left in fear and didn't expect this little human to be so terrifying. Li Qie finally reached his final destination after an unknown amount of time. This was a vast piece of land, but after stepping into this place, Li Qie's expression greatly changed as he quickly rushed forward. He reached a stone monument and it had the word, amnesty. It was shaped like a flying dragon and a dancing phoenix and had an invincible atmosphere. Under the stone monument was the signature, Immortal Emperor Min Ren. Without a doubt, this stone monument was left behind by Immortal Emperor Min Ren. With the word amnesty inscribed on this stone, it meant that existences were not allowed to hunt beasts in this location. Li Qie approached closer. In front of his eyes were the broken remnants of mountains and rivers that were demolished into little pieces. This land was completely annihilated with terrible holes and craters that had an unknown depth on the ground. Standing on this land, Li Qie's expression sunk heavily. In a short amount of time, it became very ugly. If Li Shuangyan was here, she would be able to feel the terrifying aura from Li Qie. It became murderous, as if Li Qie had become a death god. If gods were in his way, he would slay gods. If Buddha was in his way, slay Buddha. Little silly, Li Qie walked around this area and screamed into the craters on the ground. However, only his echoes replied. No one was there to answer him. Little silly, are you still here? Li Qie screamed loudly. Do you still remember the dark crow in the old land? Do you remember the dark crow in the Jasper Pond? Little silly, little brat Min Ren carried you to this place. Do you still remember? However, no matter how many times Li Qie screamed, there was no answer. Li Qie's expression became as cold as ice. He knew exactly what had happened here. This place had Min Ren's godly aura and even his amnesty mantra. No one dared to kill here. 30,000 years ago, Li Qie taught the Black Dragon King. Even though the Black Dragon King didn't become an immortal emperor, but as the Tao Master for the Black Dragon King's 3 generations, he had supreme authority. Ever since he left Little Silly in this place, 1 billion years have passed and it was always safe here. Even though the descendants of Immortal Emperor Min Ren did not welcome it, they would follow the amnesty order of Immortal Emperor Min Ren. Little Silly had always been safe in this place. During the era when the Black Dragon King's 3 generations was revered, while it also had the amnesty of the immortal Minren, as well as the supreme aura of Wuxia, this could have been considered one of the safest places. However, something unfortunate had happened. This incident definitely happened when he was asleep during the last 30,000 years. At this moment, Wuxia knew who did it. He was chilled to the bones, but he didn't give up and continuously yelled, little silly, are you still here? Dark Crow came to visit you." However, no matter how long he called, there was still no response. There was only dead silence in this place. Wuxia called again and again. He visited all of the holes, but in the end, he couldn't find the shadow of Little Silly. Little Silly did not answer him. Eventually, Wuxia stood there in silence. If anyone could see Wuxia's expression right now, only dread would appear in their hearts. At this moment, there was a thing that dropped on top of Wuxia's head and it fell into his palm. This was a Dao bone, shining like a crystal jade. Wuxia tightly held this Dao bone. He knew that the thing he didn't want to happen the most, happened. Finally, Wuxia carefully stored the Dao bone, turned around, and left this place. After leaving, he went towards the north. He had the faint sense of an ominous omen in his heart. He wanted to go north, but he restrained his desire because he had left the holy ground for too long. He had to go back, otherwise Gu Tiesho's group would become worried and search for him. Wuxia finally left, and this time, he quickly went south. With the million-year life ring hanging on his body, no heavenly beast nor longevity spirit dared to provoke him, allowing him to quickly return. Chapter 116. He came back. Oldest brother came back after returning to the Holy Land. A disciple from the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect saw Wuxia from the distance, and shouted. Hearing the loud shout, the group of Gu Taizhou quickly came and saw that Wuxia had returned safe and sound. Everyone was excited, even the cold-as-ice Li Shuangyan was smiling. "How was the harvest?" Wuxia asked. How did the disciples do with their hellish training? When it came to the harvest, many disciples were excited. Nan Huiran quickly reported to Wuxia, oldest brother, at the moment, the harvest is very rich. Even though there aren't that many high-ranked beast marrows and Dao bones, we obtained a lot of spirit plants and Grand Dao life metals. We dug up quite a few 1 and 2 rune Grand Dao life metals. The best was a 5 rune Grand Dao life metal, dug up by Big Brother Chu Daily. Elder Gu also found a 6 transformation soul plant, Nan Huiran excitedly reported to Wuxia. Even a calm person like Gu Taizhou was also inevitably elated, a 6 transformation soul plant, ah. Before, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect didn't even dare to think about it. If this 6 transformation soul plant was sold, the price would be as high as the sky. The disciples were very joyful, the sect had greatly profited. This hellish training session also filled the empty treasury of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Are the disciples okay? Wuxia shared the happy mood and smilingly asked. We conducted several large-scale heavenly beast hunting sessions. Even though we had some injuries, they were nothing too serious. The most serious was when we chased a longevity spirit over the boundary and 3 disciples were killed. Luckily, Su Pei reacted quickly and lured them so that the other's disciple could be saved. If Su Pei wasn't so smart, then the longevity spirit would have killed many more disciples before we arrived. Gu Taizhou said. This time, Junior Su Pei made a great contribution. The quiet protector Mo also praisingly added, otherwise, my insignificant life would have been part of the casualties. As the oldest sister of the Cleansing Jade Peak, Su Pei was a little bit shy from all of the praises from her seniors. She had great insight and never tried to steal the limelight from others, but she was meticulous and saw through all things. Even though she usually was a little timid, but when there was trouble, she was very calm. For cultivators, injuries and deaths were normal occurrences. 3 dead disciples could be considered the smallest of losses. Even though it was not perfect, it was still within an acceptable range. After reporting the recent matters, Nanhuiren cheerfully asked, "Oldest brother, how was your hellish training?" In reality, when Nanhuiren asked, everyone all stared at Li Qie. Seeing the gazes, Li Qie smiled and threw his spatial pouch into the ground and said, "See for yourselves." The others didn't intend to open Li Qie's spatial pouch, except for Nanhuiren. He quickly opened it and poured out the items inside. When the items came out, they dazzlingly blinded the eyes with their brilliance. In a flash, everyone was dumbfounded. This, so many longevity bloods. Seeing the bottle containing longevity blood, Protector Mo salivated. His master, elder son, was an alchemist, so seeing the blood, he started to drool as well. Oh heaven! This is a 100,000-year life ring. No, these are the Tao bones and beast marrow of a 200,000-year-old sky-shouldering ape. My heaven, ah! Isn't this a 300,000-year-old life ring? Nanhuiren was not shy, he hugged everything in his chest. Seeing the 200,000-year to 300,000-year-old items, in a short amount of time, his sight became blurry and he hated the fact that he couldn't have all of the treasures in his arms at once. At this time, when everyone was dumbfounded, even Li Shuangyan, with her rich harvest, was also moved. A 300,000-year-old life ring, this was a 300,000-year-old longevity spirit. Even an enlightened being would have to run away, let alone other cultivators. Gu Taizhou also didn't believe his eyes. With his ability, he wouldn't be able to kill a 200,000-year-old heavenly beast, yet they all died in the hands of Li Qie. This was truly unbelievable. As for the other protectors and sectional leaders, they stood there in silence, unable to say anything. There is also something good here. Li Qie smiled and took off the 1,000,000 years life ring in his master palace, and threw it on the ground. My heaven, even though Nanhuiren's expression was super exaggerated, he was also completely astonished. Even Niufen was shocked. A 1,000,000-year-old life ring. Niufen took a deep breath and said, "A 1,000,000-year-old longevity spirit. A man would be frightened to meet one and a ghost would be sad to encounter one. This being was too ghastly, even a heavenly sovereign's blood would be sucked dry." As for the group of Gu Taizhou, they were stuck with horrors and cold chills. Their hearts were amazed because this was an unthinkable matter. A 1,000,000-year-old longevity spirit. Young noble, did you sneak attack it? Niufen took another deep breath and asked. It was because it wasn't sensible and targeted me. Li Qie shrugged his shoulders and nonchalantly said, since it brought itself to the door, I had no choice but to accept its life ring and longevity blood. At this point, not to mention Gu Taizhou, even Niufen was looking at Li Qie as if he was seeing a ghost. Li Qie's cultivation was still very far from heaven's primal, let alone named hero or royal noble. However, he was able to kill a 1,000,000-year-old longevity spirit. Even if you told someone this story, they wouldn't believe you because this was an impossible matter. However, Niufen was only shocked for a moment. At this point, he remembered about the immortal emperor's reinforcement inside Li Qie's sea of knowledge. That day, when he tried to look inside, he was immediately suppressed by the immortal emperor's reinforcement. If Li Qie didn't spare his life, then he would have soon become clouds and smoke. What type of person was someone who was reinforced by immortal emperors? One had to know that the most recent immortal emperor was immortal emperor Ta Kong, who had disappeared 30,000 years ago. However, Li Qie was only 14 and he had these reinforcements. How frightening and unfathomable was this? At this time, Nanhuiren regained his soul and threw away the treasures in his arms. He embraced the 1,000,000-year-old life ring, instead, and spoke while drooling, "Older brother, you are too extravagant. This is a 1,000,000-year-old life ring, yet you threw it down like a piece of scrap metal." Even though Nanhuiren's expression was exaggerated, but in the eyes of everyone here, it was quite appropriate. Older brother is still the best. If older brother personally appeared, then you would be invincible in this world. Slaying the Buddha and gods that block your path. what type of person is oldest brother? You are the revitalization of our cleansing incense ancient sect, a wise disciple of the immortal emperor. Who in this world could oppose? Nan Huiran was sucking up to Li Chia while embracing this life ring. Li Chia stared at him and naturally said, "Don't you think about this life ring? First, this life ring isn't suiting for you. Second, you don't have enough contributions. Since Su Pei saved so many disciples, she has the highest contributions, so this life ring will be rewarded to Su Pei." Ah. Hearing Li Chia's command, Nan Huiran's expression became sad, but he still handed the life ring in his embrace to Su Pei and flattered, "Little sister Su's wisdom is unrivaled, this life ring is best for you." Su Pei couldn't believe what she was hearing. Right now, as she embraced the life ring in her chest, she was still in complete confusion as she asked, This is for me? A million-year-old life ring, ah. Even a protector or sectional leader wouldn't dare to want it, yet it was given to a third-generation disciple. Older brother, can you give me one item? Nan Huiran looked over at the treasures as a ridiculous amount of drool was coming out of his mouth. However, without the command of Li Chia, he didn't dare to act recklessly. So be it, you have always followed me. Even without any contributions, at least you tried your best. So, you can pick one. Li Chia had never been stingy to his loyal followers, so he nodded his head and said. Hearing Li Chia's words, Nan Huiran's mood immediately rose again. He embraced the 300,000-year-old life ring in his chest and laughed, older brother, I'll take this one. Seeing his greed, not to mention Li Chia, even his master, Protector Mo, glared at him. However, he was very glad on the inside. Nan Huiran was his disciple and his future would surely be promising. As the master, he was also ecstatic. Finally, Li Chia looked at Gu Taizhou and said, Elder, the longevity blood and beast marrows will go into the treasury. Half of them will stay in the treasury while the other half will be the rewards for the disciples with contributions, depending on their actual merits. Long live oldest brother. Hearing Li Chia's words, the disciples here all cheered. Even the protectors and sectional leaders were happily smiling. Li Chia brought back many good things. Gu Taizhou agreed and carried out the rewards while Li Chia and Li Shuangyan stood to the side. The trip was not successful. Li Shuangyan looked at Li Chia and finally asked him in a, rarely seen, gentle manner. Even though Li Chia was smiling the whole time, Li Shuangyan, who had always followed him, noticed his loneliness. Li Chia slightly shook his head and sighed without saying anything. This matter couldn't be assisted by Li Shuangyan nor the 9 Saint Demon Gate, he had to rely on himself. Li Chia didn't say anything so Li Shuangyan stopped her questioning. Finally, she spoke. Recently, many things happened in the evil-infested ridge. It was quite bloody. You went outside? Li Chia was a bit surprised as he asked. Li Shuangyan nodded and said, I went outside to experience some things. I had some small enlightenments regarding formations and wanted to polish them in order to enhance my killing potential with formations. Li Shuangyan's talents could be described to be impeccable, but her weakness was her insufficient offensive power. She was always immersed in formations, so her cultivation techniques were lacking. Chapter 117, Fine, so be it. I will help you with your incomplete formation. Take out the formation and turn it into an array, no different from the immortal emperor slaughtering formation, and it shall be your killing formation. Li Chia spoke while looking at Li Shuangyan. Hearing this, even Li Shuangyan had to smile. This time when she ventured outside for training, although Niu Fen who carried the patriarch's portrait went along with her, she also went into a really dangerous area. Of course she had to work for her harvest. Outside of just understanding her formation better, she also refined her void imperfection physique even more. Why are you so insistent on formations? Li Chia shook his head and continued, with your talents, you can go so far on the road of cultivation. You shouldn't expend so much effort on formations. Li Shuangyan's talents were great and without flaws. If she put all of her effort into cultivation, then her Dao would be much higher than the present, but she always chose to study formations instead. The reality was that the 9 Saint Demon Gate was not well versed in formation arrays. Their main formation was just an incomplete copy from the formation progenitor. Li Shuangyan's choice could be considered to be wrong, a waste of her own talents. The path of cultivation is endless. As long as one stuck to it, this would already be correct. However, in the end, without a little interest, a little personal hobby, wouldn't it all be meaningless? Li Shuangyan revealed her rarely seen playful charm of a young woman as she took a quick glance at Li Qie with fascinating elegance. Li Qie laughed and shook his head. He stopped opposing her. In the end, he couldn't take away other people's hobbies. I heard Heavenly Prince Qingxian of the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom has arrived. Li Shuangyan went outside once and found out many things, and she said, in my opinion, they brought many great characters that were usually hidden. I heard that they came here for an ancient treasure. The Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Hearing Li Shuangyan's words, Li Qie smiled and replied, treasure? For this treasure, whether it is a blessing or a disaster for them, it is difficult to tell. Although the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom is powerful, there are many things that they can't swallow. Hearing this, Li Shuangyan changed her expression. Without a doubt, Li Qie knew this place like the palm of his hand. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that this place only opened once every 100 years. How old was Li Qie right now? You have been to the evil-infested ridge before? Li Shuangyan curiously asked. Li Qie glanced at her and said, I can't be knowledgeable without being here. Immortal Emperor Min Ren spoke to me in my dreams, how could I not be knowledgeable about the ridge? This response clearly expressed his intent to avoid the question, so Li Shuangyan glared at him, without losing her alluring youthful charm. The appearance of the patriarch in his dreams, she essentially didn't believe any of it. However, outside of that, there seemed to be no other explanation. Is there any other news? Regarding the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom, Li Qie didn't really harp on it in his mind. Even though it was powerful, could it exceed the soaring immortal sect? Could it surpass the Heaven Protector City? He had seen much more powerful existences. There were a bit of skirmishes between the sects, but no one dared to provoke and compete with the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Li Shuangyan continued, I'm afraid these other pieces of news are trivial to you, but Heavenly Prince Qingxian, alone, killed a 150,000-year-old longevity spirit. And Marquis of the Eastern River has the 6 Wise Monarchs formation for protection. I also heard that Nantian Hao found a 1,500,000-year-old silver maple grass. Nantian Hao had good luck. He originally already got a Saint Copper, but now he even obtained a 1,500,000-year-old silver maple grass. That little brat definitely has a treasure that can seek other treasure. Otherwise, how would he be able to find such an old silver maple grass so easily? Li Qie shook his head and said, that is not known, but I heard that this grass was not successfully obtained by him. Instead, it was eaten by a frog. Now the entire evil-infested ridge is looking for this frog. Li Shuangyan said. A 1,500,000-year-old silver maple grass, this was a priceless treasure. Even if a frog had eaten it, as long as one could capture it, it would still be possible to cook and refine it. A frog eating a 1,500,000-year-old silver maple grass. Hearing this news, Li Qie changed his expression and asked, what kind of frog is this? This wasn't made very clear. I heard that they couldn't catch it because its speed was too fast. Li Shuangyan shook her head. She found it strange that Li Qie didn't care about a 1,500,000-year-old grass, not to mention that it was a silver maple grass. He seemed to be more interested in this frog. Come, we will go on a trip. Call for no fun. Li Qie's gaze became serious and said. This frog sparked a fragment of his memory. It was a frog that escaped from him that year. Li Shuangyan was also shocked. She was not thinking about the silver maple grass, but about the frog instead. Since Li Qie treated such an old grass like trash, this meant that the frog must have a heaven-frightening origin. She immediately called for no fun. Li Qie told Gu Taizhou that he needed to leave again for a short amount of time. Gu Taizhou didn't pry and immediately agreed. Come, we shall go find out where the frog appeared. Finally, Li Qie and Li Shuangyan rode the snail and left the holy ground. The group of Li Qie went south and eventually entered the lively area of the evil-infested ridge. Here, Li Shuangyan quickly found out about the frog's situation. The frog most recently appeared near the root of the silver maple grass. Obtaining the information, Li Qie immediately went to that area with Li Shuangyan. The growing location of the silver maple grass was a swamp occupied by many ferocious beasts, but this place had been swept through by others, so there were no more creatures here. Once they arrived, Li Qie was like a dog, lying straight on the ground, and sniffed the soil. Then, he carefully observed the hydrology of this area. After another detailed inspection, with an ecstatic expression, Li Qie understood that the frog was here. My grandma. I didn't think that this sly bastard was hiding here. Li Qie murmured. That year, he and the alchemy god spent a lot of effort and searched many areas before finally capturing this frog. They treated him as a great treasure and fed it really well. However, he didn't expect little brat alchemy god to accidentally let the frog get away. At that point, they were seething with anger and their hearts were bleeding blood. In the future generations, he had always been aware of this frog and searched for it many times. However, this world was so vast, searching for a frog was harder than reaching the heavens. He didn't expect that in this life, he would be able to meet it here. No wonder he couldn't find it, it was because it was hiding in the evil-infested ridge. I don't believe that you can get away from my hands. Li Qie muttered. Seeing Li Qie's great emphasis on a frog, Niufen asked, Young noble, is this frog really that valuable? Even more valuable than a 1,000,000-year-old silver maple grass? A 1,000,000-year-old silver maple grass is no more than weed compared to this frog. Li Qie answered. Niufen and Li Shuangyan stared at each other. A 1,000,000-year-old silver maple leaf, ah. One had to know that it was extremely valuable and could even be used to create immortal medicines. However, it was considered as weed compared to this frog. Just what on earth was this frog? We chase. Li Qie had caught it before and had raised it for a while. He was too clear on the habits of this frog. After an observation, he immediately took Li Shuangyan eastward for the chase. While riding the snail to the east, even though the beast had left for a while, Li Qie was still able to find clues to trace him. At this time, no matter what happened, Li Qie wouldn't let it escape. Along the way, many cultivators saw them riding the snail and were pointing their fingers. At this moment, Li Qie was very popular. He was no less popular than Marquis of the Eastern River, Nantian Hao, and Xingtian Dao, the geniuses. Of course, Li Qie was popular not for the same reason as Marquis of the Eastern River and Nantian Hao. When talking about Li Qie, people were gritting their teeth. It was especially so for the younger generation. When speaking about Li Qie, they couldn't help but to exclaim, "What is so great about relying on a woman, pa?" Losing face for men everywhere. Seeing Li Qie and Li Shuangyan together right now, many people's eyes were reddened from jealousy. In the eyes of spectators, Li Qie riding the giant snail was trying to be in the limelight, so some of the young cultivators spat on the ground and contemptuously said, "Why so arrogant? If you are so great, then go slay heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. That would truly be worthy of being arrogant. Humph, aren't you only borrowing the power of the immortal emperor and having good enough luck to marry Goddess Li, and be backed by the 9 Saint Demon Gate? What is there to brag about?" Li Qie embarked all the way east. He found that many cultivators were also heading east, as if there was a treasure that appeared towards this direction. Seeing this, Li Qie grimaced and Li Shuangyan quickly gathered information for him. "I heard that there was a great treasure appearing in the east, a treasure of the gods." Li Shuangyan told Li Qie. "A treasures of the gods?" Hearing this, Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. He had not only been at the evil-infested ridge once. Whether there was a treasure from the gods or not, he knew very clearly. Li Shuangyan added, "A few days ago, there was an earthquake, almost like there was a treasure escaping from underground. The last thing people saw was a light flying up towards the sky with extreme speed, and it was as beautiful as blood. Even royal nobles couldn't clearly see where it was going." Chapter 118, A Godly Light as Beautiful as Blood. Hearing this, Li Qia's gaze dimmed. A godly light as beautiful as blood, this was the thing he didn't want to see the most. One had to know that during the ancient times, the evil-infested ridge was its own world, a separate piece of heaven, but this was not a peaceful ground. What is wrong? Seeing Li Qia's expression, Li Shuangyan felt something was wrong. Li Qia said, "We will go check it out and see if there are heavenly beasts and longevity spirits hibernating, or whether they have ran off somewhere." In the past, Li Qia absolutely believed that this thing will not appear. This strange existence was not only mysteriously powerful, but was extremely difficult to deal with. It was extremely tenacious like the wild weeds. It was basically impossible to destroy its roots. In fact, the first time he came here as the Dark Crow, he already swept through everything once with immortal Emperor Xuexi. Later on, he did it again with immortal Emperor Min Ren and almost turned this place upside down. However, if this ghastly thing could just leave behind a little bit of its roots, then it could tenaciously rise again. Even though he left behind a method to suppress it as the Dark Crow that year, it seemed like it was no longer there. Many cultivators are rushing east and some are even crossing the dangerous area. However, there are no longevity spirits or heavenly beasts. As they were heading east, Li Shuangyan reported back to Li Qia. It was indeed so. Li Qia murmured, "I also want to see what type of appearance it will have after millions of years of gestation." The treasure of the gods? This is only a rumor, but someone said that the evil-infested ridge was a land of the gods and that this place had godly treasures. Li Shuangyan looked at Li Qia and said. Regarding this matter, Li Qia smiled and slowly spoke, "Treasures of the gods? I have never seen them, but there could be a godly bone or two in the sea of bones from the gods. There are gods in this world?" Li Shuangyan emotionally asked Li Qia. Regarding immortals and gods, not just the mortal emperor world, there were many legends in all of the 9 worlds. Some said that this world used to have immortals, but they were exterminated later on. Some even said that during the ancient eras, there was an era of the gods. The gods used to rule over the 9 worlds and 10 earths. However, whether there were gods or not, no one could really say. There had been a few who obtained treasures and even life treasures, not from the wise sages during the desolate era, but of an even earlier age. These were heaven-defying treasures, but because one couldn't go back in time to find out, some cultivators considered these the treasures of gods. Gods? Li Qia loudly laughed and leisurely said, "If there are gods in this world, then I am the lord of the gods. If there are immortals in this world, then I am the king of the immortals." These words were too unbridled. Lord of the gods, king of the immortals, anyone who heard this would think that Li Qia was lying, but Li Shuangyan was used to it. Sometimes, Li Qia said many arrogant things, but in his hands, matters were easily settled. This was downright frightening. As they continued eastward, many cultivators were foraging everywhere. They were either looking for spirit pills and medicinal grasses or digging for treasures and godly metals. Many people rushed here when they knew that there were no longevity spirits or heavenly beasts left. In a short period of time, this news spread throughout the entire ridge. Someone said, "I heard that there is a godly treasure appearing in the east and it alarmed many great sects and nations." Right. Even Xingtian Dao was heading east quickly. Another cultivator said. Another added, "People saw the fierce beasts leaving the east. It was probably because they couldn't handle the godly treasure's presence, so they left. We should also go quickly. At the moment, everyone is going there. There will be so many treasures everywhere that will be ripe for the picking. If the dangerous area is no longer dangerous, then everyone will become rich." This news quickly passed through the grapevine and, in a short amount of time, all of the cultivator crazily rushed east, wanting to find treasures since the fierce beasts were no longer present. As for the rumors regarding the godly treasure, no one knew for sure because they didn't know what it was or whether the gods ever existed in the first place. As for why many people actually believed in the appearance of a godly treasure, this was because this piece of news came from the disciples of the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Particularly, Heavenly Prince Qingxian. He wasn't like Marquis of the Eastern River and Xingtian Dao, who were just killing heavenly beasts and longevity spirits for the beast marrows and longevity blood. He was only searching in the dangerous area, as if he was looking for something. Heavenly Prince Qingxian definitely came here with a goal. Finally, this news was confirmed by the old turtle monarch of the Flying Dragon Lake. The azure mysterious ancient kingdom had always been standing strong with 2 generations of immortal emperors. What Dao bones would they be lacking? What heavens will true stone would they require? The treasury of the azure mysterious ancient kingdom is heaven frightening. At this moment, Heavenly Prince Qingxian is definitely not here just for beast marrows and Dao bones. I'm afraid that he is only here for the godly treasure. If there was something that could cause the mobilization of the azure mysterious ancient kingdom, this would be it. The turtle monarch of the Flying Dragon Lake had lived for a very long time and was rich with knowledge. If he said so, then many cultivators believed him, that there was a godly treasure appearing in the east. Li Qia heading east naturally was not for the treasure of the gods. Whether it existed or not, he knew too well. He was only here for the frog. However, as he was going to the dangerous area, he met an illustrious character. Heavenly Prince Qingxian has arrived. At this moment, an unknown cultivator yelled out. Everyone else lifted their heads and looked towards the horizon. In the far distance, there was an azure aura that spanned 1,000 miles. In a flash, this azure light crossed over the heads of many people. The azure light swept past the sky with a great presence, like a king patrolling his land. There were many people of all ages flying inside this azure light, led by a young man. This young man's stature was proud and tall. He was encompassed by a green light, as if he was born in the chaos, like the sun of the heavens. Even though one couldn't see his features clearly, he wore a godly crown while wearing an imperial robe, like a heavenly king patrolling the world. What was especially noticeable was the azure aura coming out from his gaze, like a morning celestial, being able to see through all things. Heavenly Prince Qingxian, descendant of the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Some said that he was the son of mortal King Qingxian. Some said that he was the descendant of the progenitor, immortal Emperor Qingxian. Some also believed that he could be a descendant of immortal Emperor Sandao. However, these were not the integral points. What was amazing was that there were rumors that Heavenly Prince Qingxian cultivated 2 emperor merit laws at the same time. There was even a rumor that he was cultivating the heavens will secret laws of both immortal Emperor Qingxian and immortal Emperor Sandao. The descendant of the ancient kingdom, he's truly a dragon. As the aura of Heavenly Prince Qingxian illuminated the field, many people were shocked. No matter how talented the younger generation cultivators thought they were, in front of Heavenly Prince Qingxian, they all developed an inferiority complex. 1 kingdom, 2 immortal emperors, 1 sect, 2 heavens will secret laws. In this entire world, there is no one who can defend themselves against him. Even the older royal nobles were lamenting. Needless to say, all of the royal nobles were wary of him, or even avoided him in fear of potentially provoking him. Heavenly Prince Qingxian was not only powerful, but behind him was the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. There was another man next to Heavenly Prince Qingxian. Heavenly Prince Qingxian had a powerful and magnanimous presence without peers, but this young man next to Heavenly Prince Qingxian could follow him without losing too much of his own charm. This young man was excellent and had a serious expression with the fortitude of a mountain. Even though his presence was not as terrifying as Heavenly Prince Qingxian, he was still very great. Aside from this young man, there were also many older men next to Heavenly Prince Qingxian. Even though they suppressed their aura, but with just their glances, they caused others' hearts to be chilled. One could imagine that these old men were the experts of the ancient kingdom, and their cultivations must be formidable. Isn't that the oldest disciple of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, Ling Qingfeng? Seeing the young man next to the heavenly prince, someone recognized his origin and surprisingly said. The Nine Saint Demon Gate didn't only have a genius like Li Shuangyan. In fact, the oldest disciple of the Nine Saint Demon Gate was also absolutely brilliant. However, for unknown reasons, as the oldest disciple, he was not chosen to be the descendant. Instead, Li Shuangyan was chosen. Some said that it was because Li Shuangyan had a Saint Fate palace and a king physique, so she was greatly valued by the Demon King and chosen to be the descendant. Some also said that because Ling Qingfeng was not a disciple of the Demon King, he didn't have the qualifications to inherit the position. In any case, the Nine Saint Demon Gate had two great geniuses and were envied by many sections. Li Shuangyan, needless to say, was a natural Saint Fate and king physique and had unlimited potential. Even though Ling Qingfeng's natural talents were not as great as Li Shuangyan, he was very powerful. Some believed that the number one person in the younger generation of the Nine Saint Demon Gate was Ling Qingfeng. He was believed to be even stronger than Li Shuangyan. The Nine Saint Demon Gates, Ling Qingfeng and Heavenly Prince Qingxian going together. Could it be that the Nine Saint Demon Gate wants to build a good relationship with the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom? Some people saw this scene and emotionally said. Chapter 119. When the blue lights hovered over the group of Li Chia, they suddenly stopped. Heavenly Prince Qingxian, from high above, glanced downward. Encompassed by his azure energy, it caused others to be unable to see him. He was blindingly brilliant like the stars from above. At this moment, the Heavenly Prince glanced at Li Shuangyan and revealed a surprised expression. At this moment, Ling Qingfeng saw Li Chia standing next to Li Shuangyan. He gave Li Chia a look of disgust and told Li Shuangyan, "Little sister, this person is His Royal Highness, Qingxian. Come up here and greet him." The Heavenly Prince also noticed Li Shuangyan and nodded his head. Then, he spoke in a rhythmically soothing manner. The great name of Goddess Li, Qingxian had heard of before. I didn't think we would meet today. As for Li Shuangyan, she only slightly nodded her head and said, the name of the Heavenly Prince is also very famous. Even when facing Heavenly Prince Qingxian, she was still as cold as ice. Even though Heavenly Prince Qingxian could be deemed the number one person within the younger generation of the Grand Middle Territory and he came from the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom with a frightening origin, as a heaven's proud daughter, she didn't think lowly of herself and didn't care that he was a young talent. She would simply treat him as an ordinary person. Seeing that Li Shuangyan had no intention of coming forward to greet them, Ling Qingfeng was not happy as he said, "Little sister, becoming acquaintances with the Heavenly Prince here. In the future, our Nine Saint Demon Gate will come hand in hand with the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom." At this moment, Li Chia lifted his head. He looked at Ling Qingfeng, and then Heavenly Prince Qingxian, and he calmly spoke, "Shuangyan, at the moment, is a person from our cleansing incense ancient sect. When is it going to be your place to tell her what to do? As for the greeting, people next to me, with the exception of myself, do not need to greet anyone else. You're only a descendant from an ancient kingdom, you're not qualified to be greeted by the people by my side. This thing doesn't know how high the heavens and how wide the earth is." Hearing Li Chia, many cultivators took a deep breath. Someone even cursed at him. Everyone felt that Li Chia was too arrogant to the point of ignorance. He even blustered in front of Heavenly Prince Qingxian. At this moment, Heavenly Prince Qingxuan's gaze condensed into godly swords, as if he wanted to slay Li Chia. Humph! At this moment, an old man next to Heavenly Prince Qingxian coldly snorted. He tried to grab Li Chia with one hand while shouting, "Ignorant brat, hurry up and kneel." "Kneel your mother!" Li Chia didn't say anything yet, but there was already a loud roar. A huge hand from the snail's shell protruded and snatched the hand that was reaching for Li Chia. A hiss sound appeared, and that hand was ripped apart. Blood flew everywhere. The old man bellowed. His face became as pale as a sheet of paper and took several steps back. At this moment, Niufen threw the hand inside his mouth and started chewing loudly. Then, he said, "This meat is too old, too sour to eat. This sudden change caused everyone to take a cold breath. Many people glanced at each other. This snail was a bit too powerful. The reversal caused the face of Heavenly Prince Qingxian to dim, and the old men next to the Heavenly Prince lost their colors. Their gazes immediately turned into swords and unleashed their frightening auras. In just a moment, their presence was like a storm and caused many cultivators to shiver in cold chills. A heavenly ancestral snail. The moment a fight was about to break out, an old man next to Heavenly Prince Qingxian whispered. His voice was very low, and very few people heard him. He turned towards Heavenly Prince Qingxian and shook his head. His expression was sinking. He didn't expect to meet a heavenly ancestral snail that was so rarely seen in this world. At this moment, he remembered an ancient legend from the cleansing incense ancient sect, an extremely frightening legend. My servant was too rash. At this moment, Heavenly Prince Qingxian glanced at Li Qia, then Li Shuangyan. He nodded his head, then said, Goddess Li, I bid you farewell for now. We will meet again in the future. Finished speaking, he took everyone and disappeared again after becoming azure lights. His sudden departure was a surprise to many. A cultivator praised, Heavenly Prince Qingxian is indeed worthy of coming from an ancient kingdom. With a forgiving heart, he didn't bother with the ignorance of a brat. Acting so wise, just like how Heavenly Prince Qingxian would. It's no wonder why so many people were willing to place their trust in him. Other cultivators saw the giant snail. Earlier, they had seen it eat humans in the ridge, so they were a little bit scared. Someone quietly whispered, This is a monster bred by the cleansing incense ancient sect. Ah. It's so ferocious. It must not be a regular monster. Many cultivators were now taking the long road around the giant snail. This giant snail was eating humans for just little grievances, causing everyone to be afraid of it. A snail eating humans. This is my first seeing it. A cultivator whispered. After the group of Heavenly Prince Qingxian left, Li Qia smiled and said, It seems like the azure mysterious ancient kingdom has some talents. They unexpectedly recognized your origin. Then he patted the shell of Niufeng. Young noble, the old man wearing the hat is not simple. From my observation, he is also like me and also suppressed the small path. Niufeng looked at Li Qia and said. Even though only cultivators under the ancient saint realm could enter the evil-infested ridge, if one used treasures to seal their own cultivations to something under ancient saint, then they could still enter. However, once inside, they could only exert the strength below ancient saint. Who cares what his cultivation is? Li Qia said, As long as he doesn't bother my business, then it has nothing to do with me. If he is not so smart, however, and dares to ruin my matters, then kill without mercy. Niufeng carried Li Qia and Li Shuangyan away. On the road, Li Qia asked Li Shuangyan, Your 9 Saint Demon Gate is going together with the azure mysterious ancient kingdom? Li Shuangyan shook her head and said, The 9 Saint Demon Gate and the azure mysterious ancient kingdom only has a normal diplomatic relationship. Only, I heard from my master that recently, my oldest brother is becoming very close with the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. This is for the best. Li Qia continued, If, one day, the azure mysterious ancient kingdom becomes my enemy, then watch out as I will annihilate them. I don't want others to say that I didn't give your master some face, then. Li Qia's words made Li Shuangyan speechless. She had to add, This is an ancient kingdom. The azure mysterious ancient kingdom is still thriving, even now. So what if it is an ancient kingdom? Li Qia leisurely smiled and said, If they are smart, then they could live peacefully for millions of years. If they aren't smart and stop my path, then this ancient kingdom does not need to exist any longer. Li Shuangyan was silently staring at Li Qia. At this moment, she didn't know whether Li Qia was joking or not. One had to know that this was an ancient kingdom. It had existed for many, many years. People daring to arrogantly say that they want to destroy the azure mysterious ancient kingdom, there were only a few. Young noble is invincible, what does the azure mysterious ancient kingdom have? They are still not eternal everlasting existences. Heh, even if they are eternal everlasting existences, they would still be destroyed. Niufen laughed and said, "There is a rumor in my tribe that during the ancient Ming era, an eternal endless existence was destroyed by a grand character. I heard that this eternal endless existence even had gods, but after being destroyed by this grand character, none was left alive. Heh heh, today, young noble is coming into being in this heaven, destroying the azure mysterious ancient kingdom is an easy matter. You could even break that grand character's record." Hearing Niufen's words, Li Qie narrowed his eyes and remembered that time that was stained with blood. Then, he slapped Niufen's back and said, "Good. Less sucking up, you should just do your job." Heh, Niufen quickly rushed forward and still muttered in a low voice, "Young noble, our ancestors used to follow that grand character. If, in the future, you could be as accomplished as that supreme character, I could also be as glorious as my ancestor." "Shut up," Li Qie suddenly thunderously roared in a cold manner. With Li Qie's sudden yell, that was filled with a majestic and unchallengeable prestige, at this time, Niufen was shivering and afraid from the bottom of his heart. He knew that he had said something he shouldn't have, so he immediately became silent and quickly rushed forward. Li Qie rode the snail crazily. With the speed of Niufen, he realized that he was getting closer and closer to the frog. This caused him to be very excited. This frog had disappeared for many millions of years and now, this was the final chance to catch it again. Li Qie was hellbent on catching this frog, but at this key moment, even more trouble had showed up. He had not arrived inside the dangerous area, yet there was a cavalry that entered from left and right and immediately surrounded Li Qie in the middle. There were more than 1,000 experts. This blockade was so tight that not even one drop of water could trickle through. This cavalry's battle aura pierced the sky, like a lion on the battlefield, with frightening killing intent. Seeing the sudden emergence of this cavalry, many nearby cultivators were afraid and didn't dare to come close. They were afraid of being involved. Being suddenly surrounded by this cavalry, Li Qie narrowed his eyes and smirked with the corner of his mouth. The Jiangzhou clan's cavalry, not too bad, ah. Seeing this cavalry, a cultivator emotionally said, even though Marquis of the Eastern River was only one step away from reaching royal noble, and is a bit weaker than Xingtian Dao, Marquis of the Eastern River has the always victorious cavalry. He had never been stopped before. This made Marquis of the Eastern River no inferior to Xingtian Dao. A cultivator said, the Six Wise Monarchs formation personally led by Marquis of the Eastern River. I heard it can even slay royal nobles. A demon monarch saw this formation and lost his colors. He then continued, a few days ago, Marquis of the Eastern River personally led the Six Wise Monarchs formation and trapped a 200,000-year-old longevity spirit into a wall before he finally killed this longevity spirit under the power of the formation. At this moment, many cultivators stopped at this location. They were excited to watch the lively commotion. At this point, Marquis of the Eastern River slowly came forward. He then looked at Li Qie and Li Shuangyan on top of the snail and smilingly greeted, "Goddessly, such a coincidence. I didn't expect for us to meet here." Chapter 120. Li Shuangyan gave him a cold glare and didn't speak. Li Qie, on the other hand, squinted his eyes and looked at Marquis of the Eastern River, then he said, as the saying goes, a good dog doesn't block the road. Don't disturb my good mood and get the hell out of the way. Hearing this, even Marquis of the Eastern River, who was good at controlling his emotions, had his expression become cold. He glared at Li Qie and chillingly said, "Little boy, don't be arrogant. This hoe does not want to bother with you. If you don't know your place. Humph. Even if Gu Tai's comes here with the Emperor's possession, he still wouldn't be able to save you. Don't you worry, Elder Gu isn't here right now. I don't need a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, you are thinking too highly of your Jiangzhou clan." Li Qie, hearing Marquis of the Eastern River's words, smilingly replied, "Aren't you afraid of the Emperor's possession? Stop thinking that your clan is so powerful, who do you think you are? Even without an Emperor's possession, killing people from the Jiangzhou clan is still as easy as killing dogs. Marquis of the Eastern River was shivering with anger, and his face became flushed. He gazed intensely at Li Qie. Even a clay statue would vomit blood after hearing Li Qie's arrogant words. This kid's banter is too wicked. Even the observing cultivators had grievances with Li Qie's harsh words. Another cultivator sneered, "Not only wicked, this brat is also too naive. He doesn't know how high the sky or how vast the earth is. He doesn't know the extent of the cleansing incense ancient sect's declination, and he still dares to provoke the Jiangzhou clan. The cleansing incense ancient sect having such a blind brat, sooner or later, it will end with a sect-destroying disaster." Marquis of the Eastern River's eyes shot out awe-inspiring gazes as he said, "Such big words. This Ho truly wants to see what merit laws your cleansing incense ancient sect can present that would allow you to provoke the Jiangzhou clan. Even if your sect has 1 or 2 emperor merit laws remaining, I'm afraid a person like you still isn't eligible to learn them." "I understand." Li Qie glanced at Marquis of the Eastern River and laughed out loud. Then, he leisurely said, "So it turns out to be a psychological tactic. In this day and age, everyone only relies on their fists to talk, so don't continue to hide. You want to be a bandit, so don't pretend to be a holy saint, a prostitute yet still wanting to be respected. You are simply aiming for our emperor merit laws." Marquis of the Eastern River's face became red. Having his cavalry to suddenly surrounded Li Qie was just to mess with him, and then find an excuse to capture Li Qie. He didn't expect this 15-year-old boy to recognize his intentions and embarrass him in front of everyone. At the ridge, he saw, with his own eyes, the power of the Kuan Peng's 6 variants. It made his heart beat excitedly. Emperor merit law, truly unparalleled, yeah. To Marquis of the Eastern River, his clan was currently extremely strong and had astonishing secrets, but it was lacking an apex emperor merit law. When Gu Taizhou was using the 6 variants to destroy Marquis of Suppressive Might, at that moment, Li Qie noticed that Gu Tieshou's emperor merit law was lacking. Right then and there, Marquis of the Eastern River immediately knew that Li Qie also cultivated the Kuan Peng's 6 variants, and his version might even be better than Gu Tieshou's. It could even be the handwritten copy from immortal Emperor Min Ren. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to understand its profound truth at his age. Thus, Li Qie suddenly became a fat sheep in the eyes of Marquis of the Eastern River. He was only wary of the emperor's possession in the hands of Gu Taizhou, so he didn't dare to make a move. Then, once they were inside, Li Qie suddenly disappeared, so he had no chance to take action. Today, Li Qie appeared in the east of the evil-infested ridge and only had Li Shuangyan with him. Hearing this news, Marquis of the Eastern River immediately led his troops to this place. One had to know that because of this emperor merit law, Marquis of the Eastern River had invited a grand character from his clan. To Marquis of the Eastern River, it was crucial for this ploy of stealing the emperor merit law to be successful. At this moment, when Li Qie revealed the intricacies behind these matters, many cultivators glanced at each other. Some even wondered why they didn't think of this. If this little brat cultivated an emperor merit law, then he was indeed a fat sheep. Since he was seen through, Marquis of the Eastern River coldly snorted and no longer danced around the issue, and directly demanded, "That's right, this Ho is here for the emperor merit law of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Your sect has declined, so it is time for the emperor merit law to switch owners." Li Qie squinted his eyes, looked at Marquis of the Eastern River, and slowly spoke. "Your Jiangzhou clan was always a bunch of hypocrites. Especially virtuous monarch Jiangzhou, he was a shameless son of a bitch. Even though you are annoying, at least you dare to admit your doings. You are an honest villain, and more respectable compared to your ancestor, virtuous monarch Jiangzhou. Little demon, you dare to insult my ancestor." Marquis of the Eastern River's expression greatly changed. He roared as a great palm rushed towards Li Qie, wanting to capture him alive. Bang! Li Qie didn't need to do anything. Li Shuangyan had already knocked away this palm with one finger. Marquis of the Eastern River lost his colors and immediately withdrew his palm. He then took several steps back. Goddessly, do not seek trouble for yourself. The 9 Saint Demon Gate is promising and shouldn't be dragged down to the muddled water just because of one unknown little brat. Marquis of the Eastern River's eyes were emotionless as he threatened. Li Shuangyan coldly glared at him and said, "It is not your Jiangzhou clan's turn to tell my 9 Saint Demon Gate what to do. If young Miss Li is determined to protect this little demon, I'm afraid this old man will not be able to hold back." At this moment, a cold voice appeared from behind Marquis of the Eastern River. It was an old man with a thin figure and chilling glare, wearing an armor that weighed 1,000 jin. With his iron armor, he seemed to be a steel mountain. However, the armor did not hinder his movement. Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou, he was not only the oldest brother of the Jiangzhou clan's clan master, but also a ruthless royal noble. His hands were stained with blood. Legends has it that many cultivators and sects that opposed the Jiangzhou clan were personally massacred by him. Jiangzhou became a royal noble 1,000 years ago, but because he lived during the difficult Tao era, he couldn't improve after becoming a royal noble. After the era had finally ended, he had shown improvements and was very close to reaching enlightened being in these recent years. His strength was truly frightening. Jiangzhou Li Shuangyan became serious and glared at this old man. She had heard of his ferocious name before. Even the elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate wouldn't dare to fight against Jiangzhou. Little demon, be smart and hand over the Emperor Merit Law. At this moment, Jiangzhou glared at Li Chia and said, "Otherwise, I can't guarantee your life." The cultivators who were watching were silent. In the cultivation world, using force to take something was too common. If the Jiangzhou clan wanted to let go of all face and steal the Emperor Merit Law, it would not be a surprising matter. There were even cultivators with regrets in their hearts. If they knew this would happen, then they would have made a move sooner to steal the Emperor Merit Law. It would have been beneficial for their own cultivations. At this moment, the Jiangzhou clan already made the first move, so there were only regrets in their minds. If I knew this little brat was carrying an Emperor Merit Law, then I would have done something earlier. Now, the Jiangzhou clan had found a fat sheep. A cultivator whispered. Li Chia laughed till his eyes were narrowed, and he said, "It really seems like all of you think that I am a fish on a cutting board. And that I will let all of you do whatever you want. So be it, since your Jiangzhou clan has come to my door, then don't blame me for not being merciful." Li Chia was still so calm and comfortably cozy. It was to the point of causing Marquis of the Eastern River to be alarmed. If Li Chia was so weak, would the cleansing incense ancient sect allow him to go outside? Or could it be that Gu Taizhou was secretly following him? Thinking about the emperor's possession in the hands of Gu Taizhou, Marquis of the Eastern River's heart became cold. Everyone was wary of this item. The immortal aura of the emperor's possession was too terrifying, even an immortal could only die. The law of the jungle, where the strong survives and the weak perishes, a never-changing law throughout the ages. Marquis of the Eastern River slightly smiled and said, "But the Jiangzhou clan is a great clan and will not seize your Emperor Merit Law. Since you are so arrogant, will you dare to make a bet with me?" Marquis of the Eastern River suddenly changed his tone and confused many people. At the moment, his cavalry surrounded Li Chia, so there was no way he could escape. Why did Marquis of the Eastern River change his mind? Right now, many older cultivators suddenly realized that if this junior, Li Chia, was acting so arrogant, then there could be someone protecting him in the shadows. Bet? What kind of bet? Regarding schemes, who could compare to Li Chia, who had lived for countless years? Marquis of the Eastern River suddenly letting go, Li Chia immediately understood what he was thinking. Marquis of the Eastern River's cleverness would end up being his own undoing. You announced that you would slaughter the Jiangzhou clan. Marquis of the Eastern River coldly said, "So this hoe wants to see whether you are capable of doing so. Do you dare to fight me once? If you lose, then hand the Kunpeng's 6 variants over to me. This hoe will also not make things difficult for you, and will allow you to safely leave." Turning this robbery into a duel was a bright idea that suddenly occurred in Marquis of the Eastern River's mind. First, he was afraid that Gu Taizhou was nearby. Second, this was an acceptable and commonly used method. A one-on-one duel between cultivators, life and death was up to fate. If one lost or was even killed, then one could only blame themselves for not being as skillful. If Li Qia lost, then it would be due to his own lack of skill, and Marquis of the Eastern River would also rightfully obtain the Kuan Peng's 6 variants. Others wouldn't be able to say anything. Of course, everyone knew it was unfair. Marquis of the Eastern River had set one foot inside the royal noble realm. It was plain to see that Li Qia would lose without a doubt. You don't dare to fight, yet you still opened your mouth to shame my Jiangzhou clan. Marquis of the Eastern River coldly continued, our Jiangzhou clan is very humane and will spare your life. However, you will need to cut off one arm and one leg for your sin. Marquis of the Eastern River said this in order to cut off the path of retreat for Li Qia, leaving him with no other choices. Chapter 121. Many cultivators observing from afar quietly took a deep breath. Marquis of the Eastern River's words blocked all of Li Qia's methods of retreat. At the moment, Li Qia was not at the heaven's primal realm. If he hurt his own body, then he would become a cripple. However, Li Qia was not at all surprised and cheerfully smiled. Ah, if we must bet, then let us bet. If you lose, what will you give me? You, Marquis of the Eastern River's expression became extremely ugly. A little demon that's only at the physique accumulation realm yet still dares to boast in front of him. He was a genius one step into the royal noble realm. If Li Shuangyan wasn't protecting him, he would kill this little brat with one strike like killing an ant. Li Qia smiled and looked at Marquis of the Eastern River, and he said, so? If you can't afford to lose, then don't bet. Even though your Jiangzhou clan considers itself an ancient clan, but in my eyes, I'm afraid your clan is struck by destitution. Li Qia's words left Marquis of the Eastern River shivering with anger. He bit his teeth and angrily said, little demon, if you can beat me, then I will give you a virtuous paragon true treasure. However, I'm afraid you will never have this chance. Many people were moved after hearing about the virtuous paragon true treasure. This was many times stronger than a virtuous paragon life treasure. This was a heaven-defying treasure, ah. Not mentioning people of their level, even ancient saints would start to drool. You think too highly of yourself. Li Qia shook his head and said, a virtuous paragon true treasure? This is nothing. Even though our sect is in its decline, but carrying 2 or 3 items of this level is not a difficult matter. And your virtuous paragon true treasure? Compared to my Emperor Merit Law, it is no different than trash. Li Qia's arrogance shut up all of the spectators. Marquis of the Eastern River's face was ugly to the extreme. He was too angry to say anything. His anger was gathering inside his heart. Even though these words were unrestrained, many cultivators agreed that it made a lot of sense. Virtuous paragon true treasures were truly priceless treasures, but compared to Emperor Merit Laws, there was still a fair gap. How about this? I see that your Jiangzhou clan is as poor as dirt. Li Qia leisurely smiled and said, so I will be generous. I heard that your Jiangzhou clan had a wise heart jewel box. If you lose, just bring the wise heart jewel box to me. Marquis of the Eastern River was pale from anger, and the other Jiangzhou disciples' faces were also extremely difficult to behold. The Jiangzhou clan was an ancient clan, but in the words of Li Qia, it had become a poor family. How could this not drive them crazy? The truth was, many cultivators didn't know what the wise heart jewel box was. They had never heard of it before. At this moment, Marquis of the Eastern River looked at Jiangzhou Tiei, and Marquis of the Eastern River finally said, good, little demon, it is a deal. 15 days later, we will bring the treasure here, and then we shall fight. I will wait. Make sure to prepare your hearts so that, when you lose, you won't be crying while going home. Li Qia smiled and said. The light in Marquis of the Eastern River eyes jumped as he wanted to kill, but he managed to restrain his emotions. He only coldly snorted before he left, along with the Jiangzhou disciples. After the Jiangzhou cavalry had left, many cultivators nearby were gossiping quietly. This was a huge gamble that involved an emperor merit law. Not to mention the Jiangzhou clan, but even the cultivators here could feel their hearts beating faster. Who wouldn't want an emperor merit law? What sect and heritages wouldn't want one? Especially to those without any emperor merit laws at all, just by obtaining one, it would greatly increase their future potential. After Marquis of the Eastern River left, Li Qia also rode his snail away. After they left that place, Niufen couldn't help but ask, "Young noble, why didn't you let me take action and kill all of the cavalry of the Jiangzhou clan?" No need to rush. The Jiangzhou clan isn't the only group coveting the emperor merit law. Just wait, we will capture all of them at once. This would be a great matter. Maybe we can boil all of them into a giant meat pot. Li Qia calmly said. Li Shuangyan couldn't help but to look at Li Qia, and she asked, "You really want to fight against Marquis of the Eastern River?" Regarding this matter, everyone would undoubtedly think that Li Qia would lose, but Li Shuangyan thought differently. She just felt that this was a little strange. "You should ask Marquis of the Eastern River, this was not my decision." Li Qia's eyes narrowed and cheerfully said. Seeing his eyes narrow, Li Shuangyan felt a bit alarmed. From her experiences, whenever Li Qia narrowed his eyes, it would not end peacefully. After Li Qia left, his duel with Marquis of the Eastern River was spread to all of the evil-infested ridge, especially the items they were betting with. The Jiangzhou clan's Wise Heart Jewel Box, forget about this, no one knew what this was and they didn't want to mess with the Jiangzhou clan. However, the Kunpeng's 6 variants, this was a thing that incited greed in all existences. An emperor merit law, Min Ren's strongest emperor merit law. When cultivated to grand completion, this law could sweep through the entire world. Many sects without emperor merit laws were very tempted. Suddenly, many great characters' eyes were flashing. They wanted to find the whereabouts of Li Qia. At this time, to many people, the duel between Li Qia and Marquis of the Eastern River was no longer important. If they could capture Li Qia before the Jiangzhou clan, then they could torture him for the Kunpeng's 6 variants. So, Li Qia's location suddenly became the most important matter in the hearts of many. Before this event, no one cared about him. But at this moment, it was completely different since he had the emperor merit law on his body. Someone is following us. Currently, Li Qia left the dangerous area, but Niufen said in a serious manner. Li Qia couldn't help but smile as he said, "Nothing is strange about this. Even I would be drooling for the Kunpeng's 6 variants. Who could resist an emperor merit law?" The cultivators that were following Li Qia did not number in just ones or twos. Many royal nobles and sect masters were personally tailing him. In a short period of time, no one dared to make a move. People were wary of Gu Tieshou's emperor's possession that may be lurking nearby to protect Li Qia. However, as time passed, there were experts that couldn't wait any longer, so they suddenly made an upheaval. A palm suddenly appeared to grip Li Qia. At this moment, he was a fat sheep that everyone wanted a mouthful of. Li Shuangyan immediately unleashed her sword and cut off the hand, resulting in a pitiful scream. Li Shuangyan was not the heaven's proud daughter in name. She was a royal noble, and if she was serious, even the previous generation's royal nobles wouldn't be able to beat her. Even though Li Shuangyan cut off a hand, she couldn't stop all of these greedy cultivators. A short time later, many cultivators were testing the water again, but Li Shuangyan repulsed all of them just like before. The Jiangzhou clan's Jiangzhou Tiei is also following us. Up ahead, Niufen told Li Qia. Li Qia smiled and said, "Go a bit faster, pretend like we are running for our lives. However, do not go too fast, we are in no hurry to get rid of them." Hearing this, Niufen immediately sped up, with a sense of panic, and fled deeper to the east. Sure enough, the moment Niufen sped up, many cultivators who were following them immediately appeared. They knew that Li Chia was aware of their tailing, so they no longer needed to hide and decided to chase him down. Bang! Bang! Many cultivators roared and hurriedly unleashed their life treasures straight at Li Chia. Li Shuangyan snorted and released a giant lotus blossom that turned into sword energies. It transformed into a natural shield and repelled these attacks. "Where are you escaping to?" a cultivator couldn't help but shout, and he sped up to reach Li Chia's location. Armor. Niufen kept on running and caused loud rumbles. The earth and mountains were trembling. He was running as if he was under panic. Seeing Li Chia trying to get away, many experts hurried to catch up. Li Shuangyan had to fight all of them off by herself, and struck them away one by one. There were a few royal nobles that didn't rush things. They followed behind Li Chia's group, coldly waiting to let the impatient ones make the first move and let them test the waters. Suddenly, it became a spectacular scene. Numerous cultivators chased Li Chia, who was riding a giant snail. This looked like a bunch of ants chasing to bite a giant elephant. Jiang Zuotie, with a cold gaze, was also following behind them. He was not only staring at Li Chia, but also monitoring all directions. Even until now, there was still no trace of Gu Taizhou. Seize the Emperor Merit Law, Ya. In the dangerous area in the east, many sects were just digging for treasures. At this moment, when Li Chia's escape was creating such a big commotion, it alarmed these stronger powers. Seeing the group chasing after Li Chia like ants trying to bite an elephant, many of them also joined in for this battle to seize the treasure. As a huge snail, Niufen was running around in panic and trampled many trees. The moment he crossed a huge mountain, boulders began to roll. He appeared to be very frightened and confused. Niufen's appearance while escaping to the east made the chasing cultivators even more courageous. Suddenly, Li Chia was like a plump fat lamb that everyone could take a bite out of. Chapter 122, Kill It. The murderous shoutings and the rumbling sounds of the giant snail escaping spanned for 1,000 miles. In the area that Li Chia was escaping to, many people were searching for treasures. With reddened eyes, they became greedy as well and started to follow. Sect Master of the Crimson Heaven Sect, King of the Soaring Eagle Small Nation, Lord of the Draconic Hydras, Sect Master of the Pan Ku Sect. On the snail's back, Li Shuangyan was radiating immortal lights with her holy blooming lotuses. The moment her void imperfection physique activated, no techniques could penetrate the area and she easily repelled all of the experts that chased from behind. At first, many sect masters didn't make a move. However, seeing Li Chia become more and more frightened as he ran away and how more people were joining the chase, they couldn't wait any longer and rushed straight forward to capture Li Chia alive. Li Shuangyan uttered a battle cry and her void imperfection physique unleashed its amazing potential. All other techniques couldn't approach her while her sword swung in all directions and forced back the big characters in the blink of an eye. However, the number of pursuers increased more and more. Even if Li Shuangyan had heaven-frightening power, she still couldn't handle all of them. After a while, Li Shuangyan was caught in a bitter struggle and had one hand support her arm from fatigue. At this moment, countless people's eyes were reddened with only the Kuan Peng's 6 variants in their sight. The chase exploded into an all-out battle. Everyone lost their rational minds. No matter whether they were great sect masters or lords of nations, they all wanted to be the first to capture Li Chia before he fell into the hands of others. Gu Taizhou didn't follow him. Along the way, Jiang Zuotie didn't make a move. He only observed Li Shuangyan struggling against the whole situation. This time, he was sure that Gu Taizhou was absolutely absent. "Little demon, where are you escaping to?" Jiang Zuotie finally took action. He deafeningly roared and rushed forward with an intention to kill. The moment he made a move, all of the other royal nobles couldn't wait any longer. They also rushed towards Li Chia. With so many royal nobles in the mix, no matter how heaven-defying Li Shuangyan was, she couldn't repel all of them. Suddenly, Li Chia's group was caught in a dangerous situation. "Rush in there." Seeing that the time was ripe, Li Qie smiled and told Niufen to carry them into the no man's area. Niufen acted as if he had thrown all caution to the wind and used all of his energy, as if he was drinking his mother's breast milk. He made thunderous sounds and, in one breath, blitzed into the no man's area. During the chase, everyone inadvertently went inside the dangerous area, but they didn't see any heavenly beasts nor longevity spirits, so everyone became more daring. At this moment, when Li Qie went inside the no man's area, all of the chasing cultivators couldn't help but pause. Everyone stopped in their tracks. We will go in. Jiang Zuotai also paused. Finally, he decisively commanded and led the charge. With his command, the iron cavalry behind him, like the winds and clouds, also rushed in and followed his charge. It's Marquis of the Eastern River and Jiang Zuo clan's cavalry. Seeing Marquis of the Eastern River's sudden appearance as he led the cavalry, many people were surprised. They suddenly realized that Marquis of the Eastern River never went back to the Jiang Zuo clan to grab the treasure. He had always been inside the evil-infested ridge and was simply hiding. The Jiang Zuo clan has went in, so what are we hesitating for? A lord of a small nation roared, and he brought his disciples inside. That's right. With the birth of the godly monarch's treasure, all of the longevity spirits and heavenly beasts have ran away. We should kill our way in, not only for the Emperor Merit Law, but also the godly monarch's treasure. In a flash, many experts from the great powers suddenly surrounded Li Qie with many layers of entrapments. Grandpa Jiang, this isn't something that your Jiang Zuo clan can take all for yourself. At the moment when Jiang Zuotai wanted to take action, a royal noble blocked his path. So, only you would dare to compete for the Emperor Merit Law with my Jiang Zuo clan? This royal noble also coldly said, even though the Jiang Zuo clan is powerful, but do you dare to become the enemy of the rest of the world? My Panku sect, along with the alliance of 16 other grand sects and powerful nations. Does Grandpa Jiang really want to become our enemy? This is true, the Jiang Zuo clan cannot have a monopoly on the Emperor Merit Law. At this moment, the sects that were trapping Li Qie also loudly exclaimed. Everyone's mouths were watering with greed towards Li Qie. No one was willing to let go of an Emperor Merit Law. Suddenly, the forces surrounding Li Qie were arguing with rising tension. Gentlemen, how about hearing me out? At this moment, Li Qie, who was comfortably sitting on the snail, smiled and said, in my opinion, everyone should still just back off and save your own lives so that you all can enjoy it at home. Little demon, it is not your turn to speak, here. At this moment, Jiang Zuotai coldly yelled. In his eyes, Li Qie was a fish on a chopping block. He couldn't do anything to defend himself. Li Qie was not annoyed by Jiang Zuotai, and he cheerfully smiled, I am full of good intentions. If you all don't appreciate my goodwill, then your blood will stain this ground red. Li Qie's words led to an explosion of sneering. Everyone was laughing. A disciple from a grand sect pointed at Li Qie, while laughing till his stomach hurt, and said, ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard this entire year. How can a meaningless little demon like you say something like this without feeling abashed? You don't know life from death. Your end is about to come, yet you still aren't enlightened. Marquis of the Eastern River chillingly said. Li Qie glared at him and leisurely said, dogs will never stop their natural urges to eat shit. Virtuous monarch Jiang Zuo was a hypocrite his whole life, and his descendants don't seem to be any better. It seems like your Jiang Zuo clan was born as cowards that go back on their words. At this moment, some people couldn't help but give dismissive glances towards Marquis of the Eastern River. Earlier he wanted to bet against Li Qie, but now, he changed his mind and wanted to seize the Emperor Merit Law. Not staying true to his words, truly an act of villains. Marquis of the Eastern River was livid. After a pause, he coldly spoke, you are merely a fish on a chopping block, the bet between you and me no longer counts. Li Qie smiled, looked at everyone around, and then said, never mind. Since all of you don't know life from death, then today, don't blame me for being cruel. A mountain of bones was destined to be erected here today. Still the same words, whoever blocks my path, kill without mercy. Ha ha ha, suddenly, another commedious uproar of laughter filled the air. Everyone looked at Wuxia like they were looking at an idiot. Even Marquis of the Eastern River had to laugh. Then, he sneered, truly foolish. Your death is in front of your eyes, yet you still think that you are an invincible character, acting all pretentious. Bang. Bang. But before Marquis of the Eastern River could finish his words, this giant mountain suddenly cracked. Boom. A loud noise ensued, and a vast and unparalleled aura filled the heavens. In a flash, a giant shadow bursted out from the mountain. A huge heavenly beast appeared in front of everyone. This heavenly beast had the appearance of an ape, with giant bones rising from its back. These bones were sucking and emitting countless black lights, like ferocious spears piercing the sky. There were 2 wings behind this great ape. The moment they were spread open, it blotted out the sun. Countless amounts of profound Tao and murderous universal laws fell down from the sky, like giant iron chains, emitting clanking sounds. Chapter 123. At this point, the great ape exuded a stormy atmosphere. Under its torrential pressure, half of the experts were immediately paralyzed where they stood. A heaven extermination devil ape, someone ghastly screamed, a 1,000,000-year-old heavenly beast. Run. At this moment, everyone was scared shitless, even the arrogant Jiang Zuo was also deathly pale. He yelled and turned around to escape. Little animal. My Jiang Zuo clan will never let you go. At this moment, Jiang Zuo struggled to speak, but he still ferociously spat out the words. Wuxia was not angry, and he revealed a faint smile, instead. He nonchalantly said, even if your Jiang Zuo clan wants to forgive me, I will not forgive your Jiang Zuo clan. Given a chance, I will personally go to your clan and, sooner or later, I will annihilate your Jiang Zuo clan. During the era of immortal Emperor Min Ren, all of you should have been slaughtered. If Min Ren didn't ask to spare you, then there wouldn't be a Jiang Zuo clan today. You, Jiang Zuo was speechless from anger. Wuxia didn't want to chatter with him for long, so he directly beheaded him, as well as Marquis of the Eastern River. Escape. In the no man's area, many cultivators pissed their pants from terror while screaming in fear. At this point, all of them were using their fastest speed to escape, but running from the massacre of a heaven extermination devil ape was not such an easy matter. A 1,000,000-year-old heavenly beast. The heaven extermination devil ape, the slower cultivators or the uninformed ones, who had just entered the no man's area, saw the great ape from afar and their legs became weak from horror. They quickly turned around and fled. Even the cultivators in the dangerous area immediately ran away after hearing about the great ape. At this point, not mentioning the great sects and nations, even the group of heavenly Prince Qingxian would still turn around and leave. In this place, 1,000,000-year-old heavenly beasts and longevity spirits were almost invincible. Even enlightened beings were not enough and would just be devoured and massacred. Oh, any cultivator who entered the no man's area couldn't escape their fates of being massacred. Even if they were faster, compared to the great ape, it was not enough to reach the apex. Finally, the great ape murdered his way to the boundary of the no man's area, where it finally stopped and no longer chased on. When it was standing at the boundary and glanced at everyone, the escaped cultivators in the dangerous area all lost their wits and their souls escaped from their bodies. Ultimately, it turned around and headed back to its nest. It killed all the way here and was successful in killing all of the cultivators who invaded its territory. After the massacre was over, there were only a few cultivators that made it out of the no man's area alive. In order to chase Wuxia for the Emperor Merit Law, there were more than 100 sects and a few dozen thousands of cultivators. However, in the end, those who were able to escape with their lives did not number more than 1,000, and they were only those who lagged behind at the beginning. Seeing the great ape leave, these terrified cultivators finally fell down to the ground and their legs were so weak that they couldn't stand up. The entire evil-infested ridge was silent and filled with the stench of blood that penetrated the high sky without dissipating, causing others to feel nauseous. The great sects and nations who didn't enter the no-man's area were in an indefinite state of panic. Many people who scouted the area didn't find any fierce beasts, so they all assumed that the no-man's area was safe without longevity spirits or heavenly beasts. But suddenly, there was an unequaled heaven extermination devil ape. This completely shattered their illusions. A 1,000,000-year-old heaven extermination devil ape could even easily slay an ancient saint. Here, it was invincible, no one could contend against it. Heavenly Prince Qingxian was in the common area. Having heard that there was a heaven extermination devil ape in the no-man's area, his face became very dignified. "Your Highness, do you want to bring the Emperor treasure along?" The old man next to the prince whispered. The prince was in quiet contemplation while he maintained his frightening gaze towards the no-man's area. Without enough power, wanting to trespass the no-man's area would only lead to one's demise. "Brother Qingxian, I will go back to the sect to see if I can bring an emperor treasure to help you out," Leng Qingfeng said. At this point, Leng Qingfeng was trying his best to help Heavenly Prince Qingxian. He wanted to climb up the giant behemoth that was the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. "Then I will bother Brother Feng." Heavenly Prince Qingxian gently nodded his head and spoke in a deep manner. Chapter 124. Knowing that there was a great ape entrenched in the no-man's area, both Heavenly Prince Qingxian and Dao Child Xingtian didn't dare to enter. Against this great ape, whoever went in would surely die. When the cultivators couldn't get up from the ground, near the border between the dangerous area and the no-man's area, they all saw someone casually coming out. Li Chia. Seeing Li Chia leisurely ride his snail out of the no-man's area, all of the cultivators became dumbfounded. These cultivators who came back from their death all thought that Li Chia had died in the hands of the heaven extermination devil ape. However, they didn't expect for him to walk out in such a leisurely relaxed manner, as if he was taking a stroll in his own garden. What rendered them in disbelief was that they were only alive by coming late to the no-man's area. The vanguards were entirely annihilated. But at the moment, Li Chia being alive made everyone widen their eyes. He was truly downright horrifying. At this point, Li Chia hung the heads of Jiang Zuotai and Marquis of the Eastern River on the highest tree. He looked at the stunned faces of these nearby cultivators and slowly said, "If everyone is still interested in my Emperor Merit Law, then I welcome all of you to come after me. I don't mind having too many enemies. The more I have, the worst thing that could happen is that blood will flow like the rivers and corpses will turn into mountains. This land is very difficult to enrich. Outside of blood, I'm afraid nothing else could feed this land a hearty meal." The pale and ashy faces of those who were sitting on the ground widened their eyes and glanced at each other in confusion. They couldn't imagine such a result. There were tens of thousands of cultivators and experts from the ancient clans and great countries, but they were all buried in this place and their blood flowed like the rivers. Yet Li Chia, whom everyone considered a fat sheep, escaped unscathed. This matter was too strange. Right. You deliberately led everyone to the nest of the heaven extermination devil ape. At this moment, a sect master level character faintly guessed the event that had just transpired. So what if this was the case? Li Chia bursted out in laughter and said, "Yoyu, you are a murderer. Yoyu, you are a mass murdering fiend." A cultivator angrily exclaimed. Hearing this, Li Chia didn't become flustered and he calmly said, "A murderer? Are your hands not stained with blood as well? As an experienced cultivator, don't be a prostitute and act as if you are a saintess. Of course, I don't care if you call me a murderer. However, before you start to oppose me, first count how many heads you have. Otherwise, maybe your head will have the opportunity to be hung up there as well." Finished speaking, Li Chia pointed at the heads of Marquis of the Eastern River and Jiang Zuotai that were hung on the tall tree. Both Jiang Zuotai and Marquis of the Eastern River died with their eyes wide open. Seeing the heads of these two, many people felt a chill in their hearts. How powerful was the Jiangzhou clan? And how tough was Jiangzhou Tai? One could say that his whole life was stained with blood on his hands. Today, his head was left hanging there by someone else. I have an emperor merit law. I welcome everyone to come and take it, but before coming at me, you should leave your last words behind for your descendants. Finally, Li Qie elegantly and mysteriously floated away with his snail. He left behind gentle and sweet-sounding words as he was leaving. From start to finish, no one took action against Li Qie. Today, many people were scared shitless. As they watched Li Qie's departure, their hearts were unsure. After almost breaking their heads from thinking, they were still unclear. The cultivators that entered the no man's area were basically completely slaughtered by the heaven extermination devil ape. Especially the first group, not even one was left alive. However, Li Qie, who led everyone to its nest, was completely safe and sound, without even a hint of harm. To them, this will always remain a mystery. The one round of massacre left the evil-infested ridge's eastern side to become silent again. In a short period of time, many sects that were interested in digging for treasures in this area began to calm down. The appearance of the great ape had scared many people. At the moment, many experts were very cautious even when going into the dangerous area, thinking that there were hidden heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. Meeting them would surely end in their own deaths. After Li Qie left, he didn't enter the no man's area, and instead, went searching for that frog. Finally, he found a trace of the frog in the dangerous area. Li Qie stood on top of a peak. He looked at the rolling hills before him and finally murmured, "Not bad. Definitely greedy enough, having ate so many good stuff yet not afraid of his stomach exploding. Do we keep on chasing?" Seeing Li Qie observing the mountain in a daze, Li Shuangyan asked. No, if it truly wanted to escape, it would be impossible to chase it. Li Qie shook his head and said, "Its true escaping speed is not something you can imagine. You have another countermeasure?" Li Qie revealed a bright smile and said, "When it is full, it will become sleepy. Since it will definitely be sleeping, we will make a nest for it." Li Qie brought Li Shuangyan to find a suitable location. Finally, he chose a swamp. Squinting his eyes while scouting this place, he told Niufen, "Plow this swamp once for me. The mud must be new, like a hot, freshly baked bun that just came out of the oven." Niufen couldn't help but say, "I am a snail, not an ox, what am I gonna plow this swamp with?" Even though he was complaining, he still took action and crawled into the swamp. Then, the swamp water started to billow upward, as if it was being boiled. Li Qie and Li Shuangyan were preparing something else. Li Qie was picking a lot of different spirit medicines and dan grasses. He even picked some strange trees and plants that Li Shuangyan didn't know the names of. He then burned the majority of these grasses and plants into ashes, and he began to dig different types of clay mud and minerals that also couldn't be named by Li Shuangyan. Under his instruction, the two of them were like two little kids playing with mud. They mixed the mud and minerals carefully, then stirred them with the medicinal ashes. What are we trying to do? This matter of mixing mud, as a heaven's proud daughter and princess of old Ox country, it was her first time. Making a nest for it. Li Qie smiled and said, "To a satiated toad, having a comfortable nest where it can sleep, nothing could be better than this. Of course, after it goes to sleep, I don't know how long it will take for it to wake up again." Finished speaking, Li Qie revealed a bright and devious smile. Li Shuangyan naturally knew that Li Qie was scheming against that frog. At this moment, she was too lazy to ask why Li Qie knew about these things. As for the frog, Li Qie knew it like the palm of his hand, as if it was a pet from his household. Li Shuangyan also knew that whether she asked or not, Li Qie would say that he calculated with his fingers, or that it was common sense. Naturally, she wouldn't believe any of it. What on earth is this frog? However, Li Shuangyan still couldn't help it and asked. Even a life ring of a 1 million-year-old longevity spirit was thrown to the ground by Li Qie, like trash, and then it was awarded to Su Pei. However, at this moment, he couldn't give up on the chase for this frog. Towards Li Shuangyan's question, Li Qie squinted his eyes with a strange expression. Seeing his appearance, Li Shuangyan didn't ask again. After following him for so long, she was very clear of Li Qie's personality. Li Shuangyan lowered her head and stirred the batch of mud. Of course, she certainly had never done such a dirty task before, so she was not used to it. It was a very busy matter. She had to put the ashes in, then pour in some water and mud. This was something only mortals would do, but today, as a heaven's proud daughter, she had to do it. It gave her a somewhat overwhelming feel. Seeing Li Shuangyan being so clumsy, Li Qie couldn't help but smile. She was as cold as the misty ice. With a beauty capable of toppling cities and kingdoms, she had a chilling yet charming temperament, truly a heaven's proud daughter. Such a woman was like an ordinary little mortal girl, doing such a trivial task. If someone else could see this scene, they wouldn't believe their own eyes. The descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, the princess of Old Ox Country, the heaven's proud daughter, Li Shuangyan, was doing such dirty work. No one would believe such a thing. Li Qie smiled and painted more mud on her white as snow face. Then he said, "With effort comes rewards. You will find that this trip to the evil-infested ridge will absolutely be worth it. Don't get mud on my face, so filthy." Li Shuangyan's pretty eyes glared at Li Qie and she angrily snapped. The alluring appearance of a young woman, this coquettish tone, it truly made people's hearts beat faster. Such a beautiful and seductive style, this was something only Li Qie could meticulously enjoy. Eventually, Li Qie made a muddy hole that had the faint sweet whiff of grass. Even from the far distance, this slight sweet smell could still be discerned. It will definitely love this nest till death. Li Qie cheerfully smiled at the masterpiece in front of him. As for Li Shuangyan, she snappily glared at him. This muddy hole in front of them was made mainly by her effort. After Li Qie and Li Shuangyan returned, Niufen had plowed across the swamp. Like a freshly steamed bun, very hot, this smell of dirt and mud could be sensed from far away. Li Qie threw the finely made mud hole into the bog, and the muddy hole finally sunk under, only revealing the entrance. Chapter 125, Everything is prepared, just missing the east wind. Nantian Hao coldly glared at Li Qie and said, "This thing that can't comprehend life from death, do you really think that, with the 9 Saint Demon Gates protection, that you can prance around arrogantly? Opposing my heavenly southern kingdom will only result in death. Even if you want to scram right now, there is no longer a chance." Li Qie's eyes solidified. He stared at Nantian Hao and emotionlessly said, "The heavenly southern kingdom is nothing. Before you ruin my good matter, immediately scram. Otherwise, I will kill you." "With just you?" Hearing Li Qie, Nantian Hao bursted out in laughter. With a condescending manner, he looked at Li Qie and smiled, "Not to mention just you, but even for your cleansing incense ancient sect, if my heavenly southern kingdom wanted to destroy all of you, it would be as simple as crushing ants and insects." Many cultivators that were watching from the distance really felt that Li Qie's words were too outrageous. The heavenly southern kingdom was an existence that could be considered an ancient kingdom. From the legends, they had existed since the desolate era all the way till now. Destroying the heavenly southern kingdom was only wishful thinking. This little demon is really arrogant and no longer wants to live. He didn't stop to see who his opponent is. To oppose the heavenly southern kingdom when the cleansing incense ancient sect is in its current decline. He is seeking the path towards death. Hearing Li Qie's insane speech, a cultivator shook his head and said, "Teach him well, don't kill him too fast." At this time, Nantian Hao revealed a cruel smile and coldly said, "First, torture him slowly so that he would know the final consequence of making an enemy out of my heavenly southern kingdom." The disciples who encircled Li Qie also laughed. One of them viciously smiled and said, "Little demon, only you with your physique accumulation realm. If we all take action at the same time, then it would be too unfair towards you. I, alone, will teach you a lesson. How do you want to die? Maybe I can lower your pain before your death." At this moment, Nan Tianhao stepped forward while accompanied by two old men. They were both royal nobles and were the Dao protectors of Nan Tianhao. To have two royal nobles as his Dao protectors, this was enough to show the power of the heavenly southern kingdom. Now, Nan Tianhao and the two old men headed towards the mud hole, wanting to capture the frog. In reality, he didn't know what the frog was, but the treasure in his hand had always been tracking this frog, so he knew that this frog had a remarkable value. Seeing Nan Tianhao reaching his hand towards the mud hole, Li Qia lost his calm and shouted, "You must not." In a flash, his shadow disappeared and he swooped towards Nan Tianhao to strike. "Little demon, where are you running?" The heavenly southern kingdom's disciples that entrapped Li Qia took action, wanting to stop him, but the Kuan Peng leapt upward. Under the heaven transformation, the disciples simply couldn't block him. His shadow flashed and, in the blink of an eye, he pounced on Nan Tianhao. Scram! Li Qia's speed was so fast that it shocked the two royal nobles next to Nan Tianhao. They instantly changed their palms into giant mountains and grabbed over towards Li Qia. He originally wanted to attack Nan Tianhao, but with the two royal nobles suddenly attacking, he could only desperately block, with both hands, the incoming palms of the two royal nobles. They were royal nobles. The two giant palms could even break through mountains, let alone a junior with shallow cultivation. Bang! A loud explosion occurred. The two giant palms cutting down knocked Li Qia flying into the forest. He broke through tree after tree. At this point, the cultivators in the far distance couldn't bear to look. Under the attack of two royal nobles, even a body made out of steel would be shattered into little pieces. Seeking your own death. With such a shallow cultivation yet still dared to oppose regional monarch Nan Tian, truly arrogant. A cultivator shook his head and said with pity, "This thing that doesn't know life from death." Nan Tianhao sneered with disdain and dipped his hand into the mud hole to catch the frog. Chapter 126. However, Nan Tianhao didn't know the origin of the toad. He simply didn't understand the method, along with the technique, to capture it. He assumed that his named hero cultivation was enough to catch a small frog inside a mud hole. Croak, however, when his hand was stretched out towards it, a frog's croaking came about. In the midst of the light, the frog used a speed, faster than lightning, to disappear. It was too fast to see, and it left everyone confused. After failing to catch it, Nan Tianhao was left in a daze. He didn't think that this ordinary frog could be this fast. No, Li Qia, who was struck flying away, saw this scene and became both angry and startled. He expended so much effort, but it was all in vain because of others. "Oh, you are still not dead, very good." Since the frog flew away, Nan Tianhao withdrew his hand. He looked at Li Qia, who was crawling up, with a sense of astonishment and said, "Good, I want to see how thick your bones are. Take your time and teach him lesson, until he can't stand anymore, then stop." Nan Tianhao coldly sneered and ordered his disciples. These dozens of disciples gave off a ferocious laugh and surrounded Li Qia in a flash. He's still alive after suffering a palm from royal nobles? Seeing Li Qia still alive and kicking, many cultivators were surprised. One of them said, "So naive. He had the chance to escape, yet he chose not to. Isn't this courting death?" At this moment, a disciple from the heavenly southern kingdom, who was part of the blockade, deviously smiled, "Little demon, we actually want to see how thick your skin is. Today, we will let you have a taste of our torture methods. Even if you are made out of steel, you will definitely scream and beg for forgiveness." At this point, Li Qia's expression was chilling to the extreme. It felt as if a storm was coming. He coldly said, "All of you deserve to die." Wanting to capture the escaped frog once again would be next to impossible in the future. Just this thought made Li Qia furious. "Beat him. Break his arms and legs, first, then drag him over here for me." Nan Tianhao's expression turned cold, and he cruelly said, "Little demon, you can only blame yourself for offending someone that you shouldn't have. In the next life, when you reincarnate into a man, you absolutely shouldn't become an enemy with the heavenly southern kingdom. The disciples of the heavenly southern kingdom viciously said as they attacked Li Chia with their life treasures. Scram! In his almighty fury, Li Chia roared. His silhouette flashed and rushed forward. This disciple revealed a cruel smile. Using a body to ram into his life treasure, this was the same as seeking death. Bang! The life treasure broke into pieces. Bam! Bloody rain began to pour. This disciple was struck. It was like a baby being hit by a giant hammer, and he became meat paste on the spot. The little fragments of his bones were flying between the rain of blood droplets. Don't! The other disciples were frightened. They gathered their courage with a roar and cut towards Li Chia with their life treasures. Boom! But at this moment, Li Chia was a raging tempest. He didn't use any techniques, but only his powerful body to go on the offense. On top of his fate palace was a traversing Kuan Peng. Under the heaven transformation, his speed was extremely fast. The hell-suppressing godly physique allowed his body to become the most terrifying weapon, weighing millions of jin. This body of flesh was many times more frightening than a raging dragon. Ah, finally, the last disciple had the chance to pitifully scream. However, as his scream was being let out, his head was crushed and brain matters, mixed with fresh blood, spurted out into the air. Life treasures and flesh, regardless of which, when impacted by the hell-suppressing godly physique, all would instantly be shattered. The weight of millions of jin was like the suppression of giant mountains. Treasures and bodies were not able to withstand the impact of this godly body. Before, even the extremely powerful body of the sky-shouldering ape was not able to beat the hell-suppressing godly physique of Li Chia, let alone these disciples from the heavenly southern kingdom. This sudden change shocked everyone. Without any techniques or actual physique methods, or the power of the Grand Tao, without any universal laws, it was only the power of the flesh. It was invincible and was able to smash all of the enemies blocking his path. You deserve death. At this point, Li Chia gazed at Nantian Hao. His eyes became truly frightening. It was more terrifying than a devil. He stared at Nantian Hao and, step by step, inched forward. Each of his steps caused subsidences on the ground. Under the hell-suppressing godly physique, the earth itself was like a piece of paper. Kill him. Being targeted by Li Chia's gaze, Nantian Hao yelled as he had sudden chills behind his spine. The two royal nobles also lost their colors. They roared together and royal noble weapons clashed towards Li Chia. Li Chia thunderously roared, "Scram!" He directly rushed forward to clash with the weapons. Bang! Bang! The two weapons of the royal nobles essentially couldn't stop Li Chia. They were indeed powerful and were able to wound Li Chia, revealing his blood, but the godly physique was too hard and the weapons couldn't kill Li Chia. Under the shock of the impact, the two life treasures began to show crack after crack. It pained the hearts of the two royal nobles. These were the life treasures that they had expended tremendous effort to refine. Kill! Seeing Li Chia's unstoppable momentum, Nantian Hao loudly screamed and summoned a longevity treasure. The moment it came out, it turned into a giant grindstone, and it carried the potential of the winds as it approached Li Chia. Bang! The moment it touched Li Chia, a huge explosion occurred. The longevity treasure shattered on the spot, and Li Chia continued unabated as he was rushing towards Nantian Hao. Nantian Hao's expression greatly darkened. He turned his hand to summon a life mirror, wanting to stop Li Chia. Bang! One could easily predict the result of the impact. The life mirror was destroyed and Nantian Hao was struck flying away while spurting out blood. The sound of his bones shattering rang in the air, causing others to have the creeps. If the life mirror didn't block Li Chia beforehand, then he would have surely died. Young master, leave first. The two royal nobles lost their colors. They both flipped their palms, summoning more life treasures. With these two life treasures appearing, the power of a heavenly sovereign pierced the heavens. Wave and wave of universal laws poured downward. Glorious sounds appeared as the heavenly sovereign suppression was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. The earth began to crack underneath this sudden pressure. Heavenly sovereign life treasures. Seeing the two royal nobles summon these treasures, many people changed their expressions. These were heavenly sovereign life treasures. They were capable of killing enlightened beings. Boom! Li Qia's powerful body slammed into the universal laws that were coming down from above. Suddenly, the two treasures were shaking non-stop, as if they could fall down at any moment. Seeing this, not only royal nobles, but all of the spectators were left aghast. What kind of physique was this? It could even shake heavenly sovereign life treasures. This was too terrifying. As for Nan Tianhao, seeing such a scene, he naturally lost his colors and turned around to run. Dissolve him! Both of the royal nobles trembled in fear and deafeningly roared. The two life treasures combined into one and all of the universal laws condensed into a giant cauldron, wanting to trap Li Qia inside. In a flash, it exuded true flames, wanting to refine Li Qia. Seeing Nan Tianhao trying to escape, how could Li Qia let him go? He loudly yelled, "Kill!" After one shout, he summoned the two invisible dual blades. Zeng! The invisible dual blades suddenly vibrated, as if they felt the fiery anger of Li Qia. In the blink of an eye, the two emperor blades were unsheathed and the emperor's aura leaked out. Emperor's power! The moment the emperor blades exploded forward, the two royal nobles immediately lost their minds. They were too close to the invisible dual blades and could only feel the sensation of death. XSH! The moment the emperor blades flashed by, the emperor's power appeared and disappeared in just a second, but this was enough. The twin emperor blades decapitated and destroyed the universal laws. Even the heavenly sovereign life treasures were cut in half. The heads of the two royal nobles flew up in the air and their bodies fell straight down to the ground, spurting blood into the air like a geyser. Even though the emperor blades appeared then disappeared in just a flash, it was already enough to thrill the souls. Suddenly, the spectators couldn't help but shiver as if their souls were cut by a blade. Their entire bodies felt a cold chill and became weak. XSH! At this time, Li Qia danced in the air with the blades in his hands. Nan Tianhao was escaping in astonishment, however, everything happened so fast that he couldn't make it too far. Open! Nan Tianhao loudly screamed, and a godly armor protected his body. However, after a whoosh, the godly armor was of no use and all of the universal laws were proven false. With the named hero power of Nan Tianhao, he essentially couldn't block the invisible dual blades that carried the emperor's aura. Nan Tianhao's body was nailed to the ground. The man was lying there facing upward, motionless. His blood left his body, making gurgling streams. At this time, he was only left with one last breath. Right now, everyone was shaking. Noticing the unexpected event, Li Shuangyan and Niu Fen, who came running from afar, were amazed. They didn't dare to take action. At this moment, Li Qia's anger pierced the high heavens. He wanted to personally kill the group of Nan Tianhao, who would dare to ruin his good business. Li Qia seemed like an evil god carrying a furious wrath, causing others to shiver without feeling the chill. No one dared to look straight at him because they couldn't believe that such a terrifying aura could be emitted from a 15-year-old boy. Li Qia came closer to Nan Tianhao and coldly glared at him. Finally, his towering rage rescinded. Even if you are my enemy, I still could have spared your life. However, ruining my matters, even if you are a son of an immortal emperor, would still kill without mercy. Li Qia gazed at Nan Tianhao and slowly spoke. You dare to kill me. My heavenly southern kingdom will annihilate your 9 clans, and massacre your incense ancient, Nan Tianhao said bitterly as he was lying there. Crkkk, but before Nan Tianhao could finish his words, Li Qia, with one hand, pulled out his head and spine in a flash, painting a visceral scene. Nan Tianhao's eyes were still wide open. He didn't even have the chance to pitifully scream. Li Qia casually threw Nan Tianhao's head away, and he slowly spoke, the Southern Heavenly Kingdom doesn't have the qualifications to threaten me. At this point, the whole scene was dead silent. Everyone held their breath. They didn't even dare to make a loud breathing noise. In the far distance, cultivators were left with a chilling fear that creeped up from behind their back. Chapter 127. Many cultivators at this time didn't dare to meet Li Qia's gaze. No one could believe that when this 15-year-old boy was angry, he would act as if he was possessed by an evil god, becoming merciless and brutal. They finally understood that when this young boy was being arrogant, it was not because he was foolish and ignorant, but because he was this powerful and was always a ferocious giant. People shivered at the thought that even royal nobles were massacred. How fierce was this boy? Even the regional monarch of the heavenly southern kingdom was not spared. How outrageous was this boy? Many cultivators secretly felt glad that they didn't offend this young man. Otherwise, they would have been massacred as well. We shall go. Finally, Li Qia only said these words. Niufen didn't dare to demur. He turned into a giant snail and brazenly carried Li Qia and Li Shuangyan away. Oh mother, this brat is truly the devil. He's so crazily ferocious. After Li Qia left, a cultivator finally woke up from his daze and couldn't help but sigh. The cowardly people felt their legs becoming weak as they sat straight down on the ground. Remembering Li Qia's expression when he was possessed by the evil god earlier, they couldn't help but tremble. This devil was matchless in cruelty. His aura earlier was unstoppable. Not even the gods or Buddha would be able to block him. Why is this kid so scary? Isn't he a mortal physique? A cultivator from the last generation emotionally said, have you ever seen a mortal physique destroying a life treasure? This is the physique of a raging dragon. Could it be the solar immortal physique? In the legends, immortal Emperor Min Ren possessed the solar immortal physique, one of the 12 immortal physiques. The moment it came out, he was invincible in the 9 worlds. He swept through all oppositions. A cultivator couldn't help but make a quiet conjecture. Impossible. From the start till now, no one was a natural-born immortal physique. Immortal physiques are truly invincible in the 9 worlds, but immortal physiques require tortuous training to complete. It doesn't only require one of the 12 appropriate Xiantian physiques, but also the correct immortal physique merit laws. From the past till now, there have not been that many immortal physique merit laws available. A demon monarch shook his head and said, does this mean that immortal Emperor Min Ren left behind a merit law for the solar immortal physique? A cultivator emotionally asked. Emperor merit laws were indeed peerless, but immortal physique merit laws were supremely unparalleled. Any immortal emperor would be able to create an invincible emperor merit law, but only immortal emperors with immortal physiques would be able to leave immortal physique merit laws behind. Without the physique, how could they even create immortal physique merit laws? It could be said that immortal physique merit laws were way more valuable than emperor merit laws. A sect master inside the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom shook his head and said, this is certainly impossible. In the last millions of years, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect never had the rumors of passing down an immortal physique merit law. Even though immortal Emperor Min Ren had the solar immortal physique, he didn't pass this down. This was not a secret or anything. Then what is that brat's physique? It was so heaven-defying. It could even shake the heavenly sovereign life treasures. Someone lost their colors and said. A cultivator from the last generation sighed and said, it could be a king physique merit law, or a saint physique merit law. Even though he is a mortal physique, he is absolutely cultivating a physique merit law. It's just that no one knows what it is. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect is truly unbelievable. Even though it declined into a third-rate small sect, it still has an emperor merit law and a physique merit law that even the grand sects and powerful nations do not have. Another cultivator reminisced and said, an emperor lineage lasting for millions of years without falling. These are not simply words. A skinny camel is still better than a fat horse. In fact, not just one person was envious. Who wouldn't want to have emperor merit laws and physique merit laws? They were things that captured the souls of people, but in order to seize them, they need to think about it carefully. Last time, a few 10,000 cultivators were led by Wuxia to the heaven extermination devil ape and got completely annihilated. Who is to say that such a matter wouldn't happen again? Remembering the scene where blood flowed like the rivers, everyone shivered. The frog had escaped, but Wuxia had not given up. To him, even if the evil-infested ridge had more treasures, they were still not as valuable as this frog. He had chased it for 10 more days, but he couldn't capture it. After it had been alerted from last time, it became even more cautious and careful. Catching it would be even harder than traversing the sky. While Wuxia was in steadfast pursuit of the frog, other cultivators were benefiting from their excavation at the dangerous area. Even though they couldn't enter the no man's area, the dangerous area was still very safe, so they found many spirit medicines and treasures. However, some people were becoming more anxious as they lost their patience, like Heavenly Prince Qingxian and Dao Child Xingtian. For people with backgrounds like Heavenly Prince Qingxian, ordinary treasure metals and godly steels couldn't get into their sight. This time, he only came for the legendary item inside the evil-infested ridge. Rumors has it that there was an extremely magical item inside the ridge, very mysterious, and that it was an item from the gods' era. Dao Child Xingtian also heard some news regarding the legends of the treasures of the gods. He knew a few inside stories, so with the appearance of Heavenly Prince Qingxian, he was sure that there was truly a treasure inside the evil-infested ridge. Since Heavenly Prince Qingxian was always wavering in the east, Dao Child Xingtian could almost be completely sure that the legendary treasure was in the deepest area of the east. The treasure of the gods, or even the weapon of the godly monarch in the legends, how could Dao Child Xingtian not be tempted? Compared to the azure mysterious ancient kingdom, the heavenly god sect needed this treasure even more, especially the weapon in the legends. Dao Child Xingtian even asked his ancestor to lend him an emperor treasure, but his request was not answered, leaving him to be worried. Boom! When Dao Child Xingtian and Heavenly Prince Qingxian were both anxious and while Wuxia was searching for the frog, suddenly, in the deepest area of eastern evil-infested ridge, there was a loud explosion. Afterwards, everyone in the ridge saw a heaven-frightening scene. A bloody light shot out like a pillar all the way up to the sky and illuminated the entire eastern region. After a good while, this pillar of bloody light finally dissipated. What is that? Seeing the bloody light that penetrated the sky, everyone in the evil-infested ridge was astonished. This scene was too shocking. Without a doubt, there was a great change taking place in the depths at the eastern side of the evil-infested ridge. Could it be that the legendary godly monarch weapon is really coming into being? Seeing this scene, a cultivator emotionally exclaimed. Until now, there was already a speculation that the evil-infested ridge has a godly monarch weapon and the treasure of the gods. At this moment, with this bright pillar of blood, it once again proved the previous rumors. Suddenly, this news about the treasure and godly monarch weapon was spread far and wide, and everyone really believed that these treasures were entering into this world. Go, we shall enter. Seeing the bloody light that pierced the sky, Heavenly Prince Qingxian decisively said. The old man next to him couldn't help but ask in a serious manner, Your Highness, the no man's area is guarded by the heaven extermination devil ape, and I'm afraid that there is more to it than just the great ape. There are even million-year-old longevity spirits, and once targeted by those, it is a road to disaster. From the looks of things, those fierce beasts seem to be suppressed by the godly monarch weapon. They are all hiding away in the no man's area. Wasn't the last time because the little demon, with the surname Li, led them to the nest of the heaven extermination devil ape, which was why all of them died? Heavenly Prince Qingxian said. Grandpa Guan pondered for a moment, then he replied, We can't predict the actions of 1 million-year-old heavenly beasts and longevity spirits. It is better to be careful. We should be cautious and advance with the slowest speed. We shall walk while hiding all of our auras in order to not disturb them. Heavenly Prince Qingxian gravely said. Seeing that the prince had made his decision, Grandpa Guan no longer tried to advise him. Instead, he just told him to be careful. Heavenly Prince Qingxian led his troops to enter the no man's area. Not long after, Dao Child Xingtian brought the nobles of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom into the No Man's area as well. The two of them entering caused quite a stir amongst the cultivators. It is truly a godly monarch weapon and the treasure of the gods coming into being. At this moment, everyone went wild with excitement. Come, we shall also enter. Even the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom had entered, so the other great sects and powerful nations, as well as secret heritages, couldn't maintain their calm and also declared their participation. However, the No Man's area is protected by the Heaven Extermination Devil Ape. Going in is so suicidal. A sect master was hesitant. His heart was dreary of the frightening great ape. I heard that as long as we don't go near the lair, we wouldn't alarm the beasts like the Heaven Extermination Devil Ape. We will go behind the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. Whichever route they choose, we will also go the same way while maintaining a low profile. There is no need to disturb the spirits and beasts. I heard that these beasts were suppressed by the godly monarch's power, so they all hid in their lair and are not willing to come out. A cultivator shared his wishful thoughts. Even though they knew the No Man's area was occupied by powerful beasts, but after seeing the Heavenly Prince and the Tao Child entering, how could they not be tempted? The moment the bloody light pierced the sky, Li Qie also saw the scene. He lost his colors and murmured, "At last, it happened. Wretched brat. Destroying the balance. One day, I will find your descendants and repay this debt." What is that thing? Seeing this light, Li Shuangyan was also surprised. She realized that something extraordinary was about to happen. Is this place really the land of the gods in the legends? Is there really a treasure of the gods? Li Shuangyan didn't believe in the story regarding the treasures of the gods, but at this moment, this occurrence was quite different.